Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Haunted by Danny Phantom. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Daniel Fenton. Detention for being late. Mr. Lancer exclaimed as Danny rushed through the door right when the bell rang. Danny looked up at him from where he'd bent down, panting with his hands on his knees, and gaped at his teacher. "But I definitely made it this time, Mr. Lancer," Danny argued, affronted. His teacher didn't budge and sent the teenager to his seat with a look. Danny sighed but sat down, grumbling to himself about unfairness. "Dude, what happened?" Tucker Whisper asked, leaning over from his seat. Sam half turned around to follow along with the conversation, keeping one eye on the teacher. Danny sighed and slumped in his chair, letting his head drop in his hands. He took a moment to try and wake up further before answering. "Ghosts, that happened." "Ouch, I thought they were going to lay off for a moment, 'cause of finals?" "Apparently, they wanted one more round of nightly roughhousing," Danny groaned. Sam hid her laughter as his head hit the desk. Box Ghost got a hold of the discarded boxes from a toy store. Johnny and Kitty thought it would be funny to have a race all around town, and Kyujo decided it was the perfect time for a game of fetch with Vlad's billboard. Not to mention that Dora wanted to come tell me good luck with my exams and set off all the ghost alarms in the house. "Dude," Tucker said with wide eyes, "did you even get any sleep?" Danny lifted 2 fingers from his place on the desk. 2 hours? "Come on, Danny, you can do better," Sam replied. He could hear the smirk in her voice and for a moment was very tempted to flip her off, but decided against it. He didn't need even more detention if Mr. Lancer caught him. "It seems this conversation is more important than my class right now. Mr. Foley, Miss Manson, Mr. Fenton, is there anything you want to share with everyone?" Mr. Lancer said, having stepped closer while the teens were distracted. Tucker quickly sat back properly in his chair and Sam turned around to face the front. Danny lifted his head slowly, trying to ignore the headache starting to come up. The bright ceiling lights were definitely not helping with that. "No, sir," Tucker said, speaking for the 3 of them. "Well, if your conversation is not important enough to share with the class, it can wait until your break." Mr. Lancer gave them another good once-over before turning around and walking back to the front of the class. "Now, today we'll be discussing The Catcher in the Rye. I assume all of you have read the book since I assigned it as homework last week." Ignoring the groans from the students, Mr. Lancer continued on with his lesson. His words flowed in one ear and out the other for Danny, who tried his best to stay awake. He'd used up a lot of energy that night, and even the most radioactive mess of a breakfast his parents could fabricate wouldn't be enough to get his energy levels back up. Slowly but surely, his eyes slid closed as Sam argued with Mr. Lancer about the themes of the book. He was sure she had some great points, but it was all lost on him. A smack on his shoulder woke him up. "Ow!" Danny exclaimed, rubbing his shoulder as he looked around with a scowl. Sam and Tucker stood next to his desk, the former with a smirk and the latter tapping away on his phone. "Was that necessary?" "Absolutely," Sam replied. "You were sleeping like a log all through class, Sleeping Beauty. Even Mr. Lancer couldn't wake you up." "Wait, what time is it?" Danny looked around. The classroom was empty, and he could hear people walk around in the hallway. "Lunch. You slept through English, history, and math," Tucker said, not looking up from whatever project he was working on this time. "It's a good thing we didn't have to move classes. I'll give you the homework later." Danny rubbed the last of his tiredness out of his eyes and smiled at his friends. "Thanks." Yeah, Sam rolled her eyes though she was smiling as well. She'd definitely help them with homework after school. "Come on, before all the food is gone." They quickly walked to the cafeteria, relieved to see that the line wasn't too long and that the lunch lady still had food. They stood in line for a while, Tucker and Sam arguing about the menu as always while Danny half listened. "Danny boy, I heard you had an eventful night." The high voice of the lunch lady shook him out of his spacing out and he looked up at her with a sheepish smile. Lunch lady nodded as if she came to a conclusion and put another scoop of mystery meat on his plate. "Growing boys like you need to eat a lot," especially after a bad night's sleep. Take care. Thanks, he said, quickly leaving before she could give him any more. Danny looked at the glob of food on his plate with apprehension. At least it didn't seem to be alive like last time when he poked it with his spoon. He sat down next to Tucker in their usual spot, already tuning out whatever his friends were saying about the meat on their plates. Sam was angry, and Tucker delighted. That was all he needed to know for now. He spaced out for the rest of lunch. Occasionally, the spoon with questionable food would meet his mouth, but for the most part it was stirring his mystery meat absent-mindedly. Tucker shook him out of it once the bell rang, and he followed his friends to the rest of the classes they had that day. Science went a little better than the other afternoon classes, but overall, it wasn't his day. He cursed the ghosts in his mind, but even now he couldn't be that mad at them. They were also just trying to have a good time, and they promised to tone it down during final season, so at least they were a little considerate. Dash smacked him into the lockers while Danny made his way to detention. He tried not to let the pain show. They left him alone faster if he didn't react. "Watch out, loser," Dash said, as original as ever, while his buddies laughed. Danny ignored them, which earned him another shove in the back, making him trip and fall on the floor. He laid there for a few seconds, his tired brain trying to catch up with what was going on, which gave them enough time to laugh and point before going home. Danny heard more than watched them leave, sitting on the floor, groggy as all hell. Sam and Tucker had already left earlier on his insistence, so at least they didn't have to witness this. He just knew they'd somehow make it worse by defending him, and he didn't want them getting hurt either. Danny sighed for the nth time that day and slowly stood back up. He rubbed the arm that had been slammed into a locker and continued on his way to the detention classroom. Mr. Lancer didn't say anything as he entered, just pointed to a table with a worksheet already laid out. The message was clear. Danny sat down and started working, struggling to keep his eyes focused on the words he was trying to read. His morning nap seemed to have done nothing to take away his exhaustion, and it was getting increasingly more difficult to read the questions on the paper. After an hour of struggling, Mr. Lancer took pity on him. "Mr. Fenton, is everything all right?" Mr. Lancer asked, voice surprisingly soft. "Huh?" Danny looked up from where he had been trying to glare the page into SBMN and stared at his teacher for a moment. "Oh yeah. Everything's all right. Just a bit tired with finals coming up and all," he rubbed the back of his neck while smiling sheepishly. Mr. Lancer didn't appear convinced and looked at Danny for a few moments as if he was trying to put together a puzzle while missing all the puzzle pieces. The awkward silence was broken by the vice principal. "All right, Mr. Fenton. I hope you do well on your exams. You can go home now." He didn't need to say that twice. Danny quickly grabbed his backpack and speed walked out the room. "Thanks, Mr. Lancer. See you Monday." The answer was lost on Danny as he practically raced out of the school. He couldn't wait to hang out at Tucker's house and beg Sam to play some games before they started their homework. He jumped down the stairs 2 at a time, running through the empty hallways. He saw the school entrance and could already taste his freedom when something happened. A rift appeared right before him, opening up to show a swirling green portal. It illuminated the hallway in an ominous glow. With the speed Danny had been going, he had no time to stop, though he certainly tried. He tripped over a loose tile and fell through the portal, which closed after him without a sound. Danny rolled further, landing on rough ground and stopping only when he hit a fence. Disoriented and dizzy, his vision focused on the blue sky above him. The sun shone in his eyes in a way he knew it would never do in Amity Park, especially after school. He laid there for a second, watching the occasional bird fly by as he slowly but surely became more aware of all the aches in his body from slamming onto not only the ground, but also against an iron fence. With a groan, he rolled over so he was no longer facing the sky and leaned on his arms to sit up on his knees. He looked around to try and figure out where the stupid portal had sent him, only to see that he was on a roof. He looked behind him at the iron fence and down at the street. Thank God that fence was there, or he would have become a Danny pancake in the alleyway below from this height. Taking a shaky breath, he leaned against the fence. "Okay, cool, yeah, this is fine. Totally fine. I definitely wanted to go on an adventure instead of hanging with my friends. I really wanted to almost die, again, and sit on an empty roof in a city I don't recognize. Danny ran his hands through his hair, trying to stay calm. He hit the fence with his hand in frustration, only for his hand to go right through it. Oh come on, not again. I thought I fixed that. He tried again, this time hitting the fence, though it felt a little off. He shrugged it off. He had already been exhausted, going through a portal always S's, some extra tiredness was probably nothing. He shook his head, took another deep breath, and stood up. He wobbled a little on his legs, trying not to trip as his right foot disappeared into the roof. He got it back out and tangible again and managed to take shaky steps towards the door for roof access. He groaned as he found it locked. Just his luck. Fine, I'm going ghost, he said loudly. After a few seconds waiting, he wondered why nothing seemed to be happening and looked down. He was still in the same jeans and shirt he had been wearing all day, though he could swear he saw the roof through his legs before they became solid again. He frowned. I'm going ghost, he yelled, more forceful this time. Still, nothing happened. An eerie feeling crept into his mind. He shook his head, trying to stave off the oncoming panic. There was probably a logical answer to this. Maybe the portal messed him up more than normal and he'd be back to normal in a few hours. Maybe he was just too tired to go ghost. Yeah, that's it, I'm probably too tired, he mumbled to himself. A yawn confirmed his thoughts. Fine, then we'll do this the old-fashioned way. He let himself become invisible and intangible and sank through the floor. He didn't question the sudden burst of energy he would have needed to go perfectly invisible, and he certainly ignored that he felt less tired. He watched as floor after floor of offices appeared and disappeared before his eyes. He kept going until he landed in the lobby. He floated above the floor and out the door in a matter of seconds, landing on the sidewalk outside. Still invisible, he looked around, trying to see if he could find any clues as to where he was. His search was stopped when he saw a person with a dog head. He followed the man with his eyes until he lost him in the crowd. His eye was soon drawn to a completely pink girl, talking animatedly to what he assumed were her friends. He watched her bounce around a corner and out of his. His eyes kept getting pulled towards different people, all with their own weird features or mutations or whatever it was. People walked through him, but he couldn't care less. Where in the world was he? Some different dimension? Did he just fall asleep and was this all a dream? His train of thought was quickly derailed as a giant man, with some mutated features, rushed through the street, leaving damage and screaming people in his wake. Before Danny could react, a man made of what he had seen walking around took chase and they started fighting. People cheered as Danny looked on, dumbfounded. A giant woman with horns interrupted their fight by destroying what was probably an essential train line and showing off her body for the cameras. Throughout it all, Danny had only one thought. What the F dash? Once the shock wore off, Danny decided to go into an alleyway to turn visible again. The police had arrived anyway and seemed to arrest the giant, probably a man, who had shrunk once the giant lady knocked him unconscious. Danny shook his head. He'd seen crazier things happen in the ghost zone, he shouldn't be surprised anymore. He looked around to make sure he was alone and dropped his invisibility. Immediately, exhaustion hit him like a bus. He stumbled, finding purchase on the wall, only for his arm to go through it. His head hit the stone brick with a heavy thud. He hissed and pressed his other hand to his head as he pulled his arm from the wall. Come on, man, he muttered to himself. It's not like I got my powers yesterday, what's with the bugs? He tried again, this time feeling the rough brick under his fingers. He sighed and carefully made his way back to the street, making sure not to fall through the floor like his body seemed to want to do. He reached the end of the alleyway without further incident. Looking around, the people were just as weird as earlier. Danny pushed down the uncomfortable feeling in his chest and forced his gaze away from the people. Maybe the signs were a language he knew? It would certainly make things easier if these people spoke the same language as him. A store on the other side of the street caught his attention. Squinting, he tried to read the sign. Well, that sure wasn't English. It looked familiar though, so Danny was sure it was a language he'd seen or heard before. Not that it helped much if he couldn't understand it. Someone walked through him while he was thinking, sending a shiver down his spine. He looked down, confused. Wasn't he tangible and visible earlier? Danny closed his eyes and pressed both hands against them. Not the time. He needed to find a way back home, not have a crisis. Ignoring the heavy feeling in his chest, Danny started walking along the road. Or, well, walking was a strong word for someone in his position. Hovering would probably be more correct. He swerved around people, trying his best to not hit anyone in case his tangibility decided to work when he didn't want it to. Didn't know what he was walking to. A police station perhaps? Maybe they could help him if he said he was lost? Although he was only 14, what if they thought he was just trying to get out of school? Or thought he was a criminal for some reason? The police back home never helped either, so that was probably not the best idea. As he thought, he saw the same woodman as earlier talking to people. They seemed excited taking pictures and, were they asking for autographs? Was this guy a celebrity? Were celebrities supposed to fight people? Wait, of course. This was probably just a big movie set. No wonder all these people looked so weird, they were probably shooting for something. There were cameras earlier, they probably wrapped up a big scene and now the extras wanted to talk with the big movie stars. It must be a big movie though, if there were so many people walking around with makeup. It looked really good too, that must have taken ages. Maybe they're not allowed to take their makeup off before the shooting for the day was done? Danny nodded to himself. Yes, that made perfect sense. He wasn't in some weird alien world, he was just in a different country, maybe a different time, and they were making a movie. Yes, of course. He looked around. Maybe he could find a newspaper or something to tell him what date it was. Even if he couldn't read the letters, maybe the numbers were the same? After wandering for another 10 minutes, he found a small kiosk selling newspapers and magazines. He crept closer, his invisibility still not having dropped, and peeked at the covers. Most of it was indecipherable, but there were numbers. He could read numbers. The picture on the cover drew his attention while he was celebrating. A giant of a man, in a different way than the lady from before, stood on the cover, smiling brightly. His muscles bulged through the gaudy blue, yellow, and red costume, and his hair stood up in twin blonde strands. Danny examined him closer. He kind of looked like those superheroes in comic books, all big and muscly and incredibly bright. Odd, did fictional superheroes feature in newspapers here? Or were these also props for the movie? He still kept seeing people with weird features, so maybe? How big was this set? Does that mean he could even trust the date on these papers? With a sigh, Danny tried to find the date. It should be somewhere on top, if he remembered what newspapers back home were like correctly. It was incredibly difficult with all these weird characters that kept distracting him. Eventually he found it. No way. No way in hell. This had to be fake. He was in 2XXX? Danny rubbed his eyes and checked again, just to be sure. Did the portal really send him that far into the future? This had to be a movie prop. There was just no way. How in the world was he supposed to get back home if everyone he knew was dead? The thought stopped him dead in his tracks. Don't think about that. He was probably in some other universe or something. No one was dead. Someone talking next to him brought him out of his thoughts. He shook his head harshly and looked to the side. A nondescript man in a trench coat seemed to buy a newspaper, talking in a language Danny had definitely heard before. Was this Japan? No wonder people were dressed like this, it definitely was a movie. He still remembered the weird anime Tucker had shown him once, and he wouldn't be surprised if they tried to make something like that with live action. At least he knew he was still on Earth for now. But now what? It's not like he could go to some random person and ask how to get back to America. He probably had to wait until another portal opened before he could go back home. That could take ages. Last time, he was stuck for 3 weeks before another one opened. Sighing, he turned to walk again. He had some time to kill, so he might as well look around some more. Danny kept walking until he reached a park. There were no children there this time of day, probably because they were at school, but there were some people walking or jogging along the trails. Sitting down on a bench, Danny decided to watch people. The costumes were incredibly lifelike, and there were so many different ones. A person that looked like a frog passed him while holding a briefcase, talking with a woman who seemed to have springs for hair. Teenagers on their phones should be a normal sight, until Danny factored in that one of them had wings and the other had blue skin. The morning turned into noon and Danny still hadn't seen any other cameras. The people walking around him hadn't gotten any less strange either, each getting more and more bizarre. The heavy feeling in his chest was back. His stomach growled, distracting him from the sinking feeling of dread. Deciding to go find something to eat, he stood up, before realizing he didn't have any money. He went to sit back down when he heard a scream. His eyes focused on a woman yelling and pointing at someone running away. Before he could think, Danny flew after the assumed purse snatcher. He passed the woman, a burst of energy fueling him and giving him extra speed. Soon enough, he'd caught up to the man. Trying to grab him was proving a lot more difficult. Anytime he tried to grab him, his hands just went through the man, leaving Danny behind with a chill in his body. His attempts at stopping the man seemed to distract the man enough for someone else to help though. Soon enough, the man was held by the scruff of his shirt, the purse securely in the hands of someone Danny had never expected to see. The comic book superhero stood before him. The picture didn't do him justice at all. The man was absolutely massive, with bulging muscles and sunken eyes. He smiled at everyone as people cheered. The purse was quickly brought back to the woman, who thanked him profusely. Phones took pictures, signatures were exchanged, and off the man went, purse snatcher hanging limply from his. Danny looked on, dumbfounded. No way. There was no way in hell anyone could move that fast. Even Danny couldn't, and he prided himself on being a pretty fast flyer. He looked around at the people, most of them having gone back to their day, though a lot were still talking excitedly. He saw hands extend, hair waving around without wind, people stopping a girl from floating away from excitement. No cameras in sight. Danny floated back down to the pavement, barely noticing when he sank to his thighs into the ground. What in the world was going on? These people weren't ghosts, he'd know if they were, so what just happened? Did these people just have powers? Was that an actual hero? Well, he looked the part anyway. He looked a whole lot more heroic than Danny. People seemed to like him instead of hate him. Danny pushed down the spike of jealousy and extracted himself from the ground. He wasn't doing himself any favors by thinking about this now. He was hungry, right? He frowned. He had been hungry, but it seemed muted, somehow. Like he got a snack from somewhere. He shook his head once more. He felt like he'd been shaking his head all day. No matter, he could just go look if there was anything to eat that he wouldn't feel too bad about taking without pain. He floated along the streets again, looking for anything that didn't look like a mom-and-pop shop, which seemed to be increasingly more difficult. It also didn't help that he couldn't read the signs. Finally, he found a big fast food chain he recognized. A burger sure sounded good by now. He looked around and entered the building from the side, phasing through the wall in a little side street. He entered the employee lounge, quickly leaving the room once he saw someone getting ready for their shift. The kitchen was busy, steam rising to the ceiling and the sound of something getting fried filled the room. People talked, yelling what Danny thought were orders to each other. Just entering the room filled Danny with energy. He couldn't wait until he could get his hands on a burger or some fries. It would be nothing like the nasty burger, but he couldn't really be picky right now. He sneaked over to the conveyor belt where workers put the spare burgers and eyed the boxes hungrily. He looked around to make sure no one was watching him, having to dodge some workers who came to add some burgers or take them out for customers. He kept having to go to the ceiling to avoid everyone, cursing himself for coming at such a busy time. Once no one was around for a second, he flew down and focused all his energy on grabbing a box. It didn't matter what it was, as long as he didn't drop it, it would be fine. Grabbing it went a lot easier than expected and he nearly knocked down a whole row of burgers by accident. He floated back up to the ceiling and went to leave when a burst of energy filled him. Weird, he hadn't even taken a bite yet? He heard someone yelling over the sounds of the kitchen and saw a poor cashier being reprimanded by a woman who was waving her half-eaten burger around. Though he couldn't understand what was going on, he could acutely feel the anger and annoyance radiating off both the worker and the yelling woman. Something compelled him to stay and watch for a while. He watched as the woman kept yelling until the worker went to get her someone else. Danny figured it was her manager, who immediately went into damage repair mode. Danny felt the annoyance from the kitchen staff and the cashiers as the woman got her money back, and the satisfaction from the yelling woman at things going her way. Weird, he knew he was a little more sensitive to how people felt, but he'd never felt it so harshly before. Once the woman was gone, whatever it was that had compelled him to stay was gone as well. He floated through the ceiling and landed on the roof. Sitting crisscross, he opened the box and grabbed the now cold burger and took a bite. It tasted like cardboard. He swallowed the bite with great difficulty and put the burger back in its box. He threw the box in the trash bin on the street below and left. He knew it wouldn't be like the nasty burger, but come on. No wonder the woman wanted her money back. It's fine. It's not like he was hungry anyway. Danny floated through the streets, dodging the people on the sidewalk. He'd witnessed more attacks, each of them solved quickly and efficiently by people in brightly colored costumes with increasingly more ridiculous or powerful superpowers. He couldn't deny it anymore. This wasn't a movie. This was real. These people had powers, and they were being praised for stopping other people with powers. He ignored the sting of jealousy at that revelation. Another thing he couldn't deny anymore was the fact that he couldn't turn visible anymore. He tried in an alleyway a few times, but quickly found himself invisible again. Same with his intangibility. He was just stuck like this, apparently. Not an attractive prospect, but alright. He could live with that if it was temporary. It had to be temporary. He shook his head. No need to think about that right now. He should probably go back to where the portal opened before. It might open soon and he'd rather be there when it happened so he could leave this weird place. Danny quickened his flying, soaring over buildings and enjoying the wind in his hair. At least he could still feel some things. He faintly felt the heat of the sun, which had moved significantly in the sky since he first arrived in this world. If he were to guess, he arrived in the morning, probably before school started if all the children in uniforms were any indication, and it was now somewhere in the afternoon or late evening. He had seen a few of those same children again earlier, at least the ones who were more memorable, like the pink girl, so school must be over by now. Not that that helped him in any way, but thinking about it kept his mind from spiraling into an all-consuming panic, so he'd take what he could get. He'd been flying for a few minutes when something caught his attention. A pull, something that tried to get the attention of his core, something Danny tried to ignore as he came to a stop. The felt, no tasted? Was he tasting an emotion? It couldn't be described as anything else. The fear laid heavy on his tongue, nearly choking him despite nothing threatening him. It tasted salty, like tears rolling down your face, something that should put Danny on edge, but instead made his stomach growl. Had he always been this hungry? Didn't he eat not too long ago? Wait, no, he had thrown the burger out, hadn't he? Caught in his thoughts, he hadn't noticed he had changed directions, floating towards the salty taste of fear. He only shook out of it when the feeling disappeared, as if it had never been there, as if it had only been a figment of his imagination. Shaking his head, Danny turned back. Tasting fear? How stupid could he be? Fear can't be tasted silly. It's a feeling. He hit his head for getting sidetracked, blaming it on the stupid portal that brought him here. It had obviously done something to him and he didn't appreciate it at all. When I get back, I swear, I'm getting rid of all portals, he grumbled to himself, resuming his flight towards the portal when he saw something soaring through the air. No, somewhat. With what he had seen today, he really shouldn't have been surprised that people could fly, yet here he was, watching the giant of a person soar through the air. They landed on a building not too far away, and though Danny could feel the slight tinge of fear again, this time mixed with a tangy pain, he forced himself to turn away. Whatever this person was doing, it wasn't his business. He shouldn't get involved. It wasn't his world. Don't be a hero, Danny. Let's just get to the portal dash. His words cut off when an overwhelming force stopped him in his tracks. That didn't seem right. That wasn't good. What was this taste? Why did it taste so sweet? His stomach grumbled once more, and before he knew what he was doing, Danny was flying towards the building where the person had landed previously. Even from a distance, he could see the person leaving through the roof door, but the scent didn't leave with them. It took a bit for Danny to focus, to scan the roof for what was smelling so delicious. His eyes caught a bit of green in the expanse of gray and he zeroed in on what looked like a teenager, a pretty small one but a teenager nonetheless. It's not like Danny could speak, He was often mistaken as younger than he was because of how scrawny he was, but this guy seemed even more like a stick than Danny. At least he thinks it's a guy? It was hard to tell with the way they were curled up on themselves. Danny got hit by another wave of sweetness, so potent he felt a little dizzy. He wasn't sure what to make of it. The fear had been easy, though he didn't know why, and even pain was easily identifiable. Then, why couldn't he place this feeling? What did he want? To get closer? To know what was going on? He wasn't sure, not with how much his stomach was protesting when he tried to leave. It was as if the sweetness had wrapped around his core and refused to let go. He watched as the boy got up, feeling detached from his body. It was like he was watching through a screen as the boy wiped his face and said something to himself. The sweetness was starting to get overwhelming, but he couldn't leave. Danny couldn't move a single muscle as he watched the boy get closer and closer to the edge of the roof. A roof that was, by estimation, way too high up for a boy to just casually walk around on. A chill ran down Danny's back as he saw the boy grasp the railing and look down, something shaking him out of his stupor as he heard a defeated laugh ring out in the silence, drowning out the rushing of Danny's not-beating heart in his ears. Without thinking, he rushed forward, grabbing the back of the kid's jacket and pulling them back as hard as he could. For a moment, he was scared his hand was just going to go through the jacket, like it had gone through everything all day, but to his surprise, he could actually feel the fabric beneath his grip. The boy stumbled back a bit and let out a surprised yelp. He looked around, probably trying to find the source of whatever pulled him back, before he shrugged and wiped his face once more. He took one more look at the railing, looking out into the city with a heartbroken and wistful expression. All the while, Danny wished the kid would just go home. Go back, don't jump, just go home please. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Just go home. Go home, 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 go home. Danny let out a sigh of relief as the kid picked up a notebook that had been discarded on the roof and walked towards the door on the roof. Though he looked defeated, he at least seemed to be taking the safe way down. The sweet scent had changed a bit, now getting laced with something a bit more sour. Danny's head felt a lot clearer by now, and he followed the kid down just to be sure he didn't do anything else stupid. The whole way back to the kid's home, Danny floated next to him. He didn't know what came over him, but he didn't want to give the kid the chance to change his mind and jump off a bridge or something, so he kept chanting, "Go home," in his head whenever the kid got distracted by something. He heard explosions in the distance, and the kid evidently did too, but Danny really didn't feel like pulling the boy away from even more danger, so he was glad when the boy just shook his head with a sigh and kept walking. Whatever it was, those spandex-clad, overpowered superheroes could probably deal with it. He hoped. Now that it was a bit calmer and Danny wasn't filled with dread, he decided to take a closer look at the boy he was escorting. He was pretty plain, despite the green hair. Danny got the feeling his eyes were normally an emerald green, but there was a dullness to them at the moment that took away what normally would be a brilliant shade. He saw the emerald shade appear when he heard the explosions for the first time, like he had gotten excited about something, before going dull again. Danny felt a bit bad leading him away from something the kid seemed to like, but better this than the kid hurting himself. Other than his freckles, there really wasn't much else to his face. Sure, the kid was adorable, but it wasn't like those people he'd seen during the day with everything from horns to tentacles and everything in between adorning their heads and bodies. He just seemed like a normal kid. One who had been left on the rooftop of a tall building for God knows what reason. Danny felt a sudden surge of anger go through him. He had seen someone walk away from him on that roof, without regard for the kid's mental well-being. He kind of wished he'd seen the person better. He would have liked to give them a piece of his mind. Lost in thought, he nearly floated right through the kid when he stopped. Danny shook his head. Now wasn't the time for this. He looked up to see why he'd stopped, only to see an apartment complex. It didn't seem any different than the other buildings around here, but the kid was looking at it with a forlorn expression, like he didn't want to face what was inside. He probably lived here, and Danny knew the feeling. He also didn't always want to go home, especially after his parents chased after him again, yelling about cutting him open and researching him. He shuddered a little and forcefully pushed the thought away. He'd see his parents soon enough. It was better to enjoy the quiet for a moment. He waited with the kid for a while. The street lights turned on as the sky was painted in a myriad of colors. Danny had started counting the bricks in the wall, though he lost count multiple times, when the kid finally moved again. His shoulders squared and he took a deep breath, putting on a determined face and walking up the stairs. Danny watched him go from below on the pavement. There was no need for him to follow the kid inside, he'd already been creepy enough just by following him home. Still, he stayed until he could hear the kid's footsteps disappear behind an opening and closing door and the sound of muffled talking took over. Danny smiled and turned around, flying away over the buildings. The city was still bustling, despite it getting darker, and all the lights definitely gave it a festive look. Danny slowed down to watch the pedestrians walk around, still marveling at all the different looks. It was like he'd accidentally stumbled on a more populated part of the ghost zone, and he would have thought that was the case if it wasn't for his weird invisible and intangible situation. There was relatively little ectoplasm in the air, though he felt more energized than before. He hoped he'd have enough energy to go back to the roof he landed on. As he flew, he noticed some roadblocks and smoking buildings. Curiosity piqued, he flew closer to the scene of the crime, because that's what it most likely was. Maybe someone set some garbage cans on fire or something. Either way, Danny wanted to see what happened. The tape was loosely hanging from the entrance of the alleyway, and he could see some tape on the other end as well. The smell of ash and burnt caramel hung in the air as Danny took in the damages. The walls were scorched, most with damage from a fire, but there were definitely different patterns to the soot that told a different story. Did someone set off a bomb or something? Wait, was that what the explosions were about earlier? Did someone run rampant and cause all this damage? From what Danny could see, it seemed to have gone on for quite a while. The two buildings next to the alleyway were empty, abandoned after the fire took hold, and there was water damage everywhere. He thought these heroes or whatever they were took care of things rather quickly, but even they must have an off day sometimes. Danny just hoped no one got hurt. Maybe if he and the kid passed this way, he could have done something. No, stop it, Danny. He couldn't even turn visible for more than a second right now, let alone turn tangible. Who knew what other powers he couldn't use right now? He wasn't even in his ghost form, it was just him in the clothes he went to school with. Wait, did his backpack come through as well? He hadn't paid any attention to it when he first arrived, way too preoccupied with the fact he fell through another accidental portal to notice, but maybe his phone still worked, and he should have at least something with him he could use. His mind made up, he left the alleyway again, this time beelining for the right building, ignoring the scenery below him. Good news. His backpack came through the portal as well, the inside sprawled over the roof he arrived on. Bad news, his phone didn't seem to be working, at all. It didn't seem broken, so maybe it was out of power? Danny didn't know if he charged it last night before going to school, way too busy with fighting ghosts to pay attention to the battery life. Danny sighed and sat down, hovering a few inches above the cold concrete of the roof. He tried laying down earlier and almost immediately fell halfway through to the floor below before he pulled himself free. Seems like he won't be getting any sleep tonight. Not that he was feeling particularly tired. The exhaustion from earlier had washed away after walking the kid home, and he could barely stop himself from fidgeting. He tried closing his eyes again, trying to clear his mind of wayward thoughts and get in the right space to at least take a nap or something, but nothing was working. His brain kept going back to the delicious taste he'd gotten earlier. He would be lying if he wasn't tempted to go back to the kid's apartment and, eat more? He wasn't even sure what he had been consuming. No way he was going to be a creep and stay in their house to feed off of what was clearly an emotionally troubled teen. He technically was also an emotionally troubled teen, but that wasn't the point. Danny sighed deeply, letting himself fall backwards but staying afloat, arms spread out next to him as he looked up at the stars that started to show in the sky. The light from the city and the clouds up above were making it difficult to see anything clearly, but he did notice that the constellations he could see were not the ones he was used to. He shouldn't have been surprised, different universe and all, but it still made his throat clog up. Like he had only now realized he wasn't home anymore. He swallowed heavily, pushing any thoughts of home out of his mind and instead focusing on memorizing the new way the stars were aligned. He had no names for these constellations, but that didn't stop him from making and naming his own. That one's Ember, he mumbled to himself as he traced a line of 4 stars with his finger. His eyes followed along to 2 small triangles next to each other. Definitely Johnny and Kitty. He nodded to himself as if agreeing with his own statement, continuing on naming more constellations after his ghostly annoyances. An almost perfect rectangle. Box ghost. A long line of stars looking like they're aiming straight for the box, making Danny chuckle. Pandora, good to see you're still keeping Boxy in line. A string of 8 stars forming something close to a circle. Cujo. A small smile tugs up his lips as he thinks of the little ghost dog. He's gonna have to give him a treat next time they see each other. His smile falls at the next set of stars he turns his eyes to. A small cluster of stars mimicking the slice of moon in the sky, making him instantly think of his sister. The clog in his throat returns with a vengeance and he turns away from the sky to press his palms into his aching eyes. She must be so worried about him. She's probably calling Sam and Tucker to help find him while he's just laying here, doing nothing to get home. He takes a few big, calming breaths, filling long dead lungs until the feeling fades away. He opens his eyes with difficulty, like something sapped out all the energy he had gained. How long had he been laying here, hovering on the roof? His stomach growled, demanding immediate attention. He tried ignoring it at first, convincing himself that the portal could open at any moment and he couldn't miss it, but it was incessant in its torment. He sat up resolutely and crossed his arms. "Stop that!" he hissed as his stomach growled again. "I'm not going to listen to you. You didn't even want that burger earlier." As if it heard him, his stomach growled even louder, taunting him. Danny plugged his ears with his fingers. "La la, I can't hear you." He sat like that for a few seconds until his stomach growled. Again, and this time he could feel it through his whole body. He jumped up and huffed irritatedly. "Fine. You win. What do you want?" As if on cue, a smell wafted up the side of the building, tempting Danny to the edge facing the alleyway. Entranced, he moved closer, sniffing all the while. His stomach seemed to settle as he got closer, content with whatever snack it was getting. He only heard the whimpering once he looked down, seeing 2 people who definitely weren't friendly with each other. "Your wallet or your life, old man," the one clad in black said, her voice gruff and low. It took a moment for Danny to register that he could actually understand what she said, but once he did an elated backflip. Did his ghostly powers finally start working again? He tried to become tangible again, but his leg flickered through the building, losing tangibility almost immediately. So, just the language then? Fine, he could work with that. At least he'd be able to figure out where he is now. "Please, I don't have any money." The man whimpered, reminding Danny that there was an active crime scene beneath his feet. "Right, no time to get distracted." The woman revealed a long tail with a very sharp end, almost like a scorpion tail but thinner, in a way. The stinger still looked like it would hurt, and might also carry venom, something Danny didn't want to figure out if it was true or not. The man's pleading grew as she threatened him, the stinger aimed at his neck. This definitely wasn't Danny's usual fighting scene, but he couldn't just let the man be killed right in front of him. He wasn't sure if he could actually do anything in this state, but he could still smell the fear from the man and the nervousness from the woman, and he was sure he felt less hungry than before. He jumped, letting himself fall to the ground. Right before landing, something gray passed by him and wrapped itself around the tail of the woman. Surprised, Danny looked to the roof he had just been standing on to see a man in black. Lit by the moon, he cut an imposing figure, hair writhing around him and a red glint glaring down at the 3 of them from behind yellow goggles. Well, Danny was pretty sure he wasn't being glared at, but it well felt like it. Everything went pretty fast after that. Before Danny could blink, the man in black had jumped down and kicked the woman in the head, which, ouch, that's definitely a concussion. She was wrapped up neatly in the middle of the alleyway while the man made sure the old guy was okay. Danny tuned out the conversation about police and hospitals to get a closer look at the knocked-out woman. She didn't seem to have any other mutations besides a scorpion tail, which was still twitching on the ground. He crouched down and poked her cheek, expecting to go right through, but instead making direct contact. Surprised, he nearly fell backwards, only staying upright because he had been hovering above the ground instead of standing on it. carefully poked her again, amazed when he could feel her again. Is it because he isn't as hungry anymore? That seems to be the only difference. Does he need more energy to do things that aren't stereotypically ghostly like being tangible? The conversation behind him cut off when the lights of a police car arriving lit up the alleyway. Danny took that as his cue to get out. Even though they could, hopefully, not see him, he still had no interest in being arrested, especially in a world he doesn't know and where he might not even exist. Is there even an Amity Park? Is there even in America? Cutting off that line of thought, he flew up on the roof again, where his stuff still laid sprawled out. Oh no! That man came from this rooftop. He heard a whooshing sound and turned around right in time to see the black-clad hero, because Danny was sure that even though he wasn't wearing brightly colored spandex, this man was definitely a hero and not some crime-fighting vigilante. Jump on the rooftop again using the Wii scarf? Yeah, the scarf around his neck definitely didn't seem like a normal scarf. Why was it moving like that? Was it part of this man's superpower? No, bad Danny, not the time. He's going through your stuff. Do something. And so Danny did the only thing he could think of right then. Held out his hands and pulled his stuff towards him with the small amount of energy he had gained. The man instantly fell into a battle stance and eyed the place Danny was invisibly hovering. Maybe not the best move, but what else could he do? He finally did his homework for once, and he did not want to do that again because some guy from a different world took it to the police. No teacher would ever believe that excuse. Danny focused hard, trying to make only his head and throat tangible but still invisible so he could talk without wasting too much energy. He wasn't sure it would work because this dude seemed way too vigilant to just let things go, but he wouldn't know if he didn't try. He started intelligently. The man didn't move much, but Danny could see him tensing. Surely he heard that? Please don't take my stuff? He didn't mean for it to come out as a question, but even now the man was quite intimidating, especially when Danny didn't have any way of using his powers for more than a few seconds. Why not? The man eventually replied, his voice tired. Because I don't want to do my homework again? Some of the tension bled out of his fighting stance, but he stayed vigilant. Why are you doing homework on the roof of a building? I wanted a quiet place to think. Danny really needed to stop making every statement sound like a question. It's not like this guy was his teacher about to give him detention. All right, he said, finally dropping his fighting stance. How about we find a quiet place somewhere else? He took a step closer, holding out the papers he had picked up earlier. Danny tried his best to only make his hand tangible and grab the papers, feeling the tips of his fingers go through them. He didn't have much time anymore, and he could already feel his stomach protesting at the lack of energy. Here is perfectly fine, Danny replied, feeling his gaze follow the papers back to him. I don't want to get mugged too. I'm sure we can find a place where you'd be safe from muggings, the man continued patiently, clearly intent on not letting Danny stay here. Thanks for the offer, but I'm good. Danny felt himself finishing the sentence, but he was sure his voice gave out. No more time, it seems. The papers in his hand slowly slipped through his fingers, each turning intangible one after the other. He could practically taste the surprise and slight panic from the hero. Kid? He asked, turning his head as if to listen for any sounds Danny might make. Danny knew, though, that even the incessant growling of his now empty stomach wouldn't pierce the silence. The man cursed after a few seconds and looked down at the backpack on the roof in contemplation. Please don't take it. Please don't take it, please don't take it, Danny whispered to himself, frantically trying to make the man go away. He really didn't want to have to fly through the entire city to find his stuff again, especially when he might not have enough power to carry it back to this rooftop. As if hearing his prayers, the man sighed and turned around, taking a running start to jump to the next building, clearing the alleyway easily. Danny held his metaphorical breath as he watched the man disappear in the distance, the black dot becoming smaller until he vanished behind a taller building. Tense, he sank down to the roof and sighed in relief. That had been a close one. At least he didn't need to worry about nightly hero activities, those seemed to be covered by others already. He should use his time wisely and save his energy on finding a way home. And, more importantly, on keeping his homework safe. Danny hadn't slept at all that night. Not for lack of trying, he felt exhausted enough to sleep for a week, but it seemed like his body couldn't go to dreamland no matter how hard he tried. He ended up laying on the roof, staring at the clouds up above through the night. It was too bad he couldn't see many stars, and his stomach kept pestering him for attention, so, all in all, he's had better nights. At least there weren't any ghost attacks. You win some, you lose some, right? By the time the first rays of sunlight reached the roof he'd been hovering on, Danny felt like he would go insane if he stayed still any longer. He'd been guarding his homework, scared the man would come back and take his stuff now that Danny couldn't hold anything anymore. Luckily, his roof stayed stranger-free and his homework had miraculously not blown away in the wind. The biggest problem at the moment was his empty stomach. Danny had never been so hungry before, not even after fighting Pariah Dark, and that sure had been an energy drain. He also knew it was no normal hunger. Somehow, his stomach seemed to revolt at even the thought of a burger, and wasn't that weird? He would normally never turn down a burger, yet here he was, making faces as if the thought of normal food was somehow disgusting. Deciding that he didn't have the energy to become tangible and move his homework somewhere safer, Danny left everything behind and floated down the building towards the street. The closer he got, the more he could smell a concoction of many different things. He couldn't even smell the exhaust of the many cars passing by, but he somehow knew the guy with black hair and sharp teeth was stressing out about who knows what. This wasn't some new ghost power, was it? He could swear he smelled fear and nervousness last night too, with that mugging. And even more so from the kid he walked home. Though, does it count as walking someone home if only one of them knows they're there? Questions about stalking aside, Danny could feel himself gain some more energy the longer he was among these people. Not enough to sate his insatiable hunger, but enough that his stomach finally fell silent for the first time in ages. Danny snapped out of his musing when someone walked through him, making him shiver. He looked around, only to find he had been following the nervous kid for a while now. That's not good, he didn't even know where he was. In the time it took him to look around to find his bearings, the kid had disappeared into the crowd, leaving Danny to dodge people all on his own. He'd rather not get walked through again, thank you very much. Sighing, he turned towards the general direction he thought his building was at. As he started making the trek back to his hideout, a strong smell of hopelessness froze him in his place. It was mixed with hurt and fear, but the hopelessness won out big time. His head snapped in the direction, his mind going blank as he followed the delicious scent, feeling energy fill his being as a certain green-haired teen came into view. Something about the despondent set of his shoulders and the way he scuffed his feet against the ground, very much the picture of reluctance to get where he's going, snapped Danny back into the present. It's the kid from the roof. Wait, what's he doing here? Danny decided he'd had enough of trying to dodge people when another one walked through him and floated above the crowd, intent on following the teen. He wanted to make sure he was all right, especially since his feelings seemed to have gotten stronger. It was never a good sign when someone felt this horrible, Danny could speak from experience. The feelings only seemed to grow stronger, fear now overtaking hopelessness, as they got closer to a big building in the distance. More kids with the same uniform walked through the gates of what Danny figured was a school. He looked back at Greenie and sure enough, he was wearing the same uniform as the others. His head has also shrunk between his shoulders and his gaze was fixed on the ground in front of him. Danny could relate at least a little bit. School definitely wasn't fun, especially when Dash was around, but he was sure he'd never felt such a strong terror about going to school. This kid barely showed how terrified he really was, but Danny could smell it. His stomach was having the time of its life. Danny wasn't sure how to feel about this sudden desire for this kid's terror. He wasn't turning into a horror movie ghost, right? Oh God, Sam and Tucker would never let him live that down. Before he knew what he was doing, he'd followed Greenie into the building. There, some punks tripped him before he even made it through the front door, making him land face first on the pavement. Danny winced in sympathy, reaching out on reflex to help the kid up. Of course, since he wasn't visible or tangible, Greenie, they called him Deku, was that his name? Got up by himself and ignored the jeering and taunts of the other students as he tried to get into the school building as quickly as possible. There were some scrapes on his face and he blinked rapidly to keep the tears out of his eyes, pretending nothing had happened, but Danny could taste the embarrassment in the air and the joy of those around them at their successful prank. Freaking losers. Danny rolled his eyes at the insults thrown Greeny's way. Deku sounded like an insult too, instead of a name, so Greeny it was till he could get a name from the kid himself. He quickly followed Greeny into the building and glared at anyone who tried to get too close in the hallways. By some miracle, they left him alone, though Greeny definitely didn't trust that in the slightest by the way his eyes kept shifting to the people around him. Once in the classroom, Greeny froze by the door. Danny peeked over his head to see what was going on, only to see snickering classmates with really weird appearances and a red flower on someone's desk. Did someone profess their love or something? Danny flew over to the desk, trying to read the note attached to the flower, but it seemed his language skills had only transferred for spoken language, because he could make neither head nor tail from whatever was written on it. Danny shrugged and started exploring the classroom. There wasn't anything special about it, but it was different from the classrooms he was used to, so sue him for wanting to see what was in every closet or cupboard. Not that he could see a lot. Just poking your head through a closet door doesn't mean there's suddenly light in the closet too. By the time Danny was done with his exploration, Greeny had managed to make it to the desk with the flower on it. A spike of anger muddled the general air of fear around him as he read the note, before the boy aggressively pushed the flower and note at the bottom of his school bag. Maybe a prank love confession? Danny had had a few of those, they were definitely not fun. He'd be mad too if that happened again. Nodding sagely at the resolved mystery of the note, Danny made his way over to Greeny so he could float over his shoulder. He wasn't sure why he wanted to stay in this strange school in a different universe, maybe for some weird sense of familiarity, but he didn't feel like leaving the kid alone for now. The kid wouldn't be bullied anymore today, if he could help it. He never wanted to smell such a strong terror ever again, even if it was delicious. Everything seemed fine for a while, until a loud blonde kid came in, followed by two other teens who were laughing obnoxiously at whatever Blondie had said. Fear and hopelessness spiked again, though an undercurrent of anger permeated through the air like a toxic gas. Definitely bad blood, Danny deduced. And of course Blondie sits right in front of Greeny, what are the odds? Danny got spooked out of rolling his eyes when an explosion went off right under his nose. He looked on with wide eyes as Blondie started a tirade about Greeny looking down on him, about how he was always going to be better and, "You should have taken my advice, Deku," Blondie sneered, grabbing Greeny's shoulder and smoldering his uniform. "At least you would have done something right that way." "Yeah, Deku," Lackey number 1 said, "do us all a favor and don't come back. Maybe you'll be able to be a hero after all." Lackey number 2 added his unnecessary commentary. "You'll just have to find a tall enough building." No way. Danny couldn't have heard that right. Were they actually? They were. The nerve on these guys. Danny definitely didn't like the way resignation started overpowering the anger Greeny felt. He did not walk this kid home last night just to have him back on the edge of a tall building today. In his anger, Danny didn't notice the lights overhead flickering. A strong gust of wind tousled hair and made clothes flutter. Everyone looked around in shock while Danny only had eyes for the three in front of him. With some effort, he pulled the hand on Greeny's shoulder away without making himself visible, clearly surprising Blondie, who decided setting off more explosions was an appropriate response. Using his surprise, Danny tripped all three of them in their retreat, giving them a taste of their own medicine. The whole class had fallen silent, staring at the three on the ground and at Greeny, who looked just as shocked. "Who did that?" Blondie roared, jumping back up. His red eyes locked on Greeny with a vengeance. "Did you have a quirk all along? Were you laughing at us behind our backs while hiding your quirk, huh, Deku?" "No, it wasn't me." Greeny quickly defended himself, but it seemed Blondie wasn't going to believe him. Using the same trick as last night with the man in black, Danny made his vocal cords and head tangible without becoming visible. It was a whole lot easier to do when there were so many emotions around, he distantly noted. "Leave him alone," he said, pushing some echo in his voice to appear more intimidating. "Who said that?" Blondie whipped around, looking at everyone in the class, all of whom denied saying anything. "Who is there?" "Your worst nightmare if you keep this up, Blondie," Danny replied, taking just a bit of pleasure in the way the two lackeys had gone pale and the slight twinge of fear he could smell from Blondie. "You don't scare me, villain. Show yourself so I can beat you into a pulp." Blondie punched his hands together with an explosion for emphasis, though the result was diminished when another gust of wind blew the smoke away. Danny let out an eerie laugh, something he'd learned from Pandora, and pushed Blondie into his chair, ignoring the explosion that could do nothing to him while he was intangible. He knew his show had gone on for long enough, a school bell ringing in the distance, and he didn't want Greenie to get into trouble with the teachers about whatever this quirk thing was that Blondie had been going on about, so he stopped all theatrics. The wind died down immediately and the lights stopped flickering as the echo of his laugh reverberated in the classroom until all was quiet once more. He really was becoming a horror movie ghost, huh? Okay, so maybe scaring all the kids in this kid's class wasn't the best thing to do, but sue him, he couldn't just have sat by and done nothing. It's not like they saw him anyways, and though Blondie and his cronies had been glaring at Greenie all morning, at least he'd been left well enough alone during class. Everyone had been quite distracted and the teacher ended up just giving them a study PRD. The kids had grouped up around the classroom, notably leaving Greenie alone, and whispering among themselves. They were definitely talking about Greenie and the show Danny had put on. Danny was pretty sure Greenie noticed that as well, since he was hunched over his desk with his shoulders up to his ears and an arm around his head, like he wished he'd become invisible. Danny felt a little bad about making such a scene when the kids smelt so scared and embarrassed, but he couldn't regret it for long. He did what he thought was right, and hopefully people will leave Greenie alone more now. Soon enough, the lunch bell rang and Greenie left the classroom as fast as he could, surprising Danny with his speed. It looked like he was used to getting out of class before anyone else, probably for the same reason Danny tried avoiding the lockers until everyone was out of the hallway. Luckily for Danny, his ghost form didn't have to dodge any of the teenagers swarming the halls and he could keep up with Greenie by floating above everyone. Instead of going to the cafeteria, like Danny expected, Greenie had gone up some stairs, away from the masses, and opened the door to the roof. A spike of terror shot through Danny as he remembered how he found the kid in the first place, speeding up to try and stop Greenie from doing anything reckless. The emotions around him didn't fluctuate much, but that didn't mean nothing would happen. Greenie walked away from the door, closer to the edge. Danny rushed in front of him and turned tangible without turning visible. He still wasn't sure if showing himself to people would be a good idea, especially since he couldn't seem to stay visible for long, and he didn't want the kids he had scared to know that he looked their age. It would get rid of his scare factor. Greenie walked straight into him, getting knocked on the ground from the unexpected impact. Danny barely felt it. The kid was so light. Did he not get fed or something? And stood his ground. Greenie looked around fearfully, holding his lunch protectively in his arms, clearly expecting Blondie or one of the others to jump out from somewhere and accost him. When he didn't see anyone for a long 10 seconds, his shoulders slowly relaxed a twinge and he slowly got back up. "Is anyone there?" He called out meekly, holding out a hand to the invisible Danny, who by now had gone back intangible. When he felt nothing, he tried feeling the air all around him. "If this is a prank, I'll tell a teacher you're using your quirk without permission." There was again that weird word. Danny felt pretty tired from becoming tangible to stop Greenie, and though Greenie definitely had enough emotions for two people, it wouldn't do to exhaust all the energy he got earlier. But, well, he really wanted to know what Greenie was talking about, and it was just the two of them, so a conversation wouldn't hurt, right? Danny cleared his throat, both to test his tangibility and stall replying. Greenie jumped almost a foot in the air and whirled around faster than Danny thought possible. "Geez, this kid is jumpy." "Over here, Greenie," Danny called out when he kept spinning, trying to pinpoint the disembodied voice. "Greenie?" Greenie mumbled, his eyes now pretty much aimed at Danny. Well, as straight as they could be when Danny was still invisible. "Well, you look pretty green and I don't know your name, so Greenie it is." Danny laughed, floating upside down. "Sorry about scaring you, it's pretty difficult to stay visible right now." Greenie blinked at that, ping his head to the side. Okay, that was pretty cute. Why were his eyes so big? Is his hair dyed or is it like all those crazy people in the city with scales and tails and he was just born like that? Ancients, alternate dimensions are so confusing. Or, are you having difficulties with your quirk? If by quirk you mean powers, sure, you could say that, Danny replied. Does everyone have this quirk? He still felt the need to add air quotes, even if Greenie couldn't see them. The wave of dejection, fear, and a horrible sadness, twinged with anger, hit Danny like a truck. The energy he'd expended earlier was back in full force, and it was like he could breathe a little easier, even if he didn't need to breathe right now. Not everyone, Greenie muttered to his bright red shoes, his arms tightening around his lunch. Sensing a sensitive topic and not wanting to scare away his current sole source of information, Danny changed gears. Alrighty, good to know. He moved around Greenie till he was at his right. That smells pretty good, wouldn't want it to go to waste after I wasted your lunchtime. He nudged Greenie's arm and gently herded him to a ventilator box on the roof to sit down. Eat, I can keep you company if you want, or I can leave if you'd rather be alone. Greenie snapped out of his downward spiral at the touch and sat down without protest. Were you the one, in the classroom? Sure was. Pretty cool, right? Danny laughed, floating crisscross applesauce next to Greenie. Greenie smiled hesitantly as he opened his lunchbox. It was. He seemed to contemplate something while he took a few bites, as if weighing his options. Danny felt the curiosity rolling off of him and had to bite back a laugh. After taking a deep breath, Greenie opened his mouth to let out a stream of words said with such speed that Danny could barely keep up. What's your quirk? It seems pretty versatile. There were winds, effects on electricity, you're invisible but you can still touch people but also not be touched, and you say you're having trouble staying visible right now, so that means you can still become visible, so I'm assuming it's not a mutation quirk, unless it's a mutation with an emitter aspect? Can you do anything else? You sounded like you were pretty far off the ground earlier, and I couldn't hear any footsteps, so can you fly or float too? Are you— Whoa, slow down. Danny waved his hands around to no one but himself. I couldn't answer questions that quickly during the annual science competition, let alone here. He kept his tone light and open, but Greenie blushed a furious pink and hunched in on himself anyways. Sorry, I can get a little, intense. You're like my friends, they can get pretty intense too about things they like. Danny waved his apology away with an invisible shrug. I'll answer your questions best I can, but you should probably ask them one at a time. What was the first one? Something about a quirk. Greenie nodded, still looking at the floor but smelling way less mortified than a few seconds earlier. Who knew someone could feel things so intensely? Danny stayed quiet for a moment to think. He could tell the truth and say he didn't have a quirk, though he did have powers of a different kind, but Clockwork had lectured him for quite a long time after the last incident about blending in and not introducing weird things into different dimensions, and Danny would rather not spend another week trying to find the right answers in those riddles Clockwork calls sentences. So, should he just play along? Tell this random kid he does have a quirk? But how would that work? He still wasn't quite sure what quirks were besides them being powers and not everyone having one. But if he wanted to blend in some more, it would be rather suspicious to ask about it right now, wouldn't it? Taking a gamble, Danny sighed and replied, I guess you could say I've got some ghostly qualities. A ghost quirk? That's so cool. Is that why it's so versatile? With so many different power sets? It did look like what a ghost from a horror movie would be able to do, so is it a bit like that? Even if Danny couldn't smell emotions, he would have still felt the enthusiasm and awe radiating off of Greenie as he started muttering to himself. Danny huffed in amusement, Greenie reminding him of Tucker when he found some new technology he could entertain himself with. A pang of longing shot through him as he thought about his best friend, thoughts of Sam and Jazz quickly joining in. He missed them already, and he'd only been here for 2 days. He really hoped the portal would open again soon and he could go back home. He shook the homesickness off as Greenie looked somewhere in his direction again, having asked another question. Sorry, got a bit distracted, what was that? I was wondering what your name was? Oh duh. I can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Phantom, but you can call me Danny. Phantom Danny? Greenie tried the words out a few times, his accent making them sound a lot more foreign than Danny expected. Are you American? Yup, born and raised in the US of A. If I may ask, why are you in Japan? No need to be so polite. Dude, I don't bite. Usually. The wink that accompanied that joke was lost on Greenie since Danny kept forgetting he was invisible. Oh well, he's sure Greenie will get the joke. Greenie looked a little nervous, but that was nothing new, so Danny would pretend his joke didn't land flat either way. These few seconds should have given Danny some time to think, but honestly, he had no clue what reason he could give that would seem plausible. Just as the silence started stretching on a little too long and Greenie looked like he was going to apologize for asking, the school bell rang again, signaling the end of lunch and reminding Danny where he was again. And, well, he did look about the same age as the kids in Greenie's class. I'm starting school here soon. I figured I could scope it out before all the paperwork was finalized, but I guess my little stunt in your classroom might make that a bit harder. Danny chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck with his hand. Greenie, however, seemed to perk up at that. You'll be coming to school here, Danny-san? He looked hesitantly hopeful, which meant Danny got the full force of unintentional puppy eyes aimed at him. He couldn't possibly say he wasn't coming anymore, could he? Yup, Danny said cheerily. It's gonna be weird to join a new school, but at least I'll already have a friend here. You want to be friends with me? Greenie's eyes somehow got even bigger than they already were, and he looked like he was about to burst into. I mean, only if you want to, of course, Danny added, a little panicked by the sudden burst of emotions. I would love to. Greenie sniffled, smiling the brightest smile Danny had ever seen in his entire life and death. He'd done it now. He couldn't possibly disappoint this sunshine in human form by not showing up to school. Why couldn't he have stayed on his rooftop and wait for the portal to reappear so he could just leave as soon as possible? Now he promised to be friends with this kicked puppy, and kicking him down even more by not actually showing up to school felt like the worst sin he could ever commit. Danny contemplated his life choices that led him to this point as the second bell rang and he followed Greenie back to the classroom. After lunch, everyone had been tense in class as they worked through whatever maths problems the teacher threw on the board. The other students kept sending glances to Greenie whenever the teacher wasn't looking, and Blondie had been stewing in his chair all afternoon, until the last bell rang. Greenie had packed away his stuff as fast as possible and ran off, Danny doing his best to subtly provide some cover from the screaming blonde by tripping him when he got up out of his chair. Greenie had practically sprinted out of the school and looked around nervously on his way home. Danny could feel the terror in the air, something he would rather not taste too much of if he could help it. Danny had stayed with Greenie until they got to his home. He let out a sigh of relief when they got there without any of the bullies catching up with them. He watched as Greenie hesitated at the stairs, unsure if he should go up yet or not. They hadn't talked since lunch, and he probably didn't know Danny was here. Danny felt a bit like a weirdo for following the kid home a second time, especially now that they've sort of met. Tasting more than feeling an angry cloud approaching in the distance, Danny made his hand tangible and gave Greenie a little shove, trying to get him to go up the stairs. Instead of doing as suggested, Greenie looked around, startled. Danny really should have expected that, but his attention was drawn towards the anger more and more, feeling it coming closer by the second. Danny? Greenie asked tentatively, a tinge of hope filling Danny's nose as they waited at the foot of the stairs to the apartment building. Still here, Danny replied, a bit distracted. Sorry for following you like that. I didn't trust that Blondie wouldn't try something. Greenie brightened, the fear sliding off him like water. That's okay. You're really nice. People usually look the other way when Kakin gets mad. He chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Danny frowned. That's not good, you know that, right? Greenie had the decency to look sheepish, but it was clear he was used to it, from the way his shoulders drooped in resignation. It's fine, really. He's just letting off some steam? Yes. Has a lot of energy. It's because of his quirk, he just has to burn off some sweat before it builds up too much. He's going to be an amazing hero someday, so it's okay. Danny had vaguely catched some things about heroes here or there, with the kids at school talking about some hero fights and the TV in the store they passed having some sort of commercial with a caped blonde in blue spandex. It seemed being a hero here was a lot more common and had a lot more benefits than what Danny was used to back home. But if bullies like that could become heroes, How many of those heroes were actually doing any good? Deciding to lay ethical concerns to the side for now, as the angry cloud kept getting closer and was definitely only a few streets away now, Danny responded. That's a terrible way of thinking, but I really don't have time to unpack that right now. I'm pretty sure something blonde and angry is approaching at rapid speeds, and I would rather you stay in one piece if I'm being honest. I kinda like your company. So maybe, go inside. Greenie startled into action at his words. His hands tightened on the straps of his backpack as he looked around, taking a step backwards towards the stairs. He looked to where Danny's voice came from one last time. Can we hang out again sometime? Sure. I know where the school is, so I'll pop by after school or something. Greenie smiled brightly, though it was tinged with nervousness. It was clear he was genuinely happy though. He raced up the stairs just as an angry blondie appeared around the corner, calling out a squeaky, goodbye. He was inside right when Kakin arrived at the stairs. Danny waited with bated breath, wishing for Kakin to go away with all his might. The blonde seemed to hesitate a little longer, his hand on the railing and one foot on the bottom step, before he turned around and skulked back to where he came from, hands stuffed deep in his pockets and posture hunched. Letting out a breath of relief, Danny flew away. Danny landed back on the roof where he left his backpack and his homework. He barely noticed the light wind he created while flying down as he was deep in thought. It was clear from this day of following Greenie around that he couldn't just go back on his promise. Something in him squirmed as he even thought of that possibility, and frankly, he didn't want to leave the kid alone either. The way the other students treated him made his skin crawl. He knew he himself wasn't popular at school, but at least he had some friends and only a few people tried bullying him. Ever since he got his ghostly powers, he also didn't pay as much mind to the bullies as before, since he had more important things to worry about. Greenie. He didn't have any friends at all from what Danny could see, and everyone around him either participated in the bullying, laughed from the sidelines, or turned a blind eye towards it. Even the teachers didn't care. At least Mr. Lancer stopped Dash whenever he saw him being mean. Danny didn't want to imagine what might have happened to the kid if he hadn't been there today. Clearly, this was a regular occurrence, but something very bad must have happened yesterday for the kid to end up on the roof of a very, very tall building. Danny would bet his own core that Blondie and his posse had something to do with it. So, Danny was going to stay with Greenie, that much was certain. His core hummed in agreement, ready to protect the innocent. However, there was a slight, itsy-bitsy, teeny-tiny problem with that. Danny didn't exist here. He couldn't enroll in the school if he didn't have a birth certificate to prove he existed, and he was pretty sure he needed some kind of guardian who could vouch for him or pay for his education. Danny held up his hand to count what he needed. A birth certificate? Nope. A home address? Nope. A parent or guardian? Nope and nope. Money? Extra nope. A corporeal and visible body that could attend school in the first place? Somehow, nope. Dropping his head in his now open hand, he heaved a huge sigh. This was going to be a lot harder than he thought. What could he even do? He really shouldn't have opened his big mouth and promised something so fast. Okay, alright, maybe he shouldn't think about it like Danny would. Danny thinking would just make it worse. What would Tucker do? After a few moments of thinking, Danny shook his head. Tucker would have somehow hacked the school system and made himself a student there in no time. Danny couldn't hack into anything, and even if he could, he didn't have anything to hack the school with in the first place. Besides, he really couldn't attend school like this. He just looked like an empty chair. And he couldn't read or write Japanese. Oh ancients, he couldn't even read or write Japanese. Of course he can't go to school if he can't even understand the material if it's written down. He wouldn't even be able to take the tests or do the homework. No, that wouldn't work, not at all. No Tucker thinking then. What would Sam do? Sam would probably beat the bullies up and establish dominance as quickly as possible. Which didn't seem like a horrible idea, but Danny wasn't sure he could keep it up for the time he was here, and if he left for whatever reason, he might have made it worse for Greenie once the protection was gone. No, he needed something subtler. Now, maybe he should have looked to his sister as a role model first before his friends, but that's just not how his mind worked. His friends were there for crazy shenanigans, his sister was there for the level-headed stuff and emotional support, and other dimensional travel definitely counted as crazy shenanigans. But maybe something more level-headed and emotional support-like was exactly what was needed in this crazy world. What would Jazz do? Danny pondered for a while, trying to get into his sister's mindset. She would probably psychoanalyze everything before doing anything, and then she'd try to give both Greenie and Blondie therapy. Danny really didn't feel like spending time with this Kakin to try and make him see the error in his ways. That seemed like a great way to get blown up to the heavens and back. Greenie, on the other hand, a crazy idea was forming in his head. What if he helped Greenie get better at defending himself? Then, when Danny left, Greenie would still be able to stay safe and maybe even make some friends. Was there anything in the psychobabble Jazz used to spout that Danny could use? He barely remembered anything, usually tuning her out once she started ranting about therapy and parental neglect. He was often too tired to pay much attention to what she was saying, especially when she was saying so much. Where did she even get all that information from? She wasn't even in college yet. He vaguely remembered her saying something about online school, trying to get him to follow along with one of her lectures, but that's it. He didn't have to go to a normal school here. He could just say he was taking online classes. It would give him the perfect excuse to not appear physically at Greenie's school, and he could even use this weird quirk thing to his advantage. No one could tell him he needed to go to a physical school if Danny can't stay in the physical plane for long. A wide grin spread across his face as his plan fell into place. He could shadow Greenie during the day, subtly keep the bullies away as much as he could, and then hang out with him after school and teach him some fighting moves or something. He was still working out what he would teach him. Most of what Danny knew came from fighting ghosts, but he was sure he could help Greenie one way or another. He had heard one of the bullies mention something about being a hero, so maybe Greenie wanted to be a hero too? That would make it even easier. He could just say it was hero training or something. Surely this couldn't go wrong? Danny was so busy trying to think up a training plan that he didn't notice someone landing on the roof behind him until that person started picking up papers. It wasn't so much the sound of his homework rustling as the feeling of worry that clued him in on the extra presence on the roof. For once he was glad his default mode was silent, as he definitely didn't want anyone to hear the yelp he let out as he spun around. There, in the waning evening light, was the same dark-clad man with a gray scarf Danny had talked to yesterday. He was collecting the homework Danny hadn't found the time or energy to clean up, an annoyed expression behind his yellow goggles. He wasn't sure what to say. He definitely didn't want to lose his homework, but he also couldn't exactly use the same excuse as yesterday and hope the man would go away. He watched for a while longer as the man carefully picked up every single piece of paper. He stacked them gently and even picked up some stray pens and a notebook that had fallen out of Danny's backpack. When he went to retrieve said backpack, Danny couldn't stop himself anymore. "Please don't take that," he blurted out. Danny could taste the surprise of the man, though outwardly there was hardly a pause in his step. He kept walking towards the backpack, passing a floating and invisible Danny on the way. "Why not?" came his answer, the same as yesterday. "Because," Danny racked his brain for a suitable answer. "Because I need it?" "Great answer, Danny, 10 out of 10, that will definitely make the man go away." "Homework, right?" The man huffed, and Danny swore he felt some amusement rise between the concern, though the man's default facial expression stayed annoyed. "Yup, ha," Danny chuckled nervously, "just can't get enough of rooftop homework, you know? It's a real perspective shift." "I'm sure it is." "Okay, that was definitely amusement. Why can't he make it easier and actually show his emotions on his face? Why must he make Danny guess? Still, I think homework is supposed to be done, you know, at home." "I disagree. My friend does her homework at school. Does that then make it just schoolwork?" Danny crossed his arms, even though the man couldn't see him, all the while trying to think of a way to make the man just put his homework in his backpack and leave him alone. He could quickly feel himself tiring. He didn't have much energy left with so few people around. The man hummed in thought. "Maybe you should do it at school with her, then you wouldn't have to do so much roof work." He ducked his head in his scarf, his frown deepening. Danny was getting serious whiplash from his facial expression versus the feelings he was projecting. Worry and amusement were a very weird mix. His tongue tingled. Can't, I'm getting homeschooled now. Danny wished he never opened his mouth sometimes, but, well, if he was going to go with this new life anyways, he might as well start early. Did something happen? The man was now putting the papers into the backpack, though luckily he didn't rummage through the other pockets or take off with the offending object. Danny really didn't know how he would explain the Fenton taser stuffed in the front pocket. Just some quirk stuff, nothing much. Danny tried to sound casual, but his voice wavered with nerves. Can I have my backpack back now? The man tried to level him with a look, though he was looking a few feet to the left, and held a tight grip on the backpack. How about I walk you home, kid? It's not very safe to be wandering around on your own at night. I'm a pro hero, so I'll make sure you get home safe. Danny knew that saying he didn't have a home would only make things worse, so he stayed quiet as he tried to think of an excuse. Why couldn't he just go away? Danny knew he was just doing his job, if what he said about being a pro hero was true, and Danny had just done the same with Greenie, so he was just being hypocritical, but these were definitely vastly different situations. He couldn't just say, oh yeah, I'm from another dimension, so I don't actually have a home and have been sleeping on this rooftop. Also, I don't have a quirk and am technically dead. He would cause the man a heart attack. Pro hero? He asked in the end. You don't look very hero-like. Danny didn't know much about the world here, but he sure had noticed the few heroes he'd seen, and their costumes were a lot brighter than this guy's. The man pulled out a small plastic card from his jumpsuit, holding it out in the general direction of Danny. I'm an underground hero, Eraserhead. I'm not supposed to look very hero-like. Floating closer, Danny scrutinized the card in the low light of the moon. On it was a picture of the man in front of him, as well as the title of Pro Hero Eraserhead. Well, ancients beat med, they actually had government IDs for heroes. If Danny had something like this back home, would people stop hunting him down? He could only hope for less manhunting, though he wouldn't dare hope for government support. After Eraserhead had decided enough time had passed, he put the card back where it came from. Danny was sure the man had many different hidden pockets in his jumpsuit from which he could pull the most insane things. At least, that's what Danny would have done if he had a jumpsuit like that as his hero suit. What's your name, kid? Danny Faye Dash, Danny said without thinking. He was able to stop himself from giving his last name as well, clamping his mouth shut. American? Eraser asked, holding out the backpack. Did you move here recently? Danny tried taking the backpack, but his strength left him as soon as he lifted it out of Eraserhead's hand. It fell to the ground with a clatter, though luckily the zipper was closed and his homework stayed in one place for now. Eraser looked at the backpack with his own version of surprise. Danny? Danny couldn't reply anymore. He felt so tired. He just wanted to be left alone. Please just go away. Let him rest. He didn't want to worry about this anymore. He just wanted Sam and Tucker and Jazz to tell him it's all right and to take him back home. Go away, he said, though Eraser couldn't hear him anymore. Still, his hoping paid off as Eraser took one last look at the backpack, looked around confused, and then jumped to a different rooftop, disappearing in the distance. Danny laid down, curling around his backpack even if he couldn't touch it, and closed his eyes. He was so tired. Maybe tonight he'd be able to sleep? Nope. No sleep for Danny. He'd been tossing and turning all night, unable to fall into blissful oblivion despite being dead, tired. With being unable to sleep, of course, also came an overactive imagination. His brain kept replaying the conversations he's had with Greenie, he should really ask for his name, and Eraserhead, wondering if he had done the right thing, if he should have said something else, if he made himself a target of sorts with the local heroes, if he should have promised Greenie to meet him or not. When the sun finally shone down on him, Danny had been just as tired as he was when the sun went down. He knew being around Greenie was pretty energizing, and he wanted to keep an eye on him anyways, so going to Greenie's apartment to wait for him to leave for school seemed like a great and definitely not creepy option. He floated above Greenie the whole way to school, feeling himself get less tired by the minute. Greenie was feeling a lot of things too, from what Danny could smell. He seemed excited but also terrified, though Danny was starting to think that fear was just one of Greenie's default emotions, which was pretty sad to think about. The excitement died down the closer they got to school, and disappeared completely once Greenie was sitting at his desk in the classroom. Danny kept floating above him, wondering if people were going to try to bother him today as well and what he might get away with if he tried intervening without getting caught. Greenie seemed to be lucky today, as people mostly left him alone. They stared at him in the hallways and whispered among each other, but most of the students decided they didn't want to have anything to do with him right now. A rumor had spread that there was a ghost in their classroom and that it was haunting Deku, and Danny hoped that would be enough to keep everyone away. Of course, Danny didn't get what he wanted, and the angry blonde from yesterday decided to insert himself back into Greenie's life around lunchtime, having decided that the ghost story was bullshit. Deku! Greenie flinched at the yell from down the hallway and shakily turned around. Danny watched warily from above. Weiss, Kaken? What the f was that yesterday? Kaken asked aggressively as he grabbed Greenie by the collar, nearly lifting him off the ground. You been hiding a quirk or something, huh? What? Not hiding anything, Kaken. Greenie stammered, bringing his hands up in surrender. Liar. You've probably been hiding your quirk for years, haven't you? Laughing at all of us behind your back. Kaken shook Greenie for good measure, Greenie's uniform smoking in his hands. Danny smelt the anger and fear mixing in the hallway, swirling around the two until it was impossible to tell which emotion belonged to who. It filled Danny with energy, wiping away the last traces of exhaustion. He was sure that if he were visible, he would have glowed. I'm quirkless. I swear, Kaken. I wouldn't lie about that. Greenie desperately tried to make Blondie see sense, but it didn't seem like it was working. Kaken growled, "Wow, what is he, a dog?" and literally blasted Greenie backwards, letting him fall on his butt. The explosion had ruined the boy's uniform and singed his hair, smoke filling the space around him. Kaken stomped his foot on Greenie's chest, pushing him fully to the ground and agitating what were probably at least second-degree burn wounds on his chest. He towered over him, hands clawed and ready to strike again. Danny surged forward to pull Kaken away from Greenie, his hands going through Kaken as he forgot he was intangible by default. If I find out you're lying about this, I'll kill you myself, Deku. The need to protect his new friend and the fear of making things worse if he was seen made Danny hesitate in trying to pull Kaken away again. The excess energy from all the emotions leaked out, creating a soft breeze in the hallway, making posters and flyers flutter gently. Luckily, or unluckily if you were Greenie, Kaken had decided to make some more explosions in his hands to intimidate the boy beneath him some more. Got it? Greenie nodded his head as fast as he could, the rest of his body staying motionless to avoid the explosions. Once Kaken was satisfied, he stomped his foot down one more time and walked away, making Greenie wheeze and curl up to protect his chest and stomach. Greenie lay there for a while longer, barely moving. Danny floated closer, sitting crisscross applesauce in the air next to the poor boy. He gently put a hand on Greenie's back, though he didn't dare make himself tangible. In between all the fear and pain, Danny felt a simmering rage rise from deep within Greenie. He didn't blame the boy, he felt himself getting angrier and angrier the more he stayed within this school, and it was only his second day there. Who knew how long Greenie had been subjected to treatment like this? Danny felt more and more sure of his plan to stay in contact with the boy and help him defend himself, because this was insane. At least Danny had to face off against ghosts most of the time, not students who had bombs for hands. Danny waited casually by the front gate of the school, almost leaning against the wall to avoid any passers-by who couldn't see him. He'd rushed out once the last bell rang so he would be there before Greenie and hopefully not be suspicious as hell. He had tried all day to mentally prepare himself to meet with Greenie without talking about two specific things that he could only know if he had been in school as well. He didn't want to creep Greenie out, even though he was technically, maybe, perhaps, stalking him. As students started trickling out the gate, Danny started paying attention to his surroundings again. It seemed Greenie had chosen not to be the first one out today. Maybe he was trying to get his uniform to be more presentable in the bathrooms? He had gotten reprimanded by teachers throughout the day about his uniform being a mess. Danny had to keep himself from shouting at the teachers all day because Boom Boom Boy didn't even get any sideways glances. It was so obvious who ruined the uniform, but knew it definitely was all Deku's fault. Even the DMN teachers were calling him that, so maybe it was actually his name, But something in Danny told him it wasn't something Greeny wanted to be called. The steady stream of middle schoolers stopped, and Danny started to get worried when Greeny didn't follow after another 5 minutes. He paced outside the gates, debating with himself on if he should go inside to check where Greeny was or if that would be really weird to do, when Greeny shuffled out the gates. He was looking at his shoes, shoulders hunched and hands clamped around the straps of his backpack. His uniform looked even worse now, as Greeny had clearly tried to clean up the soot by scrubbing the jacket and shirt with wet paper towels. Danny didn't even have to fake his concern, as he had feared he would have gotten too used to the sight from seeing it all day, and acting was not his strong suit, and he audibly gasped from his invisible pacing. Greeny nearly jumped a foot in the air at the sudden sound and looked around frantically, probably trying to clock any of his bullies before they could catch him. "What happened?" Danny asked, coming closer. Greeny visibly relaxed once he realized who was talking and gave a brittle smile in Danny's general direction. "It's nothing, just an accident," he replied, trying to smooth out his uniform. "That doesn't look like an accident," Danny said, knowing it wasn't. He floated closer and carefully touched Greeny's shoulder. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Greeny tried not to flinch at the touch, but Danny could still feel him going rigid. His eyes darted to the ground nervously as he tried to keep up the facade. "I'm fine really, Danny. Thanks for asking though." Greeny looked up again and a much more genuine smile appeared on his face, as if Danny asking if he was okay was something to be happy over. Like it wasn't asked of him often or sincerely. Danny felt like he should meet the kid's parents at least once while he was here and see if he was even safe at home or not. "If you say so," Danny lifted his hand away from Greeny's shoulder, unsure how to continue. He hadn't seen the kid go to any nurse's office during the day, but the first aid Greeny had administered to himself was probably better than what Danny could have done, so maybe for now he could let it be and see if Greeny was willing to share what happened on his own once they got to know each other better. Jazz did always say that people who are hurt often need more time and care before they could open up about stuff like that, which is why some people went to the same therapist for months or years before they were able to talk about the deep stuff. Maybe he could be a bit like his sister for Greeny, even though he didn't know much about this therapy stuff. "So what do you want to do?" Greeny asked, uncertain. "What? Oh yeah. Well, I'm still pretty new here. Maybe you could show me around a bit while we talk?" It was true that, while Danny could fly, he hadn't explored the city too much, and any exploring he had done on his first day had been in such a panicked rush that he barely knew where anything was. "Oh sure. Are you looking for anything specific? Maybe some hangout spots? Where do you usually go when you want to get out of the house?" Greeny started walking, seemingly out of muscle memory as he thought about it. His look turned a bit sheepish and Danny felt embarrassment and some shame coming off of him in waves. I don't really have anyone to hang out with, so I don't have any usual spots for that. I do like hero watching, but hero fights happen pretty randomly along any pro's patrol route. I could, maybe, show you some of the more common places where heroes patrol? Only if you want to, though. We can definitely go somewhere else if you're not interested. The heroes here have regular patrol routes? Is that why he'd seen Eraserhead 2 nights in a row? DMN it? Was he going to have to try and get his backpack to a different roof to avoid the hero finding him a third time? He didn't think he'd have enough energy to get it far tonight, with how every evening had been going so far. Sure, I didn't know heroes had regular patrol routes. Danny followed Greeny by floating above him. He didn't particularly enjoy people walking through him, and Danny was starting to get used to following the boy like that. "Most heroes do," Greeny replied, his enthusiasm growing. "Spotlight heroes have the most regular patrol routes, so it's really easy to find them in case something is wrong. It also makes it easy to find blind spots, but most crime doesn't happen during the day because Spotlight heroes scare villains off. Twilight heroes are a lot less visible, but they work together with both Spotlight and Underground heroes and cover a lot of ground. They're mostly working during less busy hours and often have quirks that are less suited for large-scale combat. Their patrol routes vary a lot because they fill the gaps between different Spotlight heroes, but they usually do have a few routes they like to stick to and just switch between those. Underground heroes have the most varied routes of them all. They mostly work at night and in neighborhoods that might be neglected otherwise. A lot of them have quirks that help with stealth or more subtle quirks that don't attract too much attention. It's really hard to find them, but they often find crime on their own without anyone having to go to them. It's really cool. He was definitely passionate about heroes. Danny couldn't relate. He wished the people in his town had even a drop of Greeny's enthusiasm when they were talking about him, but oh well. He had to live in a place where ghosts are hunted instead. Wow, you sure know a lot about heroes, Danny laughed. He was sure he would forget most of that information soon, especially with how fast Greeny talked, but it definitely wouldn't hurt to have someone so knowledgeable about heroes close to him. Greeny turned bright red. I just really like heroes, you know? They're really cool, and they help so many people. Not wanting Greeny to feel so ashamed of his hobbies, Danny asked, "Well, I don't know many heroes. Can you tell me about your favorites? Maybe we can even find them during their patrol if they're nearby." The boy brightened immediately, making Danny squint his eyes. It was like a second sun had risen right beneath him. Yeah, this look was way better. Danny let himself fall into a rhythm as Greeny talked about All Might. Why was he so sad and angry? Present Mike, Gang Orca, Merku, Midnight, Eraserhead, Recovery Girl. Wait, Eraserhead? So cool, I swear. He's been patrolling a lot more in Mizudafu now than he used to, but I think he's just changing his patrol routes again because some villains figured the old ones out. I've seen it happen before. Eraserhead is really hard to find though. I've only seen him from afar, and there's barely any pictures of him online because he works at night and doesn't stay very long after dealing with the villains. I don't think the media even knows he exists because no one has ever interviewed him before, and yeah, most underground heroes stay out of the media spotlight for a reason. A lot of them at least have like an article about their debut, no matter how small, but there's nothing on him. Greeny stopped his rambling to take a deep breath, something he hadn't done for the past 30 seconds. Danny opened his mouth before his new friend could continue. "You seem to know a lot about him for a hero that doesn't want to be found," he laughed, patting Greeny on the shoulder good-naturedly when the teen turned red. I really look up to him, you know?" Greeny looked at his feet, fidgeting with his hands like he'd been laughed at way too much about this topic. "From what we figured out, he fights mostly quirkless. I just thought that, maybe, if he could be a hero without a combat-oriented quirk, maybe I could be one too, you know? But I don't think I can be one anymore." Who's we? Danny was going to have to put a pin in that, hoping that the kid has some friends out of school and wasn't somehow collaborating with a villain who was planning Eraserhead's downfall by analyzing his fighting and quirk. Now though, he really wanted to know who the a-hole was that told this kid he couldn't be a hero, besides everyone at his horrible school. "Why not?" Danny asked, trying to keep his voice light and curious and not like he was about to go on a warpath. Greeny looked up at his general area, confusion written on his face. "Because I'm quirkless." "Why would that matter?" Danny asked, continuing before Greeny could go on another self-deprecating ramble. "You've just said Eraserhead fights mostly quirkless. Why wouldn't you be able to?" "Because he does have a quirk. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but it seems to be some sort of quirk nullifier, so he levels the playing field and he can fight quirkless because his opponents usually are." "Alright, that's pretty cool, but that doesn't mean you can't become a hero either." "But does, though? Everyone keeps saying it, everyone keeps telling me to give up on my dreams and that they're unrealistic and unsafe." Tears were now welling up in big green eyes, making Danny feel guilty for bringing up such a sore spot, but he couldn't back down now. "Even All Might told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk." "Wait, what?" Danny stopped in his tracks. "The so-called #1 hero?" Greeny aggressively wiped away the tears that threatened to fall, waves of fury, resignation, and hurt hitting Danny all at once as the boy tried to find his words. They stayed quiet for a moment, ignoring the looks Greeny, were getting from the people walking around them. Not one of them stopped to see what was wrong. "I asked him," Greeny started, his voice small and his words interrupted by a hiccup. "He saved me and I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk." He took a deep, shuddering breath. "And he said that no, I couldn't, and I should be more realistic with my dreams." More and more anger was shining through, drowning out the resignation but not the hurt. Danny felt it in his core, the iceness spreading throughout his non-corporeal body and infecting the air around them. People shuddered as they walked through the sudden cold spot Danny had created around him, but he didn't care. That absolute moron. Danny cried out, his form flickering in and out of visibility as the emotions raging inside him shook his control. More people glanced their way, but neither cared. How could he say that to anyone? I saw him on TV saying everyone could be a hero, and then he turns around and says this shit. What a hypocrite. Taking Greeny's arm, Danny made sure to be visible for this exchange so he could look him in the eyes properly. Once he was sure he had his undivided attention, which wasn't hard, he'd been looking at Danny with wide eyes ever since he started yelling. Danny said, "Listen, I don't care if All Might is the #1 hero. Ancients, he could have created the universe for all I care, and I still would tell you this. He's wrong. He's so wrong he could have told me the sky was blue and I still wouldn't have believed him. You know why? Because 2 of my best friends are quirkless, and both of them are better heroes than All Might could ever be." Greeny's eyes somehow widened even more and his shock was palpable. It. Not giving him any chance to reply just yet, Danny continued. Tucker is one of the smartest people I've ever met, and Sam is more compassionate and strong than any so-called hero ever could be. My sister doesn't have powers, and she's saved my butt more times than I can count in more ways than I could explain. They mean the world to me and they're heroes. Not just my heroes, but the heroes of the town I live in. So don't you ever think you can't be a hero too just because you don't have any fancy powers or because some overimportant monkey in a colorful suit said you can't be. Taking a deep breath. Even though he didn't need to breathe, he tried to calm himself down from his tirade so he wouldn't scare Greeny more than he maybe already had. Danny took in the hope emanating from Greeny, the stars shining in his eyes, and the quiet apprehension waiting to emerge if he said the wrong thing. Even though Danny had never wanted to be a hero, even though he had fallen into the job by a pretty horrible accident and would love to have his normal life back, he also knew that this world was very different from his own. Heroes were celebrated, not hunted down. Kids dreamt of being heroes their entire lives, and he could never crush someone's dreams like that. He felt more certain than ever that he needed to help this kid, and that he had the experience to help him succeed. "You can be a hero," Danny said firmly, like it was a universal truth, and maybe it was. "And I will help you become one." The world stayed quiet for a moment, like only the 2 of them existed and the universe was holding its breath to see what would happen, and then Greeny burst out into tears so forcefully that Danny, having let go of Greeny in surprise, was pushed away, flailing around in midair to try and stop his momentum. He had luckily turned invisible and intangible in the moment, having been flung onto the road and getting run through by a truck. The shock of having a semi driving through his head helped him get back to his feet and he scrambled back to the sidewalk where Greeny was still crying. Everyone else kept a wide berth around him, either ignoring him or giving him weird looks. Really, man, why was no one concerned for a crying teenager in the middle of the sidewalk? Danny flew over the other pedestrians and landed back in front of Greeny. At least with everyone avoiding the boy, Danny didn't have to worry about being walked through. Small mercies. He made his hand tangible and put it on Greeny's shoulder, trying to be a grounding presence. "You okay?" Very eloquent, Danny. He's crying his eyes out, and all you can say is, "You okay?" Jazz always made this look so easy. Why did Danny have to have his foot in his mouth whenever someone started crying? Greeny nodded his head quickly, wiping his face harshly. He looked in Danny's general direction with big watery eyes and a wobbly smile. I'm okay," he hiccuped. No one has ever told me that before." "Well, they should have," Danny replied, trying to drown out his own awkwardness with righteous fury. What did you mean with, 'I'll help you become one'?" Though Danny no longer seemed to have a pulse or be in the visible light spectrum, he still felt his face heat up in embarrassment. He really did say that, huh? He had some sort of passionate speech like some cheesy action movie and now had to live with that thought for the rest of his life. At least it seemed to have worked on Greeny. "I mean, I could help you train? You wanted to get into a hero school, yeah? I can teach you some things I know, we could train together." The look on Greeny's face could have blinded anyone in a 3-mile radius. Are you also planning on becoming a hero, Danny? Is that why you moved to Japan? To go to you? Well, that's as good an excuse as any, right? Yeah, basically, Danny replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Though Danny could smell Greeny's enthusiasm and could practically taste the hope coming off of him, Greeny seemed to become a little shy with his next request. Would you? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, but maybe we could become heroes together. When Danny didn't immediately respond, Greeny continued rambling. I mean, only if you want to though. I know I probably won't make a very good hero partner, and you probably have your own plans and dreams and I don't want to get in the way of those. Hey, calm down dude, Danny replied. Sure, if we both get into UA, we can become heroes together. He regretted it the moment the words came out of his mouth. Go to UA? How long was he planning on staying here? He was going to take the next portal back home. He really shouldn't be promising such things to a kid he barely knows, especially when he didn't know when the next portal would come and he could go home. But when he saw Greeny light up like a kid on Christmas and excitedly started babbling about hero costumes and training schedules, he felt like he had made the right choice somehow. They started walking again, Danny listening intently to all the suggestions Greeny had for where their training could take place. They took a break at a nearby park, trying to hash out a more solid plan, but it didn't take long for some kids from Greeny's school to spot them, so they had to quickly evacuate to a safer place. Running, or floating in Danny's case, through alleyways, they lost the 3 bullies in a maze of backstreets and alcoves. Panting, Greeny took a moment to rest against the wall of the alleyway they ended up in while Danny made sure they were truly safe. They're gone, he reported once he did a lap around the building. You okay? I'm all right, Greeny gasped out. They really needed to work on his stamina, Danny mentally noted. Where are we? Danny asked, looking around. They were in a different part of the city, somewhere he hadn't been before, and he had no clue how to get back to Greeny's home or his own rooftop from here. He would probably be able to find his own building back after flying around some more, but he had a local with him right now, might as well see if Greeny knew how to get back. Greeny replied, walking to the end of the alley to check. We're at Tacoba Beach. Danny looked out of the alley himself, ready to see a nice beach with people chilling on it, only to be met with a pile of garbage as far as the eye could see. He turned his head, trying to find the beach Greeny had been talking about, but there was no sand to be found. Anywhere. This is a beach? Well, Greeny said, rubbing his neck with one hand, it's been like this for a while. Trash kept washing up from the sea and people started dumping more and more, so it turned into this. That's horrible. Yeah, it is, Greeny agreed. Nobody comes here anymore really, and no one wants to clean so much trash, so it's been like this since I can remember. I know how to get home from here though, so we're officially no longer lost. Danny chuckled awkwardly. How could this have happened? Even in Amity Park, people would come together to clean up after ghost attacks, which bled into them cleaning up any part of Amity Park where trash tended to clutter. How could in this world, where there were so many heroes and so many hero versus villain battles, there not be some sort of organization that helps clean things up? Or were those only for the battles and nothing else? Why would the city not want to clean up a beach like that? Danny? Greeny asked. He was already halfway down the street while Danny stared at what used to be a beach, lost in thought. No one comes here anymore, right? Danny asked, resolve building in his chest. When Greeny hummed in agreement, Danny continued. What if we trained here? Greeny looked confused for only a moment before clarity hit him. No one would see us here, it's completely isolated. You could even use your quirk without problem since no one would be there to see and report us. Exactly, and we can help clean up the beach as we go, Danny added. I don't think I could get tetanus, but I'd rather you don't get sick from falling on some rusted iron. And the beach would start looking nicer again. It could be our first act of heroism together, don't you think? That I hadn't thought about that before, Greeny sounded thoughtful. Being a hero is about helping people, and usually that's through defeating villains, but cleaning this beach would also be helping people, right? Look at that, you'll already become a hero before we even go to UA. Danny laughed, slinging an arm around Greeny's shoulders so they could start walking back to his home. My friend made this meme when reading this story and I don't know how to add pictures to the end note, so I'm adding it here. Oh. This time, Danny was ready when a dark figure jumped onto his rooftop. He made sure to be right by his backpack so he could stop Eraserhead from grabbing his stuff again. There was only so much he could do, of course, without becoming exhausted, so he stayed intangible and invisible until the last possible moment. He had hoped Eraserhead wouldn't come by anymore, that he had gotten tired of the weird teenager hanging out on the roof of a tall building, but he should have known that was too much to hope for. "Kid!" Eraserhead called out, casually looking around. He spotted the backpack, still in the same spot where it dropped yesterday, and walked closer. Danny could smell the worry a mile away, giving him the boost he needed to start talking. "Yo, Eraser dude." Danny started before wincing at himself. Who even says that? "Yo, Eraser dude? Are you insane? Fancy seeing you here again. Is this your favorite rooftop or something?" "Not mine, but it seems to be yours," Eraserhead replied, his posture relaxing minutely. Honestly, if Danny couldn't smell the relief, he wouldn't have noticed at all. "Still doing rooftop homework?" "Up. You know me, can't get enough of it." Danny tried to sound casual, but he was sure the awkwardness was bleeding through his words. "Uh-huh, sure kid." Eraserhead definitely saw through him. "Are you all finished? How about I walk you home this time?" Finished? And oh no, I'm just starting. Got a bit of a late start today, huh? Danny chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. How was he supposed to get rid of this hero if he was so insistent on walking him home every day? He didn't even have a home here. Well, maybe the rooftop counted? He'd come back there every day after all, surely that counted. Besides, I'm already home. Eraser looked around skeptically. "You live here?" "Demon bro, no need to sound so judgmental." "Yup." "In this building?" "Yeah." "Danny." Eraser said his name for the first time tonight, startling Danny for a moment before he remembered he'd given Eraser his name last night. "These are office buildings. No one lives here." "Ah, did I say I lived in this building?" No, I meant, Danny quickly looked around to try and find a building where some of the lights were on, hoping that meant it was an apartment building of some kind. He saw one in the near distance and pointed towards it, continuing to talk. "In that one over there." Eraser raised an eyebrow, decidedly not looking where Danny was pointing. It took an embarrassingly long moment to remember he was currently invisible. Eraser had done such a good job pinpointing where Danny's voice was coming from that Danny hadn't realized he wasn't even visible. He was sure that even Eraser knew he was blushing from embarrassment at his small blunder. Ignoring his mistake, he concentrated on making his arm visible. Eraser's facial expression didn't change, but Danny did smell a bit of surprise coming off the man. Did he think Danny couldn't become visible? Or was he just surprised at suddenly seeing a floating arm with nothing attached? Either way, Eraser finally looked to where Danny was pointing. For a moment Danny thought he had won, only for Eraser to turn to him and shatter his lie with one short sentence. "That's a hotel." Danny dropped the visibility and simultaneously dropped his head in his hands with a groan. "That's Fenton luck for ya." Of all the buildings he could have pointed at. "Would you believe me if I said I'm staying at the hotel for now? Do you want me to believe that?" Please." Eraserhead sighed, sounding like he hadn't slept in years and just found out he wouldn't be able to sleep for 100 more. He looked through Danny, somehow nailing where Danny's eyes should be, and said, "Kid, I can't just let you hang out on a random roof in the middle of the night, and I can't pretend you live in that hotel when you seem to have no place to go. That would go against my morals and the law. Do you have any safe place to stay?" For once Danny wished Eraserhead could have been like his parents, not really caring where he was at any time of the day and letting him run around as much as he wanted. Ancients, it would have been better if he had been like those people ignoring Greenie today. At least then Danny could do what he needed to without any scrutiny. But no, Eraserhead had to actually be a good person who cared about those around him. Fantastic. What could he say though? That he was safe no matter where he was because he was always invisible and intangible? That he didn't need to worry about Danny dying on the streets because he was already dead? That he shouldn't take notice of a kid from a different dimension who wasn't even supposed to be here? None of those options would inspire any sort of confidence in the man that he could leave Danny alone. No, on the contrary, saying something like that might end up with Danny in an asylum or on a dissection table. Or would it be vivisection? He never was sure what it would be, with him being half dead. Either way, he couldn't let the man know what the real situation was. Maybe. Could he say he could stay with a friend? He only knew Greenie and he wasn't planning on actually crashing in his home, but maybe he could get Eraserhead off his back if he got escorted to Greenie's house and then just camped out on the roof once Eraser was gone? Surely nothing would go wrong with that plan. Right? Ancients, Danny, what if Eraser decides to ring the doorbell and wait until Danny is inside? No, he couldn't do that to his new friend. Who knows what Greenie's parents were like and if they would even want a stranger in their home. He couldn't just show up uninvited. His silence apparently spoke more than enough of his situation, and Eraser sighed again. Where are your parents, Danny? His voice was still gruff and his face hadn't changed from that disinterested expression, but somehow the question felt softer. Danny wasn't sure what to do with the change in tone and his mouth moved before his brain caught up. In America, he said, immediately regretting it. Do you have any family in Japan? Maybe it was the genuine concern dripping off of Eraserhead, or the fact Danny had started feeling more tired as the conversation went on, that Danny answered honestly. Not that I know of. All right, Eraser said, running a hand through his hair in a tired gesture. He seemed to be considering something seriously, his mood having plummeted the longer the conversation went on. All right, Danny asked, not sure what was happening anymore. Come on, kid, Eraser said, motioning for him to follow. Danny involuntarily floated closer to Eraserhead and asked, Where are we going? To the police station. They'll be able to help you better than I can in either finding a safe place to stay or going back to America, your choice. Danny froze in place. The police station? No, he couldn't go to the police. They'd find out he didn't exist and then he'd really be in trouble. Who knew what they'd do with a ghost? He doesn't even have a quirk or whatever, he's just dead. They'd sell him out to whatever government wanted him and he'd be stuck in a lab for the rest of his undead life. What if they had a version of the GIW? Did ghosts exist in this universe? He hadn't seen any yet, but that didn't mean anything. Were there anti-ecto acts? Discrimination laws against certain powers? He felt so stupid for not figuring that out first, to be so blinded by quirks and whatever Greenie had going on that he didn't do any basic research into the world he ended up in. No, Danny said. No. Eraser asked, raising an eyebrow. He was now standing near the edge of the building, waiting for Danny to follow him to his certain doom. Kid, this isn't a game. Staying here on your own isn't safe, and I'm not going to ignore a homeless teenager and just let them camp out on the roof of an office building. I'm not going. I'm not in danger and I can take care of myself. Danny tried to project resolve into his words, hoping to show that this was final and Danny wasn't going anywhere. Frustration from both Eraser and Danny started swirling around in Danny's core, fueled by the fear of becoming a lab rat and getting tortured again. Why couldn't everyone just leave him alone? Kid, I'm sure you have a great quirk that can help you with many things, but it's still not safe for a teenager to just walk around the city at night, no matter how invisible you are. Eraser came closer again, holding out a hand to motion to the backpack on the roof. Can you even lift that on your own? I'm fine, I don't need your help, okay? Danny replied, floating protectively in front of his backpack. I'm fine. He wasn't sure who he was trying to convince with that, but it was clear it wasn't working. Come on, the police aren't some big bad boogeyman out to hurt you. They can be annoying, sure, but they'll be able to find you a good place to stay. I'm not going to the police. Danny's voice became more agitated, a sliver of static creeping into his words. I'm not a criminal and I won't be locked up again. His breathing became erratic even though he didn't need to breathe, his time in Vlad's basement flashing through his mind. The police wouldn't have done anything. They were always chasing him around, calling him a nuisance and a freak, trying to catch him with the weapons his parents made just to hurt him, to lock him up, to experiment on him. No, he couldn't trust that the police here would be any different. Deep breaths, kid. They're not going to lock you up. I know you're not a criminal and they know that too. Try to follow my breathing, all right? Eraser came even closer, softly counting his breaths and trying to show Danny how to follow along, but Danny wasn't paying attention. He didn't want Eraser to come closer. Why couldn't everyone just leave him alone when he asked for space? Go away. Eraser stopped where he was. Danny dash. I'm not going. Leave me alone. He yelled. The swirl of emotions burst forth from his chest and hit Eraser full force, causing him to stagger. For a moment the only movement on the roof was the wind swirling around Danny. Then, a slightly dazed Eraserhead made his way to the edge of the roof and jumped away, leaving Danny to himself. Danny crumpled under the exhaustion that hit him once Eraser was but a speck on the horizon, curling into himself as he gasped for air he didn't need. At last, he was alone. That's what he wanted, so why did it hurt so much? If anyone asked him, Danny didn't know why so many people tripped at Greeny's school today. There's absolutely no correlation between people tripping and people insulting Greeny at all. Stop looking into it. All Danny did today was follow Greeny around like a normal friend would, even if said friend didn't know he was following him, and laugh at people falling, nothing more, nothing less. Surely they were just having a bad day if they kept falling over empty air. Maybe Greeny noticed, maybe he didn't. Danny wouldn't know because he definitely had nothing to do with it and wasn't checking Greeny's reaction after every incident. Greeny ducking his head and hiding a smile definitely didn't make him feel vindicated about his actions, because there were no actions he took to feel vindicated about. There's no proof Danny did anything at all. Which meant he could laugh uproariously when Greeny told him the story of how someone in his class tripped into a garbage can today during lunch, conveniently leaving out the fact said classmate had thrown Greeny's lunch out the window right before that. Greeny's lunch had also mysteriously reappeared in his backpack afterward, which Danny definitely didn't have anything to do with either. Danny, please, Greeny tried saying, holding back his own laughter. You shouldn't laugh at the misfortune of other people. His hair was full of pudding. Please tell me he spent the rest of the day cleaning pudding out of his hair. Danny laughed even harder when Greeny nodded. Ancients, I wish I had been there to see it. Greeny picked up the bag they'd filled with trash while talking and carried it back to the sidewalk with difficulty. Danny tried helping at first, but picking up objects had been too tiring even with Greeny's emotions to keep him going, so Greeny had been doing all the cleaning so far while Danny floated unhelpfully by his side. At least he made for good company? When does the trash collector come again? Danny asked, wiping tears from his eyes from laughing so hard. Tomorrow, according to the schedule I found online. Greeny replied with difficulty, groaning as he walked up the stairs. How many does that make now? Danny did a quick count. 6. You're doing great. Greeny ducked his head in, but Danny could still see his ears going red at the praise. He's been doing that a lot, Danny noticed, hiding his face whenever someone says something nice to him. Sure, he makes himself smaller when faced with bullies too, but somehow he can look bullies in the eyes when they're talking down to him, but he can't look at Danny when he gets a compliment. Man, he really must have low self-esteem, huh? Really should do something about that. Maybe? We should stop cleaning for today, Danny says, and immediately Greeny's head snaps up and he can see the defiance in his eyes, ready to sputter his disagreements. We'll need more than just strength training if you want to be a hero, after all. All fight left Greeny's eyes as fast as it appeared, being replaced by determination at a frightening speed. Danny liked the spunk of this kid, even if it was hidden behind a wall of self-doubt. He just hoped he wouldn't end up killing Greeny by giving him the same fighting strategies as Phantom. He doubted Greeny could be brought back from the dead like Danny could, and he rather liked spending time with him while he was still alive. Strength is just one thing. There's gonna be lots of people stronger than you, especially when factoring in quirks, but that just means you have to beat them in other ways. Danny started his lecture, trying to channel both Sam and Jazz to sound more knowledgeable than he actually was. If you're not stronger, be faster, and if you can't be faster, be smarter. And if I'm not smarter either? Greeny asked, doubt and insecurity dripping from every word, but Danny could smell the fire in him starting to grow. Then be as unpredictable as possible. Danny floated from one side to the other, poking Greeny in different places while invisible. If they can't predict what your next move will be, then they can be as strong or fast or smart as they want to be, you'll still be able to take them by surprise. Greeny tried dodging his next poke, trying to predict where it would come from next. Danny instead wiped him off his feet when he took a step backwards, making Greeny squeak in surprise. That'll always give you an upper hand in battle. Danny became visible so he could extend a hand to Greeny and help him back to his feet. Greeny took a moment to look at him in awe before excitement made his whole body vibrate, and he grabbed Danny's hand and pulled him down to the ground with him. Danny let out an undignified yelp and landed on top of Greeny, going partially through him as he had only made his hand tangible. Greeny laid on the ground with Danny partially through him, their limbs a tangled mess, before they both burst out laughing. "Now that was a good move," Danny praised, rolling off and out of Greeny to sit beside him on the sand. "Should start training to be unpredictable as soon as possible, shouldn't I?" Greeny replied, shaking sand out of his hair. Danny was glad he didn't have to deal with sand like that. "Perks of being dead, am I right?" "You got me there," Danny said while playfully punching Greeny's shoulder. They sat silently for a moment, watching the sun color the sky in different shades of orange, pink, and purple as it set over the sea. Danny turned his head to watch the soft smile on Greeny's face, the boy's scent for once not plagued with fear or insecurity. Instead, a wonderful smell of contentment filled the air around them, making Danny warm and fuzzy. His eyes threatened to close without his permission, a feeling he hadn't had since coming here, and for once he thought he might actually be able to sleep. "You want to learn how to throw a punch?" Danny asked, breaking the moment before he fell asleep. No matter how much he craved a good night's sleep, he had a job to do, and he maybe also didn't want to leave Greeny alone when they were hanging out. "Yes," Greeny replied, his determination flaring up again as he got up from the sand. "I read about fighting styles online, but I've never gotten the chance to test any of them out." His expression turned a little sheepish at the admission. Training gyms don't really like having quirkless people as members. "Well, screw them, they don't know what they're missing out on," Danny replied, hoping to fan the spark he saw into a flame. He turned visible again to give Greeny a target to practice with and said, "Let's see how that theory works in practice." "Punch me." Greeny's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, come on. I want to see how good your form is, then we can start with what needs the most work." "Beeb, wouldn't that hurt?" Danny waved a hand through Greeny's head, making him shiver. "You'll need to hit me first for it to hurt, right?" He stuck out his tongue and then readied himself into a fighting stance. Greeny still looked uncertain, but held up his fists. With hesitation, Greeny brought his fist to Danny's chest, going through him with a shiver. Danny raised an eyebrow, looking at the first in his chest and Greeny's face in succession. Without any warning, he grabbed Greeny's wrist and spun around until he was behind Greeny, holding the boy's arm locked behind his back. With another push, Greeny was on his knees in the sand, squirming to get out of the hold but only making it harder on himself. Danny took pity on him and released him after a few seconds, letting Greeny catch his breath for a moment. "If you're going to hit, you have to do it with intent," Danny said, floating back to his starting place. "No villain will just stay put and take it, so you have to be decisive enough to commit to the attack before they can do anything." He got back into a fighting stance as Greeny got up. Greeny looked him over hungrily, like he was drinking up as much information as he could, a smile spreading across his face as he copied Danny's stance almost perfectly. Danny's grin matched Greeny's at the sight. He definitely was a fast learner. It took a moment for either of them to move, but then Greeny took a purposeful step forward, swinging his arm back and, with a grunt of effort, threw his fist as fast as he could towards Danny's chest. Seems he still needed to learn how to aim for vitals, but at least he didn't tuck his thumb into his hand, Danny thought as he dodged the punch. Even with being intangible, his instincts got him to move out of the way, and he countered by sticking his foot out. Greeny, who had already been off balance by throwing a punch, didn't have any way of stopping his momentum and tripped over Danny's leg, falling into the sand for a third time that day. "I feel like that's going to happen a lot," Greeny mumbled, spitting out sand with a disgusted frown. "Probably, but look at it this way," Danny replied, floating upside down in front of Greeny's face. "You can take revenge on me by getting good enough to push me into the sand." Greeny nodded, getting back up and resuming another fighting stance. Danny's grin grew even wider and he hurried to get back to his place again. You're telegraphing your movements. People will know where you're going to hit if you throw your arm out like that, he said, hopping from one foot to the other in the air. You're small, people will underestimate you, so you should take advantage of that. Try hitting here. He pointed right beneath his ribs. Kidneys are weak, and if you're fighting people bigger than you, they'll be easier to hit than their face. Greeny did just that, keeping his movement more contained, and aimed lower than before. Danny twirled out of the way, but Greeny had predicted his movement and twisted his body to throw out his left arm in a sloppy punch which went straight through Danny, making them both shiver. Nice! Danny exclaimed. I didn't expect you to try follow-throughs so fast. You'll do great in no time. Greeny turned a bright pink, which was hard to see during sunset, but Danny could taste the embarrassed but pleased feeling his compliment made Greeny feel. Danny clapped him on the shoulder and told him to try again, saying this time he'll try to be tangible the whole way through. Though he came close, Greeny hadn't been able to hit Danny yet by the time they finished their training for the day. Night had fallen and the beach was only faintly lit by the streetlights on the boardwalk and the faint glow Danny had when he was visible. Once it got too dark to see if they were getting close to any tripping hazards, Danny called their training off. You did great today, he said, exhaustion dragging his words down. Despite the energy he got from Greeny's emotions, staying both visible and tangible for so long had tired him out. Are you all right? Greeny asked from where he had been wiping his sweat off with a towel. Greeny, Danny yawned, just tired. Despite his assurances, Greeny's worries didn't seem assuaged. Danny ignored the concerned frown he was getting by looking around the nearby trash, pretending he was looking for something useful. Maybe we shouldn't have trained for so long, I'm sorry, Greeny eventually said, bowing his head. Danny waved his apology off, keeping his gaze on the trash. I was the one who wanted to help you, I don't see how that's your fault. Chin up, dude, he said distractedly. He'd seen some electronics in the trash earlier, and it was starting to give him some ideas. Even though his friends didn't have any powers, they were able to level the playing field with weapons. Maybe he could find something to turn into a weapon from here? If you're sure. Greeny shuffled nervously in the sand, the sound blending in with the wave hitting the beach. It's getting pretty late. Maybe we should go home. Greeny's words shook Danny out of his thoughts. Of course, Greeny had school in the morning, they really shouldn't stay out so late. He ignored the little voice saying, hypocrite, in his head and instead turned to Greeny. You're right, let's go, wouldn't want to keep you away from your beauty sleep. Danny winked and slung an arm over Greeny's shoulder. Together they started walking, or in Danny's case, floating, to the boardwalk and in the direction of Greeny's house. After a few minutes, Danny let himself turn invisible and intangible, the strain on the last of his energy getting too much. He could feel Greeny had something to ask, some worry to express, but he couldn't find the energy to push the question out of the boy. Their walk back was silent until they got to Greeny's home, where Danny said a quick goodbye before flying away, only staying close enough to watch Greeny go up the stairs to his apartment, then leaving for his own rooftop. He wondered if Eraserhead would come back today. Danny may not have the energy to keep him from his backpack today, and he might be able to lure Danny to the police station that way, but even so he kind of hoped he hadn't scared the man off too much by yelling. Floating right above the concrete of the rooftop, Danny watched unfamiliar constellations pass him by as sleep refused to take him once more. No one came. Danny definitely wasn't worried or disappointed that Eraserhead hadn't shown up that night, or the night after that, or the night after that night. 3 days wasn't that long. He probably had something to do. Danny knew from experience how busy someone could get from being a hero, and Danny didn't even do it as an actual full-time job like most of the heroes here. Still, it would have been nice to see the man at least once, if only to make sure Danny hadn't hurt him with whatever funky thing his powers had been doing the last time he'd seen Eraser. At least Greeny was making good progress. Danny accompanied him in the mornings before school to help clean the beach some more, then secretly followed him around during school, and then revealed himself again at the end of the day to continue their training. Greeny had actually been able to hit him today. Danny could still feel the pure joy his friend had radiated even hours after the fact. It got him smiling as he laid on the rooftop, staring up at the now more familiar stars. He didn't particularly want these constellations to become the new normal for him. It felt too much like leaving behind his own world for real. But for tonight, he would let himself revel in the comfort the familiarity was bringing him. With training during the evening, Danny kept growing more and more tired the more he used his tangibility and visibility, despite Greeny's non-stop supply of emotional energy. Danny didn't try helping with collecting trash anymore, finding it way too tiring to try and pick up even a bag of soggy chips to put into their trash bag. One good thing did come from their escapades on the beach though. Danny had found a broken taser. He wasn't a fan of electricity in any capacity, but so were most human beings, and if he could get it to work again, Greeny would be able to defend himself more easily. With the discovery of the taser, he had also discovered that he could still put things into his pockets like usual and suddenly the weight would be gone, the object becoming like his clothing that disappeared and reappeared with his own visibility. Greeny had been quite curious about that part of his quirk, but all Danny could say was that he hadn't tried that yet and so didn't know how it worked. Greeny had muttered quite a few theories which Danny hadn't been able to catch fully before continuing his work cleaning the beach. That same taser sat next to his backpack now. He had tried finding the small toolbox Tucker had forced him to carry in his bag at all times, but his hands kept going through his backpack until he had given up, dropping onto the roof in exhaustion. Maybe he should ask Greeny to help him access his bag. Danny sat up and shook his head at the thought. He looked around at his dismal living conditions. There's no way he could show his one and only friend in this world that he was basically homeless. Not that Greeny would judge him for it, quite the opposite. Danny was 1000% sure Greeny would invite him to stay with him and his mother in their apartment. Greeny really was way too trusting, and Danny did not in any way want to take advantage of Greeny's family by just bursting in like that. Danny didn't even know anything about Greeny's parents yet. What if they were horrible people? What if they didn't care about Greeny? With the way he had been going home before Danny interfered with the bullies, how had no one ever done anything? Were they like Danny's parents, well-meaning but a little too lost in their own worlds to notice what was going on with their kids? A little too threatening towards beings who are different from them? But even worse, what if they were nice people? What if they were nothing but kind to Danny when he showed up like this, more dead than alive, accepting him in their midst like it was nothing? He wasn't sure if he could handle that. With a sigh, Danny flopped back down on the rooftop, his eyes searching for the constellation he had named after Jazz. The sky was partially obscured by dark clouds, but he could still make out the vague outline of about 6 stars forming a semicircle. He ignored the sore feeling in his eyes as he thought of his sister, wondering how she was doing right now. Surely she missed him. He'd gone missing before and she had found him with the help of Sam, Tucker, and Kyujo. Maybe, if he thought hard enough about them, they'd show up right then and there to take him home. He could almost imagine a portal opening right in front of him and an irate but worried Jazz pulling him through, back into his own home, right into his sister's arms. What he wouldn't give to feel that warmth again. His peaceful and definitely not desperate musing was interrupted by the sound of air being displaced and feet landing on something hard close by. Danny sat up suddenly, eyes wide as he looked for the source. Not too far away from him, on the same roof, stood the very same figure he hadn't seen in 3 days. Eraserhead stood at the edge of the roof, back to the street, casually surveying the rooftop. At least, he tried to appear casual. Danny could smell the tenseness, a smidge of worry slipping through the facade and giving Danny the energy to speak. "Thought you had forgotten about me, Eraser," Danny quipped, hiding his relief. "What brings you back to my humble abode?" Eraser's head snapped immediately towards the source of the voice, though Danny did not make himself visible this time to conserve energy. A wave of relief washed over him, emanating from Eraser, though the only outward difference was the slight relaxation of his shoulders. If the hero could free his emotions more often like that, Danny might actually be able to have a full conversation with the man for once instead of getting cut off and hoping the man would leave his stuff alone. "I thought you didn't live here, kid," Eraser shot back, putting his hands in his pockets. "I don't, this is just my homework nook, duh," Danny replied with a playful grin, though Eraser couldn't see it. "Got any more homework you have to work on or are you free to go home?" "Well, Danny stumbled over his words as he realized Eraser might be able to help him get his tools if he played his cards right. Not homework, necessarily, he said slowly, but I do have a project of sorts for the science fair at school. Despite the goggles the man was wearing and the hair falling in his face, Danny could still see Eraser raise an eyebrow at his answer. Really? What are you making? Nothing much, just something that can generate electricity, Danny replied, hoping Eraser would think he was making a potato battery or something. I'm just having some trouble getting to my tools. How so? That I can't seem to open my bag. Danny would feel embarrassed by the amusement coming off of Eraserhead if this wasn't giving him the energy he needed to keep up a conversation, replenishing some of the energy he lost by talking. I can grab them if you want, Eraser offered, still staying in place. Sure. That seemed to be all Eraser needed to walk over to Danny's bag, keeping his movements purposefully slow and open, as if Danny were a scared cat he was trying to coax. Though Danny had wanted him to grab his tools, seeing the hero get closer to the bag he had been protecting for so long was still anxiety-inducing. What if he just grabbed it and left? What would Danny do then? It's not like he can fight Eraserhead off, not in this state. He doesn't even know what powers he still has. Each step taken towards the corner of the roof where his bag was stashed was making his anxiety worse, but he forced himself to stay in place, out of the way. He needed to use his head, like Jazz always warned him to do. Eraser could have grabbed his stuff and ran off a few nights ago too, and he didn't. He put the bag back where it was when Danny asked. Surely he would do the same this time? Danny hoped Eraser was a predictable man. Heroes were supposed to have good morals, right? Luckily for Danny, Eraserhead only opened the bag and rummaged around for a few seconds before producing the small Fenton Works toolbox Danny always carried around. He held it up so Danny could see. Is this what you need? Danny nodded eagerly, before realizing he was still invisible. Thanks, man. He floated over and grabbed the toolbox with his remaining strength and quickly plopped it in one of his pants pockets, grateful that his pockets were big enough. If Eraser had a reaction beyond mild surprise, Danny didn't notice. No problem, the hero replied, closing the bag again and putting it back on the ground. Do you need any help with your science project? Oh, no, thanks, I'm pretty sure I can get it to work on my own, though it might take a little while, Danny said absent-mindedly, already thinking of how to get the taser to work again with the limited energy he had. He figured Eraser would probably get bored of him soon and leave anyways, so he sat back down on the roof, or, well, floating a few inches above the roof, and resumed looking at the stars. It would probably be easier to fix the taser while around Greenie. Danny always seemed to get a lot more energy from his friend than from others, even when they were alone. Do you make a lot of things? Eraser's voice cut through the silence and nearly made Danny jump. Contrary to his expectations, Eraser didn't leave. I guess, though not as much as my friend to Dash. He cut himself off before saying Tucker's name out loud. He wasn't sure why, but even if Tucker didn't exist in this universe, he didn't want to put his friends in any danger. With the crazy powers around here, he wouldn't be surprised if someone could open portals to different dimensions, and he sure as hell didn't want anyone hunting his friends down. My friend. Yeah, Tub, he's really good at all the tech stuff. I mostly follow his lead. Danny scratched the back of his head awkwardly, kind of relieved Eraser couldn't see him right now. Maybe it would help sell the lie? Sounds like he's a smart kid, Eraserhead replied, sitting on the edge of the roof, hands in his pockets again. Did you make anything together? Oh yeah, tons of stuff. Danny exclaimed happily. I think the coolest thing we made was a mini working Death Star. That was insane. Death Star? You know, from Star Wars? There was no way. Isn't that some pre-Quirk movie series? I've never seen it before. Oh sweet ancients, how is Star Wars not part of the culture anymore if the films existed in this universe? Danny gasped in offense. How could this be? Star Wars is one of the best franchises to ever exist. Danny heard a soft huff of air coming from the hero and assumed that was the man's way of laughing. What makes it so good then? Please enlighten me. Well, first of all, it takes place in space, which makes every story a million times cooler already, Danny replied, getting ready to use whatever little energy he had left to defend Star Wars until his last breath. Secondly, they have lightsabers, which is like a sword made from lasers or plasma, tub, and I keep arguing about that, but they're really cool and can cut through anything and everything with no problem. Danny waved his arms around in a mock demonstration of how to wield a lightsaber, forgetting he couldn't be seen at the moment. Third, the story is really interesting. Wait, can I spoil the story? Or would it be better to have you watch them first? He muttered the last part to himself, not really expecting an answer when Eraser spoke up. You can spoil an over 200-year-old story for me, don't worry. He sounded entirely too amused, but Danny ignored it in favor of finding a new victim to initiate into the Star Wars fandom. Okay, so there's 9 movies in total, but there's also a bunch of series and comics that I'm going to ignore for now. The first 3 movies that were shot are not the start of the franchise, because they released the prequels a few years later that showed how the big bad, Darth Vader, became the big bad. It all started with Anakin Skywalker. And that's why I think Anakin should have been left in charge of the Jedi babies instead of graduating in murder. Danny finished his rant to a seemingly uninterested Eraserhead, but Danny could feel that Eraserhead enjoyed every second of his rant despite the resting beach face. That's an interesting take. Wouldn't the people in charge still try to corrupt him? The hero prompted. Well, yeah, obviously Palpatine would still try to get him to go to the dark side, but bro is now constantly surrounded by little living beings who need his constant attention and affection. He doesn't have time to get converted to the dark side. Just take it from my big sister, she definitely had her hands full with me, and I was the only child she had to look after. Danny finished with a laugh, but his joyful mood was dampened by a wave of concern coming from Eraser at his words. Why was he concerned? Maybe it wasn't that smart to mention to an actual pro hero that your older sister had to take care of you instead of your parents. Oopsie? I'm pretty tired, Danny said before Eraser could say anything about his last statement. While Danny had been able to ignore the feeling for a while, he realized from his own words how tired he really was. Why did everything have to take so much energy? Good talk, Eraserhead. See you tomorrow? It looked like Eraser wanted to say something else, but instead he just sighed and got up. Yeah, problem kid, see you tomorrow. With those words, he ran and jumped to a different building, disappearing into the night sky with barely a sound. Despite being left alone on the roof again, Danny felt a little less lonely. Danny started getting into a routine. Wait for Greenie by the beach right before sunrise, do some morning training by cleaning up trash, or, well, watching Greenie pick up trash while pointing at more trash to grab, say goodbye to Greenie and then wait for him at the middle school, secretly follow him throughout the day, trip up Kakin as much as he possibly could, meet up again after school and walk together to the beach, more training, walk Greenie home, wait on the rooftop for Eraserhead, which was a hit or miss on different nights, and talk his ear off about shows or games Danny liked until the hero had to return to patrol, and end the day by staring at the night sky for hours on end with nothing but his thoughts to keep him company. All in all, not too bad of a schedule. Somehow it was less tiring than his schedule at home, even with the new weird limitations on his body. At least he didn't actually have to pay attention at school this time, and his sleep wasn't interrupted by constant ghost attacks. He didn't even need to sleep anymore. Though he did miss the convenient way to skip the hours of the night where he didn't have the energy to go anywhere nor have anyone to talk to. It was a quiet morning, not that there ever was anything else at Dagobah Beach, and Greenie was taking a small water break after Danny forced him to stop lugging broken microwaves to the sidewalk. Danny was sure that if he was not there, Greenie would keep working until he passed out. Even Danny knew that was a bad thing to do, hypocrite that he was. Greenie had taken the time to write in his notebook, something Danny had seen him do often. Once again he cursed whatever being gave him the ability to understand spoken languages but not written words. It was beyond frustrating when he wanted to snoop around, or just read over Greenie's shoulder in class when the teacher was boring him to another death. "Whatcha writing?" Danny asked, floating upside down next to Greenie to look over his shoulder. There were a few drawings on the page next to all the words he couldn't read, and he was a bit surprised to see his own face before Greenie slammed the notebook close in a panic. Nothing," Greenie stammered, quickly hiding the book back into his bag. Danny frowned. Greenie had become a lot more confident during their training sessions, but it seemed that still needed to translate to other parts in his life. All right, if you say so. Danny decided not to fight the matter for now. He was sure Greenie would tell him when he was ready. Still, his curiosity gnawed at him, begging to be satiated. They quickly continued their training, Greenie eager to change the topic by asking what he should carry next, and Danny obliged by pointing to a nearby truck tire. The notebook kept lingering in his head as he floated next to Greenie, chatting as they walked back home from their workout. The drawings pestered him as he watched Greenie write more and more during class, the teen oblivious to his presence. The cover nearly glowed like a beacon where it poked out of the bag during their training after school. Surely he won't notice it being gone for one night, right? Danny thought, his eyes darting to the bag every few seconds. It's not stealing if I'm giving it back, right? I could just take it and put it in my pocket, it would be gone in a second. He quickly shook his head to get rid of that thought. He couldn't believe himself. One thing Greenie didn't want to talk about and he was thinking about stealing? He couldn't even read the DMN thing. It would just bring more frustration. But I could ask Eraser to read it for me. The thought stopped him in his tracks. It was so tempting. It wouldn't take any effort at all. But Danny had been so careful not to give away too many personal details when talking to Eraserhead, only unloading his special interests as fast as his poor vocal cords could form the words. Borrowing, stealing, the notebook and trying to read it himself would be one thing, but asking Eraser to read it as well? Danny looked back at Greenie, who was diligently running through the exercises Danny had thought of on the spot. His eyes shone with determination, glittering in the light of the setting sun and somehow shining brighter than Danny had seen them before, and suddenly he saw himself. Little Danny, freshly turned 8. His parents had forgotten to give him a gift, too invested in whatever lead they had that day, but Jazz had gotten him a journal. It looked incredible with a galaxy on the front and the solar system on the back. Each page was framed by a deep purple border filled with dots that looked like stars. Danny had never seen anything so beautiful in his short life, and he had thanked Jazz 1,000 times over. Then he wondered what he should do with it. Jazz had replied, in that smarty-pants voice of hers, that he should use it to write down his feelings, make a list of what he did during the day and what emotions he felt with each occasion. He had called that lame at first, but he was still intrigued. A few days later, he tried it out. Dash was being mean again, and Danny wrote down everything that happened and how sad and embarrassed and angry he had felt. It was relieving, like a weight fell off his shoulders, and so he kept on going, writing pages upon pages of his feelings, what he ate that day, how his parents had finally remembered his birthday and given him a Fenton Works anti-ecto shield, something he had discarded in a corner of his room almost immediately. One day, Danny decided to take the journal with him to school. He'd been bragging about it to Tucker and Sam, and they wanted to see it. They hadn't been able to meet up at his house that night, so he carefully packed it in his backpack, making sure not to crease any of the papers, and showed them during recess. Before Tucker and Sam were able to admire it fully, Dash had run up and snatched it from Danny's hands before any of them could react. He still remembered the shame, fear and anger that coursed through him as Dash ran around the playground, yelling for all to hear what Danny had written down. The laughter of his classmates was like broken glass, cutting into him with each sound. His journal ended up back in his hands after Jazz had tripped Dash, the pages torn and filthy. The cover, once a source of pride, now only filled Danny with shame. His tears were only more fuel for laughter, despite Tucker and Sam's glares at anyone who dared look at him. How could he have been so stupid to bring the journal to school? Danny had tossed it somewhere deep into his closet after coming home that day. He never wrote down his feelings again, despite Jazz trying to get him to start again. If he had felt so humiliated and angry when Dash read his journal to others, how would Greenie feel if he found out Danny had taken it and shared it with strangers? How could he even think of doing something so vile to someone he thought of as a friend? Danny, a voice cut through his thoughts, bringing him back to the present. Those vibrant eyes were now looking for him with concern, anxiety dimming the sparkle that the training had brought out in them. Danny, are you still here? Yeah, I'm here. Danny quickly reassured his friend, turning visible just to prove he was telling the truth. He felt a bit silly for a moment, Surely his voice would have been enough? But that feeling was washed away by a burst of relief from Greenie. Danny was glad to see the shine returning. Sorry about that, I was lost in thought. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have assumed you would leave so suddenly, Greenie replied, looking and feeling embarrassed. I was just, done with the exercises? And I was wondering if we could spar. Again? Sure. Danny laughed. He didn't have time to think about silly things like mysterious notebooks. He had a student to teach. Luckily, Greenie's emotions were still as big as an ocean, and Danny had enough energy to turn both visible and tangible. Without warning, Danny attacked. Greenie, however, proved to be a fast learner this past week and was ready for him. They went back and forth, throwing and countering blows while trying to keep their balance in the soft sand. Danny whirled around with joy, throwing an elbow out for Greenie to catch, using his momentum to pull Greenie out of balance. Greenie, instead of falling like he had been doing before today, used his own motion to pull Danny along with him, pinning him down to the ground. Despite not needing to breathe, Danny panted nearly as hard as Greenie as they looked at each other. A beat passed before Danny burst out laughing, quickly followed by a baffled Greenie. The joy flowing from Greenie gave Danny a burst of energy that he quickly used to switch their positions, pinning Greenie in the sand. Hey! Greenie laughed. That's not fair, I won. With a triumphant grin, Danny let go of Greenie's arms and sat up straighter. Lesson number whatever, never let down your guard, he said smugly. Before Danny could get up, Greenie bucked his hips and grabbed Danny's right arm, pulling him off and onto the sand in one smooth motion. While Danny was disoriented, Greenie pinned his legs down with his knees and grabbed his left arm too, holding them into the sand. That was lesson number 4 if I remember correctly, Greenie grinned down at him. Danny had never been so happy to lose a fight. He turned intangible, letting Greenie fall face-first into the sand as he lost his support. He laughed at the glare that was shot his way, the effect dampened by the sand clinging to Greenie's skin. You're getting better, Danny said as he floated over to the backpack to grab Greenie's water bottle. The cover of the notebook caught his attention again. He hesitated too long to grab the bottle as he stared at the notebook, a mix of shame and curiosity swirling inside him, and soon Greenie was next to him. Of course his friend had noticed his stare. He would have noticed it even if Greenie wasn't the most observant person Danny had ever met, but still. Danny quickly averted his eyes with an awkward chuckle and let Greenie grab the water bottle from the bag instead. Danny decided to look out towards the sea instead, wishing he could disappear along with the last rays of sunshine into the depths of the ocean forever instead of being the most awkward person ever and probably making Greenie very uncomfortable with his interest in the notebook. Do you dash? Greenie started, his voice cracking as he thought of his next words, startling Danny. Do you want to see my notes? Danny's head snapped towards Greenie so fast he would have broken his neck if he wasn't already dead. Are you sure? You don't have to if you don't. Want to dash? No, Greenie quickly replied. I mean, yes, I'm sure. It's just a hobby anyways, it's not that secret or anything. He offered the notebook for Danny to take, one hand scratching the back of his neck as he refused to look Danny in the eyes. Anxiety, embarrassment, and anticipation were quite a strange taste on Danny's tongue, and yet both him and Greenie were feeling the same thing. Carefully, trying his best not to damage the notebook, Danny flipped through the pages. His eyes lingered on the drawings, some of them he recognized as some heroes he'd seen on the street, others he didn't know but could infer that they were also heroes because of their flashy costumes. He didn't want to flip too quickly, but the growing sense of unease next to him was telling him he was getting closer to the page he had seen that morning. Danny subconsciously started flipping faster, the feeling spurring him on until he had arrived at what he was looking for. His own face stared back at him from the page, grinning mischievously. On paper him was floating upside down, a pose Greenie had probably seen the most from him. There were more drawings as well, detailing his clothing, his hair, his eyes. There was a sketch of a box full of junk falling straight through him in the corner of a page, something that happened a few days ago when he was floating too close to an unstable tower of garbage to see what else Greenie could collect next. This is really good, Danny marveled, tracing the sketch with a finger. The sweet scent of surprise and happiness filled the air as Greenie answered. Really? Yeah, How did you get so good at drawing, man? I can never get any details right. A bit of confusion and disappointment soured the scent for a moment. Oh, I guess I've been drawing for a long time, Greenie replied, sounding a bit more subdued. Is there anything you want to know about my notes? Did he really want Danny to read it? He'd hoped Greenie wouldn't mind him not reading anything and just focusing on the frankly amazing drawings, but that seems to be out of the question now. Danny squinted at the page, trying his hardest to force his brain to translate whatever was written on it, but all that did was make the words blurry. The silence stretched on as Danny tried to figure out what to say without hurting his friend's feelings or giving away that he can speak Japanese but not read it, which would arguably be pretty weird. He didn't want Greenie to think he was stupid, like his teachers did when he read something wrong. He already had trouble with English. Who knew how much harder Japanese would be for him? He hated being talked down to just because he misunderstood a word when the letters switched around in his brain. How could he make sure Greenie didn't think he was stupid just for not being able to read the language? His struggles were for naught though, as Greenie's next words made him remember just who he was hanging out with. Are you not able to read Japanese? The question was asked carefully, like Greenie didn't want to step on any landmines on accident. There was no pity or superiority to be felt in the mix of emotions Danny was starting to get overwhelmed by, only curiosity and understanding. Danny laughed, though he cringed inwardly at the sound he let out. It sounded more like a cry for help than a laugh, but he hoped it would fool Greenie either way. He knew it wouldn't. Of course I can read Japanese. I was just too captivated by the drawings to see the words. Yeah. Greenie clearly didn't believe him, but he luckily didn't push any further. Danny gave him the notebook back and looked up at the sky. Phew, it's getting pretty late, don't you think? We should probably get home before your mom gets worried, haha. Danny changed the subject awkwardly. He started floating away before Greenie could answer, turning invisible as he waved goodbye. See you tomorrow? Greenie nodded with wide eyes, giving a half-hearted wave. Great. Bye. Danny yelled as he sped off, breaking his routine for the first time in the 2 weeks since he started training Greenie. He didn't know why he felt so mortified, why he insisted on being able to read Japanese. Greenie was his friend, not his teacher. He should be able to tell him he couldn't read it, but every time the thought popped up to go back and talk about it, he could hear the phantom laughter of his classmates as his teacher berated him. How can you not read a single sentence correctly, Mr. Fenton? Are you even trying? Sit down, Mr. Fenton. Someone else will read your passage. You might learn something from them. Danny shook his head as he landed on his rooftop. He didn't want these thoughts. Greenie wasn't like that. Danny had no reason to believe Greenie would laugh at him. And yet, he had left Greenie to walk home all alone just because he didn't want to risk it. He was such a horrible friend. Danny resolved himself. He would talk to Greenie about it tomorrow. Maybe Greenie wouldn't mind reading the contents of the notebook out loud for him. He wouldn't even need to involve Eraser in satiating his curiosity if the creator of the notes decided to take pity on him and read it out instead. Yes, that seemed like a solid plan. Danny pushed down the non-existent bile at the thought and steeled his nerves. He would talk to Greenie, and he would take whatever reaction came in stride. Surely it couldn't be worse than Dash laughing his butt off in the middle of class, right? Despite the promise he made to himself the night before, Danny felt himself wavering every time he thought about telling Greenie that, yes, he couldn't read Japanese. He knew he would have to come clean someday, especially if Greenie expected him to join him at this prestigious UA. But somehow, he couldn't utter the words. It wasn't even that big of a deal. He knew that. So many people couldn't read or write in a second language. And yet here Danny was, blowing this way out of proportion and freezing up every time Greenie even looked his way. It'll be suspicious, his traitorous mind whispered. How can anyone talk in another language but not read or write? He'll think something is off and I don't need anyone investigating my dubious origin. Never mind that Eraser might be doing that. Though he didn't give Danny any hints that he was looking into him, Danny was sure something was going on behind closed doors. Heroes always meddled with things that had nothing to do with them. Danny should know he'd been doing that ever since he died. But Greenie didn't need to know that. There was no reason for him to worry about Danny's living situation, his status as not of this world, and, last but not least, his inability to read and write Japanese. Despite having the entire morning to talk to Greenie, Danny refrained from bringing up anything that could lead to a conversation about his illiteracy. He left as soon as he could, yelling out a cheery, "Have fun at school," that wasn't forced at all, and turned invisible to fly all the way to Aldra High before Greenie could stop him. Danny followed along with all of Greenie's lessons as normal, but somehow, everything seemed a lot more difficult than usual. Danny kept trying to read the things the teachers were writing on the board. He tried to make out the notes of not only Greenie but his classmates as well, but all he accomplished was getting frustrated. He kept thinking that surely, if he kept trying to read what everyone wrote, he would eventually understand it all, even with all the evidence suggesting nothing would happen. By the time school ended, Danny was in a horrible mood. He tried not to show it, but Greenie had always been way more perceptive than Danny expected. "Are you all right?" Greenie asked after Danny floated quietly beside him for way longer than usual. Danny startled. "Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Why'd you ask?" "You've just been pretty quiet is all," Greenie said carefully before holding up his hands placatingly. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just that we usually talk while walking to Dagoba, and it's okay if you don't want to talk. I was just worried something might be bothering you from yesterday and I don't want you to feel bad dash." Hey, slow down," Danny chuckled. "It's all right. Sorry for worrying you. I'm just thinking. Thinking? Yeah." The silence stretched between them until it grew uncomfortable once again. Greenie kept fidgeting with the straps of his bag, and while Danny tried not to stare, the movement kept grabbing his attention. Every so often, Greenie would lift his hand to his mouth as if to stifle a yawn. The nervous energy radiating off of Greenie was keeping Danny mostly visible, but it was also worsening his own nerves significantly. Underneath it all, Danny could feel something else, something that became clearer and clearer every time Greenie yawned. "Did you not sleep well?" Danny asked. It was Greenie's time to startle, mid-yawn. He tried to cover up the movement of his hand by scratching his hair instead, but he had never been the most subtle. No, I slept well." Now that Danny was looking more closely, he noticed the dark circles underneath Greenie's eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept for even a second last night. Not that Danny could say much, but at least his body didn't seem to need sleep, unlike Greenie's. Had he been up all night? For what? Greenie squirmed under his scrutiny, looking anywhere but at Danny, until he spotted something in the distance. He perked up, though the nervousness skyrocketed for some reason, and started walking faster. "Wow, look at the progress we've made. I can't wait to train some more today," Greenie forced out with a nervous chuckle. Danny rolled his eyes at the obvious redirection and sped up as well, looking at the small spot they'd cleared since they'd started. It wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, but a few meters of beach were completely cleared of trash, creating an obvious difference between their hands-on combat zone and their trash cleaning zone. The garbage truck must have passed by that morning after they were done, because the bags they had set on the boardwalk were gone. By the time Danny got to the beach, Greenie had thrown his backpack in the usual spot and rushed over to some appliances he could safely carry. Danny watched with muted amusement as Greenie piled 2 microwaves on top of each other to carry at the same time. Though he struggled, Greenie did carry them all the way to the top of the boardwalk on his own. It was a clear difference from just 2 weeks ago when he could barely carry a half-full trash bag. "You good?" Danny called out as Greenie rushed back to a giant tractor tire. "Peachy," Greenie replied as he lifted the tire on his shoulder. Taking the dismissal for what it was, Danny pretended to sit on the sand next to Greenie's bag. He crossed his legs and soaked up as much energy as he could from Greenie's workout before taking out the still broken taser from his pants pocket. Before now, he'd been too busy supervising Greenie, making sure he knew how to safely lift objects or how to throw a punch, and too drained at night to do much when Eraser wasn't there, so the taser had been collecting dust in his pocket. Luckily for him, Eraser had handed him his tools, which he also pocketed for easy access, and now that Greenie could work mostly on his own, Danny could work on Greenie's first ever weapon. Danny wasn't a big fan of electricity. He's had way too many bad experiences with it to ever use it himself, but it was those experiences that taught him something important. Most people really don't like getting shocked. And if Greenie was certain about becoming a hero, he would need a weapon that people were really not going to like. He turned the small taser around in his hands, trying to figure out what was wrong with it. There were no tears or cracks in the hull that could point to why it was dumped here, which meant either there was no power source or the problem lay on the inside. Danny grabbed the smallest screwdriver and got to work. He was so engrossed in his work, he barely felt the shift in emotions in the air. Nervousness had turned into curiosity, the feeling swelling until he couldn't ignore it any longer. Confusedly, Danny looked up from where he had been fiddling with a broken battery to find Greenie next to him, observing his work. The surprise caused Danny to turn invisible and intangible, dropping the screwdriver and taser in the sand in his haste to jump up. Greenie visibly startled too, falling over from his crouched position. Danny stared at Greenie for a moment, collecting himself, before Greenie let out a nervous laugh. Soon enough, Danny was laughing as well, just as nervously. "Sorry about that," Greenie said, rubbing the back of his neck. I was just wondering what you were doing." Danny floated back down and turned visible again, his laugh becoming a bit more genuine. "Just a pet project," he said casually, like he hadn't literally jumped a few feet in the air just now. He grabbed all the loose components and quickly stuffed them in his pockets. "No peeking, it's a surprise," he added, winking at Greenie. Greenie held up his hands placatingly, but his smile had also become more genuine now. I won't. His friend leaned over and grabbed his bag, some of those lingering nerves returning in full force now. Speaking of surprises, Danny didn't know what Greenie could possibly have for him, and he looked on with some trepidation. When a familiar notebook appeared from the depths of Greenie's bright yellow backpack, Danny nearly bolted right then and there. Only Greenie's tired smile was keeping him rooted in place as the boy extended the notebook to him. Greenie started, his eyes shifting between a clearly tense Danny and his notebook. "I was wondering if maybe you'd still want to read my notes?" It felt like a punch to the gut. Was Greenie making fun of him? Did he want to embarrass Danny, call him out on his lie from yesterday in the cruelest way? Some sort of hurt must have shown in his expression because Greenie immediately backpedaled. It's not bad, I swear. I figured you might want to read them in English." Danny's train of thought came to a screeching halt. "What do you mean?" His words came out a lot harsher than he intended. A small swirl of fear twisted his gut almost as much as the way Greenie had flinched back. "Well, you seemed interested yesterday, so I thought it might be easier for you to understand in English?" Greenie sounded uncertain, his hands, still holding the notebook, lowering slightly. His eyes locked onto his notebook, like he was afraid to look into Danny's eyes. You translated your notes?" Danny asked softly. "For me?" Greenie nodded slowly. He opened the notebook on a random page to show Danny he wasn't lying. There, in handwriting so neat Danny knew Greenie had tried his best to write legibly, was indeed an English entry on what seemed to be the hero Kamui Woods. Danny's eyes widened as he read the first few lines. The English wasn't perfect, some of the sentences had some weird word orders, and some things were definitely mistranslations, but even with all that and Danny's own dyslexia, Danny could read what it said. He could read something again for the first time since he had crashed through that portal. "You don't have to read them if you don't want to." Before Greenie could start talking badly about himself, Danny wrapped his arms around his friend, the force of his approach knocking them both into the sand. The notebook landed next to them, sand getting in between every page, but Danny didn't care. He used every ounce of energy he had to hold onto Greenie tightly, trying to stifle the tears threatening to fall down his face. He didn't know why he felt like crying. It wasn't that big of a deal. He was sure Greenie had done more for other people. But right here, right now, it was the sweetest thing anyone had done for him in a long time. Greenie's arms came up on Danny's back, returning the hug. He sounded a little winded, which was probably Danny's fault, but that didn't diminish the strength in his arms as he hugged Danny. "I'm sorry for yelling," Danny muttered into Greenie's shoulder, his words muffled by the fabric of Greenie's workout shirt. "It's okay," Greenie replied, forgiveness rolling off his tongue like he'd forgiven the whole world for everything it did since he'd been born. It took a while longer before Danny let go. He immediately missed the contact. He hadn't really noticed before now, but he really missed having friends he could easily touch. All the shoves, jabs and hugs between him, Tucker and Sam. Leaning on each other as they watched a movie. The hair ruffles he got from Jazz. The amicable smacks on his back, however painful they could be, from his parents. He missed being corporeal. He missed the warmth of silent support after a rough night. He missed his friends. But he had a friend. Greenie didn't seem at all offended by the sudden hug. In fact, it felt like he needed it almost as much as Danny did. But it was all still so new. Would Greenie mind it if he acted like he did with Tucker? Slinging an arm around his shoulder, walking arm in arm, pushing and shoving and play fighting? Well, the fighting was already part of their daily routine, so maybe Danny could try some more casual things when he had the energy to turn tangible? Danny decided to do so right there, the emotional turmoil surrounding them giving him enough energy to sit up and pushing himself against Greenie once his friend had collected the notebook. Greenie didn't seem to mind, leaning against Danny as well as he shook out the sand. Danny carefully grabbed the notebook and opened it to the first page. It was the same as yesterday, the same drawings and doodles showing a hero called Present Mike, only this time Danny could actually read what was on the page. He was as slow as always, taking extra time to parse through some mistranslations and making sure he was understanding everything before moving to the next sentence. Next to him, Greenie became more and more restless with every second that passed. Danny swallowed down the shame that crept up with being a slow reader. He hoped Greenie wouldn't make fun of him for it. Does he just scream at people to stop crime? Danny asked after a few minutes, mirth coloring his voice. It's more than that. Present Mike is very precise in how loud he yells and at what frequency. I'm pretty sure he can even yell in frequencies that people normally can't hear, because I saw a fight once where he didn't seem to make a sound, but the villain, who had a dog mutation, clawed at their ears regardless. Greenie defended passionately, his eyes shining with excitement. He's like a dog whistle with a few more settings, Danny said with a straight face. The resulting snort made him grin wide. You can't just say things like that. Greenie laughed, softly smacking Danny's arm. Am I wrong though? Danny cheekily replied, before dissolving in laughs of his own. They giggled over Present Mike for a while more, and each time they came close to stopping, Danny pointed something else out on the page and they'd start all over again. By the time they finished the entire 4 pages that were written about Present Mike, Danny's stomach hurt from laughing too much. They sat silently for a few moments, catching their breath as they looked at the setting sun over the ocean. It's gonna take me a while to read everything, Danny admitted like it was a shameful secret. That's okay, you can keep it, Greenie replied easily, like Danny being a slow reader wasn't something to make fun of at all. The silence stretched on for a few minutes longer, but this time it didn't turn uncomfortable. The heat of Greenie's body next to him was comforting. Before Danny could stop himself, the words he had promised to say slipped out. You were right, he sighed. I can't read Japanese. Despite the comfort surrounding him, he still felt his body tense after his admission. He expected laughter, mocking, some sort of suspicious questioning. But once again, Greenie proved him wrong. I can teach you if you want? Greenie said, though it sounded more like a question. I don't know how good of a teacher I would be, but you're helping me already with getting into UA, so I'd be more than happy to return the favor. Danny hadn't expected the offer. He didn't even know if he would be here for long enough to go to UA. But again, he responded before he could think too much about it. When do we start? When Danny asked when they could start with him learning Japanese, he hadn't expected Greenie's answer to be right. Now. In no time at all, Greenie had grabbed the last garbage bag he'd filled up that evening, dragged it up the stairs to the boardwalk, ran back down to grab his phone and call his mom. Danny could hear the conversation just fine from his shell-shocked position on the beach, already missing the vague warmth Greenie had provided him when they sat together. Hey Mom, can I have a friend over tonight? Of course. Are they staying for dinner too? The woman's voice was warm and excited. Danny could almost feel himself getting energized just from proximity to the phone. Greenie didn't often bring friends home, huh? Greenie's eyes flicked to Danny for a second before answering. He already ate, maybe next time? He just needs a little help with his Japanese homework. Danny blinked at the odd answer. He hadn't eaten anything, hadn't since the awful hamburger when he first arrived, but Greenie didn't know that. He had no reason to believe Danny had already eaten. He always refused food when offered. Maybe that had been too suspicious? But he couldn't stand the way food seemed to disagree with his whole being right now, and even holding on to a protein bar was nauseating. Had Greenie been that observant? "Bye, love you too," Greenie said as he disconnected the phone call, shaking Danny from his thoughts. He'd missed the rest of the conversation, which, well, not a good thing to miss when he was going to meet Greenie's mom for the first time. He hoped it wasn't anything important. Greenie whirled on him with the biggest smile he'd ever seen, which sadly dimmed a lot once he saw Danny's dumbfounded expression. Sheepishly, Greenie scratched the back of his head and cast his eyes downwards. Danny immediately missed being able to see his eyes. You can come over tonight if you want?" Greenie asked shyly, like he expected Danny to refuse the offer. Thanks," Danny said, trying to reboot his brain. I didn't expect our first lesson to be so soon, but I'm not complaining. Let's go." The smile Greenie gave him was definitely worth all the knots Danny's non-existent intestines decided to twist themselves into. He got up and motioned for Greenie to show the way before turning fully invisible and intangible, floating behind Greenie effortlessly. He didn't want to run out of energy while talking to Greenie's mom, so conserving energy would be for the best. But, well, maybe if he was lucky, Greenie's mom might also be an emotional battery for him and he wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy like he did when talking with Eraserhead. They took the familiar road home, but Danny didn't register any of it this time. His mind kept wondering what kind of person Greenie's mom could be. Was she kind? Determined? Stubborn to a fault? Or was she the complete opposite of her son? He didn't want to think badly of someone Greenie clearly loved very much, but what if she knew about the bullying and didn't do anything about it? What if she didn't? And what about Greenie's dad? He hadn't mentioned his dad in the time they'd hung out together, but that could be for many reasons. Did they not get along? Was he not in the picture? Was he the reason Greenie didn't mind staying out of the house for so long every day? Danny didn't know what he would do if he found out Greenie didn't only have bullies at school. He couldn't just take Greenie with him, he didn't even have a good place to stay. And Greenie did need food, shelter, and clean clothes. He couldn't just live off of air and feelings like Danny apparently could. Still, he couldn't just leave Greenie in a bad situation if he saw anything. Maybe Eraser could help? Before Danny could come up with a full-on escape plan for hypothetical situations, they'd arrived at Greenie's apartment complex. Danny stared up at the stairs. He'd seen them so many times, but he'd never actually gone up. He could see the door to Greenie's apartment, the faint light coming from underneath indicating that someone was home. "Danny?" Shaking off his anxiety, Danny tried to reply as casually as he could. "Present." That definitely wasn't a few octaves higher than normal. The tightness in Greenie's shoulders disappeared at his response. Relief flooded Danny's system, giving him the boost needed to turn visible once they reached Greenie's door. Did he think Danny would have just bailed on him? Danny definitely considered it for a millisecond, but that would have been too mean to his only friend. Danny would have never forgiven himself if he caused Greenie to feel so dejected and hurt. Danny made sure he stayed visible as they ascended the stairs and Greenie took out his house keys. Despite the sunny demeanor Greenie tried to put on, it was clear from the way his hands were shaking that he too was nervous. That, and the tsunami of anxiety and delight flooding from him into Danny. Greenie only hesitated slightly before turning the key and opening the door. He took off his shoes with practiced ease and put them to the side as he called out to his mom. Danny floated in the doorway a bit longer, not sure what he should do with his own shoes. He hadn't tried to take off any of his clothing since he had come to this world. He doubted he would have had enough energy to put them back on if he was alone. But he wasn't alone now. The energy in this apartment thrummed through his veins like an avalanche. He could probably become fully tangible for the whole night if he stayed here long enough. He was still looking at his shoes when Greenie's mom rounded the corner, wiping her hands on a kitchen towel. Danny's head whipped toward her when she spoke, and his eyes widened. She was a DMN near copy of her son. Or, well, Greenie was a copy of her. Same soft cheeks, short stature, the kindest eyes he'd ever seen in his life, and a smile that could light up the whole universe. "Izuku-kun, welcome home." She approached Greenie with affection so genuine Danny felt bad for invading. She hugged him tightly, and though he could feel Greenie or well, Izuku-kun being embarrassed, that didn't stop him from hugging his mom back just as tightly. Danny almost felt jealous. Then she turned to him. He'd expected her emotions to peter out to a small sort of neutral interest. Something his parents barely showed to Danny's friends when they came over. He steeled himself for the whiplash those emotions would cause him, but instead of suddenly feeling more tired, he felt invigorated. "You must be Danny," she said warmly, her smile brightening even more than he thought was possible. "I've heard so much about you." She made a motion like she was going to reach out for him, but thought better of it at the last second. Like she knew he wouldn't be tangible. Danny chuckled nervously. "Nice to meet you too, ma'am." Greenie's mom swatted the address away playfully. "Oh nonsense, you can just call me Inko, no need to be so formal. Any friend of Izuku is a friend to the Midoriya family." Well, at least he knew Greenie's name now. "Sure thing, Inko-san," Danny replied, not sure what else to say. He was still floating in the doorway, not wanting to break some kind of invisible rule by just entering with his shoes still on. Green Aizu Midoriya? Midoriya noticed his predicament. "It's alright, you float most of the time anyways, right? Don't worry about the shoes." Danny glanced at Inko for permission, which she gave with an amused nod. Carefully, Danny floated further inside, looking around the room curiously. He made sure he never touched the ground, even though he was still intangible. The moment he noticed the baby pictures on the wall, all his nerves disappeared and he immediately went straight for them. There was no better way to break the tension than embarrassing friends with their baby pictures, even if the tension was only there for him and no one else. "Oi, you were such a cute baby," he called out, pointing to a picture of what looked to be a newborn Jimido Izuku in Inko's arms. Inko's laugh filled the room with joy in an instant. "My Izuku-kun has always been a very cute child," she said as she approached, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "It feels like yesterday when he was running around in his all-might suit, saving me from evil." She pointed out a picture of toddler Izuku in a blue, red and yellow onesie, two pieces of cloth poking up like bunny ears as he excitedly posed. "Mom!" Izuku cried out as Danny laughed, examining the picture closer. Danny turned to Izuku with a teasing smile. "No wonder you want to be a hero so bad, you already look the part." The flush on Izuku's cheeks grew brighter at his words, but Danny knew the joy he tasted wasn't only coming from Inko. Danny turned back to the wall to examine more pictures. "Ancients, do you always have to smile so brightly? I'm gonna be blinded just from this wall alone." Danny laughed, and though he was right for the older pictures, but the older Izuku got, the dimmer his smile seemed to get. Probably when the bullying started, then. At least he'd been smiling more lately, even if it had only been at Danny and Inko. Izuku made a strangled noise, the embarrassment evidently reaching its peak as he shoved himself between Danny and the pictures. He looked like he wanted to drag Danny away but couldn't do so for obvious reasons. Deciding to have mercy on his friend, Danny gave a lopsided grin and held up his arm for Izuku to take. Izuku did so almost immediately, surprised Danny was solid but glad he could drag the ghost away from the pictures and to his room instead. "Dinner will be ready in half an hour." Inko called out after them. "Thanks, Mom." Without delay, Danny was dragged into a tiny room and made to sit on the bed while Izuku closed the door. Danny looked around. There wasn't much in the room. A desk with a computer, a bed with plain sheets, a rug and some workout gear stood out. But that didn't mean there wasn't anything else. A few posters hung on the wall, all of different heroes, but it was clear there used to be way more. The darker rectangles on the walls showed where the sun hadn't been able to reach for a long time. Had Izuku redecorated? Izuku took a moment to collect himself while Danny looked around, the flush on his cheeks slowly disappearing. Danny looked back towards Izuku when he took a deep breath. "So, what do you want to start with?" Danny asked once he was pretty sure Izuku calmed down enough. "Well, there's 3 writing systems in Japanese, so it's probably best to just start with hiragana first, kanji and katakana can come later," What do you mean there's 3? Learning a whole new alphabet was both the hardest thing he'd ever done and the most satisfying thing when he got something right. Izuku had patiently walked him through each character in hiragana, helping Danny sound everything out and leaving comparisons to sounds in English in the margins of his notes. Danny's head felt like it was going to explode by the time Inko called them to dinner. Thankful for the break, Danny floated to the kitchen table and flopped down on a chair, keeping his tangibility to feel the satisfying impact. Izuku took a seat beside him, looking entirely too amused by his exhaustion. Inko joined them soon after with a delicious-smelling dish. If only he could eat, he'd have devoured the entire bowl in no time. Alas, he'd have to suffer some more by watching other people eat the heavenly-smelling food and be content with their emotions instead. He turned intangible again and floated right above the chair, still staying visible so the Midoriyas knew where he was and didn't think he was secretly floating through their house to find all their secrets or something. "So, how are the lessons going, Danny?" Inko asked. "I heard you come from America? Japanese must be very different from the English you know." Danny chuckled. "Yeah, it's really different. I'll have to study a lot to be able to read everything." He looked at Izuku and gave him a grateful smile. "At least I got a good teacher." Izuku became a little bashful. It's nothing, I'm just returning the favor." "Hey now, don't sell yourself short. Without you, I'd never be able to sound out each character by now. And without you, I still wouldn't know how to throw a punch," Izuku countered, his expression growing more playful. "Just wait until you can judo throw someone, that's way more fun than just throwing a punch," Danny laughed. "Does that mean I'll finally get to throw you into the sand again? I'm getting tired of having to wash all the sand out of my hair, you know. Only if you can catch me." Danny's smile turned sharper as he issued the challenge. Izuku's grin matched his own, a determined glint entering his eyes. The spell was broken by a soft laugh. Danny had honestly forgotten there was another person present and turned invisible from both the shock and the embarrassment. He turned to see Inko covering her mouth, her eyes crinkling at the corners as a bell-like laugh floated through the air. "Oh, don't mind me," she said when Izuku and Danny fell silent. "I'm just happy my Izuku made such a good friend. I haven't seen you this lively in ages, sweetheart." She put her hand on Izuku's, her smile as warm as her son's. Danny once again felt like he was intruding on something private. He swallowed the lump in his throat and turned visible once more. After dinner, Danny and Izuku continued studying some more until Inko came to tell them it was getting late and that they should go to sleep since Izuku still had school in the morning. When Danny got up to leave, both Izuku and Inko asked him if he wanted to stay, since it was so late already, and sleep here instead. It took a lot of convincing, but in the end they let Danny go home instead. "Are you sure?" Izuku asked for the 16th time in the past 10 minutes as he opened the door for Danny. "Yeah, my parents don't really like last-minute sleepovers. Maybe next time?" Danny replied, knowing full well that he would refuse next time as well. He didn't want to freak them out by revealing he didn't need to sleep. He already felt so different from everyone else despite the variety in powers in this world. He didn't want to alienate himself even more from his only friend here. "Next time, then," Izuku responded with a smile, though Danny could feel his friend didn't believe him. "Do you want me to walk you home? It's really late, it might be a bit scary on your own." "Nah, don't worry," Danny said as he turned to go down the stairs. He waved at Izuku as he floated down. "See you tomorrow?" "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Izuku waved back. The light of the entrance followed Danny all the way down and only disappeared a long while after Danny turned invisible. Danny himself stayed nearby until Izuku closed the door. He lifted into the air and flew back to his roof. At least he had something to do during the night now when Eraser didn't visit. He could study whatever Japanese Izuku taught him during the evening, or he could read the notebook Izuku had given him, though maybe he'd wait with that until he was with Izuku again so they could talk about it at the same time. Either way, his nights wouldn't be as boring anymore, he hoped. Eraser was already there when he got back to his roof. "Eraser, my favorite hero, here to visit me again," Danny announced as he arrived on the roof, reveling in the small feeling of surprise and fear running through Eraserhead that he didn't show. "You're gonna make me think you actually like me at this rate." Eraser huffed. You're late. Oh, were you worried about me? Yes. The matter-of-fact answer threw Danny off balance for a moment. Oh. He wasn't sure what to say to that. The only people who worried about him back home were Jazz, Tucker, and Sam. Anyone else was either annoyed with or indifferent to him. Even his parents let him do whatever and wherever, rarely if ever checking in on him. He shook his head, trying to shake off the weird feeling settling in his chest. Well, no need to worry anymore, I'm here, he said with a big grin, though Eraser couldn't see it. Eraser rolled his eyes and stopped leaning against the door to the roof to walk closer to Danny's disembodied voice. Are you all right? Where did you go? What are you, my dad? Danny shot back. Ever heard of friends? He knew he sounded defensive, but he couldn't stop himself. He didn't want Eraser to investigate the Midoriyas, especially now that he had seen how much Izuku's mom loved him and how much he loved her back. Besides, he was pretty sure nothing in his world could hurt him if he could keep becoming invisible and intangible, so there was no need for Eraser to worry. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. I thought your friends were in America? Danny gasped, mock offended. You think I can't make friends wherever I go? I'll have you know I'm a delight to hang out with. I'm sure, Eraser said in the same deadpan voice he used for everything, but Danny could taste the amusement in the air. Did you do anything fun? Danny groaned. I wish. He's been teaching me hiragana and I swear my head was gonna explode near the end. He regretted saying that the moment he did, but it was too late to take it back now. He didn't want Eraser to know about his struggles with reading, not yet at least, but the lessons with Greenie had really fried his brain. He hoped against all hope that Eraser wasn't going to comment on it. You're having trouble with reading? Eraser asked. New? Okay, yeah, I don't know how to read Japanese. All right, Eraser said. All right. Danny looked at him incredulously. Was that really all he was going to say to that? Danny figured Izuku would be the only one who wouldn't laugh at him for his inability to read, but Eraser wasn't exuding anything but worry. There wasn't even a hint of amusement from earlier left. All right. He sighed. I can teach you too if you want. Danny's eyes widened. He blinked a couple of times. You what? I can teach you. It's not my main subject, but I do teach teenagers already, so I might as well teach you too. Wait, you're a teacher? Don't go blabbing about that to everyone. I usually keep my hero and my teacher persona separate, Eraser said as he sat down on the concrete roof. He patted the space next to him and without thinking, Danny floated down next to the gruff hero. He turned visible for a moment. I can't really hold things for long. And I'm pretty sure I'm dyslexic. Okay, so we'll work around that. I don't want you to waste too much of your time. Shouldn't you be out saving people and arresting bad guys or something? We won't start our lessons right now, Eraser replied, taking out a small notebook from his uniform. He grabbed a pen as well and wrote something down before looking at Danny. I want to discuss when you'd be free for lessons and where we should have them. I'll continue my patrol after that. Danny looked at the notebook Eraser put down on the roof in front of them. On it, he had written the days of the week and some time slots, all in English, and 2 locations. The address of the building they were sitting on right now, and UA. UA? Wasn't that the school Izuku wanted to go to? You're a teacher at UA? Danny asked incredulously. Am I? Danny and Eraser looked at each other for a while, Danny trying to find the answer in the aloof man's eyes and Eraser keeping his poker face without any trouble. After almost a minute, Danny gave up and looked at the paper again with a sigh. I guess I could do Tuesdays and Thursdays, he eventually gave in. The 9 to 11 a.m. slots would work best. That way he wouldn't miss too much of Greenie's school day, and he'd be back before lunch started. The mornings had been relatively quiet since he started following Izuku around, but lunch was always trickier because there were so many more people around who could bully him, and he liked popping in sometimes to talk to Izuku during lunch when he was looking particularly down. Izuku hadn't questioned his presence yet, so he wanted to continue doing that if possible. Eraser circled the times Danny indicated, then pointed to the location. I'd prefer you come to UA for these lessons, but if that's not possible, I can come here to teach too. Danny weighed his options for a moment. Sure, Eraser coming to this rooftop would be the easiest, and it was a place he was familiar with already, but UA was the school Izuku wanted to go to. He had heard so many things about it already, all of them incredible and coated in a layer of hero worship, so he kind of wanted to see it in person. Besides, he could maybe gather some information on the classes and the entrance exam to share with Greenie and enhance his chances of getting in. Izuku would probably not want that information, maybe he'd see it as cheating, but Danny was sure he could work it into his lessons somehow and give Izuku an edge over his competition. He nodded as he made his decision. "I'll come to you." "No way." Izuku nearly dropped his bento box in his shock, his eyes growing wider than Danny had ever seen them. "Yes way," Danny replied, keeping his face as straight as possible while Izuku's emotions tried to tickle a reaction out of him. "No way." Danny nodded, floating with crossed legs above the roof of Izuku's school, trying to hold in his laugh from the gobsmacked expression on his friend's face. "You're going to UA?" Danny nodded again, a smile cracking through his poker face. "To be taught by the Eraserhead? Crazy, right?" Danny couldn't hold back any longer and joined his friend's excitement. "I didn't even know he was a teacher." "I didn't either. None of the hero sites I'm on have mentioned him having a second job." Izuku grabbed his notebook excitedly, jotting down notes on a nearly full page on Eraserhead, lunch clearly forgotten. "This is incredible. I know some heroes have second jobs, like Midnight or Present Mike, but Eraserhead is such an enigma even among underground heroes that people never know where he is until he's already there." His writing didn't slow down in the slightest as he rambled. Danny watched him fondly, using the energy his friend provided to pick up the fallen chopsticks and cleaning them off. People have been spotting him more around the same area lately, but he always takes a different route to get there. I wonder if he wears different clothes to his day job compared to his hero costume. From what I've heard, other heroes usually wear their hero costume no matter what other job they're doing because it's great publicity and people are usually more likely to listen to them when they're recognizable as popular heroes, but I'm sure for Eraserhead any kind of publicity would be bad. Danny nodded along. "Probably. I can tell you what he wears to our lessons if you want." The words were barely out of his mouth when Izuku nodded frantically. "That would be great. Oh, I wish I could tell other people about this, but I don't think Eraserhead would appreciate it much." Danny had to agree. Despite their frequent chats, Eraser had been very tight-lipped about himself and his life, outside some stories on some interesting arrests or fights. He doubted he'd still get private Japanese lessons if suddenly everyone knew he taught at UA. "Yeah, I'm only telling you, 'cause I trust you, dude. Please don't spread it around." "Of course." Izuku promised immediately, a strange feeling permeating the air. Was he going to cry? Right, he hadn't really had friends before, he probably hadn't had someone trust him with a secret before. It was hard to remember at times because Izuku was so much fun to hang out with. Maybe he could tell him about the portal? Swallowing the lump in his throat, Danny shook the thought from his mind. It was too early. He'd only been here a few weeks. Even if Izuku believed him and didn't declare him insane, what then? He'd only burden his only friend with information he could do nothing about and make him feel like Danny was just waiting to leave him and go home. He couldn't do that to Izuku. So, instead, Danny asked playfully, "Where are you getting all this information, by the way? Any secret friends I should know about?" He threw in a wink at the end to make sure Izuku knew he wasn't being serious. And not really," Izuku replied, waving his hands around nervously and looking to the side. I'm just on hero forums a lot. I talk to some people there because we're interested in the same things and they don't know that I'm, Danny frowned at the implication. If anybody gives you a hard time just because you're quirkless, then they're not people that deserve to hang out with you. He morphed his expression into something a bit more cheerful and became visible, lightly bumping his fist against Izuku's shoulder to get his attention. "You're incredibly fun to hang out with, quirk or no quirk, you know that, right?" The subsequent taste of relief, gratefulness and doubt showed that Izuku, in fact, did not know that. They really needed to work on that confidence if he wanted to be a hero. Sure, Danny wasn't the most confident guy either, but your enemies didn't need to know that, and the people you're protecting should definitely think you know what you're doing, which is kind of hard to pull off when you're worrying if anyone would ever trust you with their safety in the first place. Sensing that Izuku was a bit overwhelmed, Danny decided to have some mercy on his friend and changed the topic back to UA. I was thinking, since I'm going to be in UA for a while, maybe I could try to get some information about the entrance exam? So we know what to train for? Izuku shifted, uncertainty written across his face and permeating the air. Are you sure we won't get in trouble for that? Don't worry about getting in trouble, I'd never implicate my friends in anything I'm doing, Danny promised. If I get caught, it'll just be me facing punishment. Besides, don't heroes need to do their own reconnaissance? Especially underground heroes? Eraserhead would probably be proud we're taking initiative. Despite his confident tone, he was doubting his words the moment they came out of his mouth. This didn't count as cheating, right? Not like with the Dan situation? Danny looked to the sky as if waiting for clockwork to materialize before him to tell him it would be an awful idea and show him another timeline where he accidentally gets Izuku killed because he decided to sneak around UA for tips on the practical exam. A few moments passed in silence as Izuku thought over Danny's words and Danny waited for all hell to break loose. The first to break the silence again was Izuku. I don't fully agree with what you're saying, he said haltingly, like expressing his doubts in Danny or disagreeing with him was a great sin deserving of punishment. When Danny patiently waited for him to continue instead of blowing up, Izuku let out a small sigh. It feels a lot like cheating. I'm also really curious, and I would need every advantage I can get to be able to take the exam like everyone else. He looked up at Danny's last location, the ghost now fully invisible again, his eyes shining with determination. I need to work 100 times harder than anyone else to get the same results. Does that mean you want to know what we'll be doing for the practical if I find any clues? Yes, please. Danny's first lesson was on a Thursday morning. Eraserhead had told him it would be an introductory lesson, something to gauge his proficiency with and see what they needed to work on the most. Izuku had helped him cram as much hiragana in his head as he could over the past few days so he would at least know what sounds were related to which character, but Danny wasn't sure it had stuck very well. Luckily for him, the school had decided to put its name on the front of their giant gate in English. Or, well, in the alphabet he knew. Not that he would have missed the building even without its name on the front. He had seen it from miles away, flying high above the city, a landmark of unproportionate size. Danny had never seen a high school this big before. He dawdled nervously at the front gate, a good half an hour early to his appointment, not sure if he should ring the bell already or wait until it was closer to 9 before making his presence known. Eraser had specifically said to not go in on his own. Danny thought it might be because he would get lost, but something about the iron door in front of him told him it might also be because they didn't like intruders. He hovered in front of the speaker and camera next to the gate, his finger inches away from the bell for longer than he wanted to admit. Around 8:40 a.m., when Danny had finally decided to just ring the bell instead of waiting around for another 20 minutes, the door opened on its own to reveal Eraserhead. Danny jumped back from the sudden movement. He hadn't even pressed the button yet. Danny? Eraserhead asked. Danny cleared his throat. Here. Eraser's eyes snapped to the empty spot where his voice had come from. Are you going to keep idling in front of the doorbell, or join me inside? Danny quickly followed as Eraserhead turned and walked away, floating slightly behind the gruff hero. They stayed silent for a while. Danny wondered if he should say something so the man would know he was following or not, but decided against it in the end. He seemed confident that Danny had come inside anyways. Danny made a mental note to tell Izuku that Eraserhead had, in fact, worn his hero costume to their lesson. The man was in the same black jumpsuit as usual, his gray scarf loosely looping around his neck. Danny couldn't see his yellow goggles anywhere, but he assumed they were probably in arm's reach, maybe hidden beneath the tangles of fabric. The hall they entered was as grand as the building suggested it would be. The ceilings were at least 20 feet high and the doors they passed were nearly as tall. Each door had a number and a letter painted on them. An amalgamation of feelings permeated the air as they walked deeper into the school, electrifying the air and enveloping Danny like a hug from someone in a particularly prickly sweater. He felt his limbs become heavier, like they were aching to relieve some built-up energy by becoming tangible, so he let them. He'd noticed that it had gotten easier to store energy for later, especially after hanging out with Izuku, so he'd been trying to gather as much as he could when he had the chance. It seemed that, in an environment as dense as a hero high school, the excess energy had overflowed his reserves. He hoped he'd be able to get used to handling such an excessive amount of emotions if he was supposed to spend a lot of time here, but for now it at least meant he'd be able to hold onto his pencil during their lessons. Despite his best efforts to remember the route they were taking, Danny was utterly lost by the time they stopped in front of an office. He was sure it was on the other side of the school from where they had started, and they had taken at least one flight of stairs, but he couldn't for the death of him recall what turns they took and how many hallways they passed through. Danny knew he didn't need to know the layout of the school exactly if he could phase through walls, but it would help him in his endeavors either way, especially if he and Izuku made it into UA and had to find their classrooms on their own. Eraserhead held open the door for Danny to go through. He was trying to subtly look around the hall, but Danny had gotten used to the searching look Izuku sometimes got when he wasn't sure where Danny was or if he was even there in the first place, so Danny took some mercy on the man and turned visible to float inside. A small wave of relief passed by as Eraser followed, closing the door behind him. Danny looked around curiously. The walls inside the office were the same gray as the ones in the hallways, but the coldness was offset by the colorful furniture. It was a mishmash of items. Don't get him wrong, it was clean, but it was clear that none of the furniture was bought together or coordinated in the slightest. Near the back wall, in front of a window with pink curtains decorated with black cats, was the only piece of furniture that seemed to match with Eraserhead's aesthetic, a stainless steel desk filled with paperwork and a soft black swivel chair. In front of the desk were two wooden chairs, probably for any visitors. On the left was a bright yellow love seat that reminded Danny vaguely of a giant banana. In front was a round and green carpet and a short wooden table. A cat coffee mug, clearly recently used, sat on one of the red coasters on said table. A giant tapestry was hung on the right wall, depicting a battle between many colorful figures, a few Danny recognized from Izuku's notebook and ads all over the city. In front of it was a dresser holding a coffee machine, a tea set, a random assortment of mugs, all cat-themed for some reason, a few books and a picture frame with some smiling teenagers in the picture next to a less grumpy-looking Eraserhead. Something must have shown on his face as he looked around because Eraserhead let out an exasperated sigh. Don't mind the decoration, my colleagues decided my office needed some personal touches. It sure has personality, I'll give them that, Danny muttered, gingerly sitting down on one of the chairs in front of the desk. The corner of Eraser's mouth twitched upwards minutely before turning back to its usual neutral expression. Danny took that as a win, even if he wasn't sure what kind of game he was trying to win. One could win in being a good student and being liked by teachers, right? Surely that was a normal thing people did and he could get a good grade in too. Eraser pulled a few pieces of paper from one of the drawers underneath the desk and placed it in front of Danny, together with a pencil. This is just an assessment to see where you stand. Don't worry about doing well, just try your best. If it's easier for you, you can be invisible. You get an hour to fill out as much as you can. If you need a break, let me know and I'll pause the timer. You can float or walk around the room if you want, but don't leave my office. Danny looked apprehensively at the papers in front of him as he took in the rules. He turned invisible as Eraser suggested and picked up the pencil. He could probably turn that invisible too, like his clothes naturally were, and he could feel the wood grains beneath his fingers as he contemplated the action. He hadn't tried to turn anything invisible so far, not intentionally at least. He was too afraid it would take too much energy and he'd run out of energy to talk with Izuku or Eraserhead, but in a school this dense with energy, it might be the best place to try. He looked at Eraser, then back at the pencil. Maybe not today. It might be handy for Eraser to be able to see when he was writing and when he wasn't, as an indicator of when he was taking his break and when he was ready to continue. The man in question looked at the floating pencil for a moment before getting out his own paperwork and a red pen. Probably assignments he needed to grade. Do you not have any other classes to teach right now? Danny blurted out. Eraser's pen stilled. I mean, I'm just going to be filling out these questions, there's no need for you to waste your time here with me. My homeroom class is currently in math. There are no fundamental heroics classes at this time, and no guest lessons I need to attend. I won't be wasting my time since I'll be grading papers while you take your test. It would be illogical of me to go anywhere else when everything you and I need is in this room. Right, makes sense. Danny laughed nervously. He looked at the first question, the words swimming in front of his eyes. His stomach twisted into knots as he tried to make out the words. He was sure the question itself was in English, but he couldn't make heads or tails from it. His eyes shifted to the matrix of hiragana underneath. All the practice he'd done with Izuku fled from his mind the moment he tried to figure out what the first character sounded like. With his ghostly powers, it was easy to understand languages, but everything sounded like English to him. He could probably learn the sounds of the individual characters, but the moment they were strung together to make words or sentences, those sounds disappeared completely and English was the only thing he heard. He reread the question, finally able to make out what he should be doing. It asked him to write down the sounds he thinks each character would produce, using the alphabet he was already familiar with. Shakily, he put his pencil to the page. He was pretty sure the first sound he learned with Izuku was A, so he put that down next to the first character. Surely Eraserhead wouldn't be sadistic enough to scramble up the order that the characters were usually in, right? The more Danny thought about it, the less confident he became in that assessment. He had met some very sadistic teachers in his school career, and though Eraserhead seemed quite generous so far, giving him lots of time and even offering to let him take breaks that wouldn't count for the allotted time, Danny had only known him for a short while and never seen him teach before. Would he be laughed out of the office if he got too many things wrong? Be called a lost cause like his English teacher in elementary school did during his parent-teacher meeting? Would Eraser realize that Danny couldn't actually speak Japanese and was just cheating his way through learning a language in a way no one could replicate? He skipped the rest of the characters, only having filled out about 5 he was vaguely familiar with. The second question asked him to translate some simple words. He looked over each word carefully, squinting in frustration like that would suddenly make him gain the ability to read hiragana. He hadn't even put a pencil to the paper before turning the page over. He suddenly wished he'd turned the pencil invisible after all so Eraser couldn't see how little he actually knew. The third question was all about sentence structures, asking him to point out the noun and verb in each short sentence and indicating if they were in the right order. He guessed the first 2 before giving up and continuing on to the fourth question, his eyes burning with embarrassment and tears threatening to emerge. He skipped the 5th question entirely when it mentioned grammar. The next page went in a similar fashion. More questions about hiragana he didn't know, more questions left open entirely or guessed out of pure desperation of not wanting to leave everything blank. The 3rd page asked him questions about katakana, something Izuku hadn't yet shown him because they were going to start with one system at a time. Danny put his pencil down for a moment, getting up and pacing the room as he silently vented his frustrations. How could he ever get into UA with Izuku like he promised if he couldn't even read the most basic of words? After a few minutes, he despondently plopped down onto the chair again, floating right above the seat cross-legged. He struggled through the 3rd and 4th page and gave up when page 5 asked him to identify kanji based on the context. He placed his pencil down with a finality that had Eraser look up from his grading. "All done?" the man asked. Danny replied, not trusting his voice to not give away how close to tears he was. This really was English class all over again. Alright, we still have a little over an hour left of our planned lesson, so I'll be going over your answers right now and we can discuss how we'll continue and what to start with. You can make yourself some coffee or tea and relax for a moment. Danny nodded, though Eraser couldn't see it, and floated towards the banana love seat, flopping down on it with a soft thump. He stayed tangible so he could sink into the soft fabric and hug the dark brown pillow against his chest. The only sound for a while was Eraser's red pen. Danny tried not to spiral too much, but he was still startled out of his thoughts when the man was finally finished. "Have you ever had formal Japanese lessons?" Eraserhead asked. "No. Any studying on your own or with friends or family?" "My friend recently started helping me." "How recent? Like a week ago or something?" Eraserhead nodded. He contemplated something in silence for a moment. Danny braced himself for harsh words or a withdrawal of his offer for help. "We'll start with hiragana," Eraser eventually said. "Keep studying with your friend, it will help. I'm sure you have a lot of homework already, but do try to work on it at least half an hour every day. I'll give you some worksheets to start practicing how to write as well." "Wait, you still want to teach me?" Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. "I offered, didn't I?" Danny didn't know what to say to that, so he didn't say anything at all as Eraser explained what they'd be doing next week during their lesson on Tuesday. He left UA with his pockets full of worksheets and a tentative hope blossoming in his heart that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as hopeless as he thought he was. After their lesson, Eraser had escorted Danny back the way they came, leaving no room for Danny to explore on his own. He was sure he'd get the chance someday, maybe once he could actually find his own way back to the front gate instead of relying on Eraserhead to lead him around like a lost child. Eraser sent him off with a stern, "Don't forget to study," and the gate closed behind Danny, shutting him out. He didn't know if the security system would be able to detect him if he tried to get in, but he wasn't very keen on finding that out right now. He flew back to Izuku's school, contemplating what had just happened. The further away from UA he got, the harder it was to keep his focus. It felt like someone had short-circuited his brain. The overflowing energy had taken his reserves and emptied them completely. Danny barely had time to land on a random roof before crashing completely, falling into a deep sleep he hadn't needed since he came to this world. The sky was already darkening when he opened his eyes again. He yawned, looking around, not sure where he was or why. The disorientation didn't last long and he sprang up as he looked towards the setting sun. He was late. Izuku's school had let out hours ago and he hadn't been there to walk with his friend to their training spot. His nap had replenished some of the lost energy and he quickly flew to Izuku's school, hoping Izuku hadn't waited for him there for hours. He didn't see anyone at the front entrance, so he sped off towards the beach, keeping an eye out for a familiar mop of green hair. He eventually found Izuku in their usual spot, hauling off a broken microwave to a large pile of garbage he'd collected on the curb. Even from the sky, Danny could see that his gloves were dirty and he was covered in sweat from working hard. Danny dove down, a mixture of relief and guilt filling his chest, and he called out to his friend. "Izuku!" Izuku's head snapped up in surprise. He nearly dropped the microwave, but Danny used the energy he got from Izuku's emotions to help steady it and place it next to the bags on the sidewalk. He only felt more and more guilty when he recognized those emotions as relief and a quickly waning sadness. "Sorry I'm late," Danny blurted out, running a hand through his hair. "The class from Eraser was more tiring than I thought. I took a short nap but I guess my alarm didn't go off on time and I only just woke up and I'm really sorry for missing our training session, please don't be mad." He breathed out that last part so fast he wasn't even sure Izuku had understood him. Izuku stayed quiet for a moment. Danny tried his best not to identify any feelings his friend was giving off, too afraid of what they could be and wanting to give Izuku some time to privately process his own emotions without Danny perving on them without his permission. He refused to acknowledge anything he did pick up. "I'm not mad," Izuku replied, his voice wobbly. "I was worried, you know. I thought something might have happened and I didn't know where you were or how to find you. I tried looking for you, but you weren't anywhere near Aldra and I didn't have any money for the train to UA, so I thought you might be here but you weren't." He backtracked as soon as he expressed his worries, waving his arms in front of him frantically. "Not that you have to hang out with me every day, of course. I shouldn't be expecting that of you, that's not fair. I'm sure you have lots of things to do besides hanging out with me, especially if you're getting lessons from Eraserhead now and going to UA and you're probably meeting lots of cool people there and maybe you don't want to hang out with me anymore and that's okay, I swear. I just dash." Danny cut Izuku's rambling off with a hug, turning fully visible and tangible so he could crush his friend against his chest and, hopefully, make him realize he doesn't actually want to get rid of him at all. Izuku's response was a little delayed, but when he returned the hug, he gripped onto Danny like he was the only thing keeping him standing. "I'm sorry for worrying you," Danny muttered into Izuku's hair. "I really didn't mean to miss our hangout." "I'm sorry for freaking out," Izuku mumbled back, his voice muffled by Danny's shirt. "I'm not used to this." "That's 'cause your classmates are JRKs." The soft laugh from Izuku was all Danny needed to know it would be alright. Izuku just needed to get used to having friends, and Danny needed to not get so attached to one person, even if he knew almost no one else in this weird world the portal had thrown him into. They dead-angled and Danny gave Izuku a bright smile, which his friend matched shyly. "You want to know what Eraser was like as a teacher?" Danny asked to break the silence. It was the right thing to ask if the shimmer in Izuku's eyes was anything to go by, let alone the curiosity and excitement coursing through the air at the mention of one of Izuku's favorite heroes. They spent the rest of the evening talking about UA and Eraserhead, making plans for Danny's at-home studying with Izuku and how Danny might be able to get some hints on the entrance exam. Danny sat on his roof, hovering right above the concrete. He held the taser in one hand and a screwdriver in the other. His tools were laid out before him, out of their containers, so Danny could waste less energy trying to find the right one. His chat with Izuku had replenished the emptied reserves for now, enough to give him an hour or so to work on his little side project. He didn't expect Eraser to visit him tonight since they'd spent so much time together already, so he didn't feel the need to conserve any energy. He would probably not be able to finish the taser tonight, but he was making steady progress on getting it to work again. He wanted to modify it a bit too, so it wouldn't just become useless if the charge was used once, but that was a problem for another day. First, he needed to prove to the Tucker living in his head that he too could get abandoned devices to work again. His mind started to drift away as he undid the screws holding the handle together. There was only so much he could do for Izuku if he wasn't planning on staying in this world forever. A new portal could open at any moment and Danny would have to use it to get back home, leaving behind a very lonely boy in a world that seemed to loathe him for no reason. Izuku needed more friends. Maybe then Danny would not feel so guilty about wanting to go home. He didn't know how he had gotten so attached already. What would Jazz call it? An unhealthy codependency? And what the hell happened earlier today? He hadn't slept in weeks, and now he suddenly conked out for a few hours? He thought he'd gotten used to the energies permeating schools since he went to Aldra every day to keep an eye on Izuku, but there was so much more going on at UA that he didn't know how to process. Was it because the school was way bigger? More students to send out emotions at once? Were hero students just more intense? Or was he not able to anchor himself to a single person to keep his powers from going haywire? At Aldra, it was easy to ignore most of the energy in the air if he focused on Izuku since his friend had such intense emotions all the time, but with only Eraserhead and his lukewarm reactions to keep him tethered to sanity, the rest of the school might have overloaded him in a way that hadn't happened before. It was easy to navigate busy streets if he stayed close to Izuku, the emotions from passers-by only briefly brushing against Danny's senses before disappearing again. They hadn't been involved in any big hero fights either, as Danny quickly ushered them away when he felt the emotions becoming stronger in a certain direction. He knew Izuku would love to go watch the fights, but he knew from experience how bothersome it could be to have a lot of bystanders. The amount of times he had to get someone out of the way of his own fights was too much to count, and he could never focus fully on the ghost in front of him if there were other people around, which only prolonged the fight. Maybe it was normal in this world, but he'd rather not bring Izuku in the line of fire if he could help it. He would rather not have Tucker and Sam near his fights either, even if they had saved him countless times. Sue him for wanting to keep his friends safe. His thoughts returned to the taser in his hand as the last screw fell onto the roof. He opened the casing and took a look inside. There was, luckily, a cartridge left inside, even if it had been used already. He was sure he could figure out a way to charge it up again. If he could give Izuku a taser, he'd be less worried about him getting hurt if he still wanted to be a hero. Danny pulled out internal components as carefully as he could, not keen on getting electrified again even if there probably wasn't any power left in the device. His eyes flicked involuntarily to the Lichtenberg scars running up from his right hand to his shoulder. No one had asked him about them yet, probably too polite to bring it up, but he knew Izuku and Eraser both had noticed them. They were too observant not to, even if he wore long sleeves that hid most of the scar and was invisible for most of the time. He continued working. If he couldn't sleep again, he might as well continue until his tools fell through his hands. He did, indeed, continue until the tools slipped from his grip, his fingers turning intangible without his permission. He used the last of his energy to pile everything back into his small toolbox and put the taser and the tools into the pockets of his pants. He stared out at the night sky until a slight orange tint started coloring the horizon. Afraid he'd miss another training session, he flew to Izuku's apartment the moment the sun started showing over the horizon, waiting outside for what felt like hours until Izuku finally came downstairs at his usual time. Izuku jogged to the beach while Danny kept him company, flying alongside him as they tried improving Izuku's personal best. It had taken more than an hour the first time they did this, as Izuku hadn't been used to pacing himself and had exhausted himself after running for 15 minutes. Now, Izuku kept a much better pace, able to run the entire 5 miles in under 40 minutes. 37 minutes and 25 seconds, Danny cheered as they reached the beach, handing Izuku the stopwatch they'd been using. "You're getting faster by the day, dude." Izuku laughed and high-fived Danny, using his other hand to wipe the sweat off his face with a small towel hanging around his neck. "What was the world record again?" "Like 20 minutes or something with no quirk," Danny replied, trying to think back to what they'd found online weeks ago, "and half a second with a quirk, but that's unfair." "The world is unfair," Izuku replied almost automatically. "Still doesn't mean that you should try to run 5 miles in half a second," Danny countered. "You could probably get pretty close if you wanted," Izuku said with a smile that reeked of mischief. "What are you planning?" Danny asked, suddenly nervous but excited at the same time. "Have you read your entry in the notebook yet?" Danny had been procrastinating on reading his own entry, scared of what he'd find there and unsure of what he should do with any information Izuku might have uncovered about him. Instead of showing that, he pretended to stay casual as he replied. "Not yet, why?" Izuku pulled on his work gloves, reinforced so nothing could pierce or slash through them, incredible what could be found in hardware stores these days, and turned to the garbage. He feigned nonchalance, but Danny could taste the nerves matching his own. "You should give it a look," Izuku said as he picked up some small knickknacks and threw them into a nearby half-filled trash bag. "You've been training me so far, but it couldn't hurt to train your quirk too." Izuku had gone to school as usual after their training. Quick shower at home, grabbing his bag and rushing off so he wouldn't be late. Usually, Danny would follow him and stay with him all day without letting anyone know, but today, Danny couldn't get Izuku's words out of his head. Train his quirk. He was pretty sure his powers weren't a quirk in the way Izuku meant, something passed down genetically filled with restrictions and backlash when used too much. Ever since the accident, Danny had gotten more and more powers the more he fought with other ghosts, so much so that he often forgot which powers he had at his disposal. He hadn't tried to use them after he failed to go ghost on his first day here, and he hadn't seen the need in using them either when he could get everything done with just his invisibility and intangibility so far. He sat on the beach in contemplation. Without much thought, he aimed a finger at the piles of garbage around him and tried to fire an ectoblast. Something tugged at his core, but nothing happened beyond that. Danny frowned and put his hand on the sand below him, trying to create a sheet of ice. The sand particles stayed as unfrozen as they had been a moment before, though Danny could swear his fingertips became a little colder, like he had dunked them in a bucket of water. Frustrated, he let himself fall backwards, making sure not to sink through the ground. He stared up at the clouds for a while, tracing their shapes with his eyes as he wondered why he couldn't use some of his most used powers, things that had come to him so naturally back home. Would he really only be able to be a stereotypical ghost like this, stuck as an invisible and intangible specter, only able to interact with the physical world if he got enough energy? He sighed. The notebook Izuku had given to him sat heavily in his pocket. He might as well read it if he wasn't planning on doing anything else that day. He sat back up, taking the notebook out of his pocket with one fluid motion. He placed it onto the sand, watching it turn visible and tangible again now that it was no longer a part of him, and he flipped it open to the last few pages. For a while, he just stared at the drawings of him. They were good. Izuku definitely had an eye for detail. He even got the scar on his hand right, each line mimicking the ones on his actual body. It was hypnotizing. He looked so carefree, floating in different poses across the page, each one drawn with such care that Danny didn't know how to feel. On the one hand, It was a bit weird to have someone pay so much attention to him and draw him like he was one of those heroes Izuku worshipped. On the other hand, Danny felt incredibly flattered that his friend obviously cared for him a great deal. He decided to go with flattered. It would be kind of hypocritical if he labeled Izuku as a creep if Danny himself was following him around every day without Izuku knowing. Similar minds stuck together, it seemed. It took a while longer before Danny finally decided to read whatever notes Izuku had left alongside the drawings. The sun was high in the sky. A light breeze made the pages flutter, so Danny placed a small rock on the edge to keep everything in place. The notes went as followed. Danny, surname unknown, 14 years old. Quirk, name unknown, possibly something along the lines of ghost, invisibility, or specter based on the properties observed. Notable details. Normal state for Danny seems to be invisible and intangible. Danny's reactions suggest this is a recent development, implying that he used to be tangible and visible at all times and could become intangible and invisible on command. Reason for the change is unknown. Walking through Danny feels like walking into a walk-in freezer, so he does still have an effect on the environment even when he's not interacting with anything. Would he be able to cool down the space around him even more if he focused on that? Would he be able to create ice on surfaces if he cooled it down enough? Maybe easier if he worked with water instead of air? Danny does not breathe and does not have a heartbeat. He doesn't seem to find that strange, though he does pretend to breathe sometimes, maybe not to scare others? This points to his quirk being more than just intangibility and invisibility. Danny doesn't need to eat. I have not seen him eat even once, and he seems repulsed by food if I offer. But he does need energy to turn off his quirk and become visible or tangible again. Possible energy sources. Sunlight, like a solar-powered battery? Though no green tint in his skin, so probably not photosynthesis. Other people, he seems more energized in bigger groups of people, though what exactly he'd be getting from them is unclear. Friendship? Probably not. Too vague of a concept. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking. Danny can fly, and very fast at that, confirming once more that his quirk might be ghostly related. Most people with invisibility quirks cannot fly. It doesn't seem to take much or any energy to fly, as he's almost always floating above the ground, possibly so he won't sink into the ground because of his intangibility. With the flying also comes incredible flexibility as Danny keeps twisting and turning in ways most people can't without hurting themselves. He's very strong. He pretends he's not, but I watched him carry a fridge up from the beach to the boardwalk like it was nothing. I assume the only reason he used two hands was to keep his balance. He holds back tremendously when we spar. I can tell he's not giving it his all, which is probably good for me right now, but I do wish I could see how strong he really is. He can influence electronics to a certain extent, example, the flickering of lights in the classroom, though we'd need to test to see how far that ability goes. On the same day, there was an inexplicable breeze in the classroom, so he probably also has some control over his environment in general, like how he creates a cold spot wherever he floats. He gives off a faint light when he's visible. Maybe excess energy leaking? Either way, it's really pretty. Extrapolations and ideas. If his quirk is like being a ghost, would he be able to do more typical ghostly things like moving things with his mind? Mom could help train if that's the case. Possessing people, influencing emotions, etc.? I wouldn't mind helping him test those out if he doesn't know. How fast can he fly? It feels like he's holding back when he's with me because I wouldn't be able to keep up. Could he be as fast as hawks? Faster even? If he's intangible, he doesn't have to worry about wind resistance either, which could make him even faster. Could he maybe even control the air around him to make him go even faster? We could see what types of electronics he can influence. If it's more than lights, then it would make sense why he doesn't have a phone. Could he do more than just disrupt the electrical signals, like controlling what is being typed or break things entirely? I have an old Game Boy I wouldn't mind sacrificing for some tests. Strength tests might be handy to see where he stands right now and how we might be able to increase his strength even more. I'm guessing he could lift a small semi-truck, but I have no way of legally testing this without getting into massive trouble. The police won't like us just picking up random vehicles. Increasing his energy reserves might be hard if we don't know what exactly is keeping him satiated. I'd have to ask if he knows what gives him energy or not. Some training methods could be exposure therapy, working until he completely empties his reserves to increase the amount he can use before becoming exhausted, staying visible and tangible for as long as possible while continuously taking in more energy, consciously refusing the energy to get more control over the source. Could he increase the brightness of his glow on command? Or create light sources on specific parts of his body? Maybe even while the rest of him stays invisible? There's so many possibilities. Possible weaknesses. If his energy source involves other people, he might become exhausted really easily when there's not many people around, which could be exploited by others by sending only one or a few people to fight him at a time. Getting stuck inside objects because of a quirk malfunction or incorrectly timed tangibility, would he be hurt by that or just get stuck? How easily can he unstuck himself? Some mental quirks or quirks involving someone's senses might be able to perceive him even when he's completely invisible and intangible, especially if the space where he is indeed colder than the air around it. Could completely give him away during covert operations. Would an erasure quirk have any effect on him? If so, would he be stuck as invisible and intangible, or would he become visible and tangible? To Danny, I'm sorry if this is weird, I just really like quirks and yours is really interesting. I understand if you don't want to hang out anymore after reading all this, everyone keeps calling these my stalker notes, so I totally get it, but if, by some miracle, you still want to talk with me, I'd love to try some theories I have, only if you want though, and maybe help you train your quirk like you've been training me. Let me know if you'd be interested. Please don't destroy this notebook. Your friend, Izuku. Danny wasn't sure what to do with all this information. Izuku really had read him like an open book, huh? He thought he'd been so careful trying not to show anything weird like how his chest didn't naturally rise and fall or that he didn't need food, but he should have known Izuku would be onto him. He had read some of the other entries and had seen the detail Izuku put into each and every one. It was no surprise that the same detail was awarded to his own entry. It would probably be really bad if his notebooks fell into the wrong hands, wouldn't it? Danny shook his head. He wasn't going to worry about that right now. Was Izuku really suggesting he should try to overshadow him? Like willingly? Even Sam and Tucker didn't want to be overshadowed. And Danny wasn't sure he would be comfortable trying it out like that. It was a pretty violating experience, not really something he would want to traumatize his friend with. Still, they could try some other things. It might help if he told Izuku he could sense and eat emotions. Would Izuku care if he knew Danny could sense everything he was feeling? If he thought about it, it was probably even more violating than overshadowing him, but he couldn't really turn it off. Based on the things written here, he would probably just be really interested, but Danny still felt some apprehension about telling him. He sighed and rubbed his eyes before looking to the sky once more. The sun had moved significantly since he had started reading. He put the notebook back in his pocket and stood up, stretching his limbs and back before flying to Izuku's school. He should still be in class for now, if Danny could read the sun's position correctly. Izuku was indeed still in class, a maths class to be exact, and Danny let himself fall back into his familiar position floating behind Izuku and looking over his shoulder to see what he was writing. There were always some doodles of heroes next to the Japanese Danny couldn't read, so he had made a game out of trying to figure out which chibi corresponded to the heroes Danny had seen in Izuku's notebook or on the street. Today, however, the margins of the notebook were filled with a different face. His own. Danny watched, perplexed, as Izuku absent-mindedly drew a little floating figure pointing to some sort of equation with a big smile, as if laughing at the work Izuku had to do. Danny felt like he was intruding on something, even though they were in a public school and a maths lesson of all places. Maybe it was the sense of longing he'd been trying to ignore. He must really hate school if he missed Danny that much when they had just hung out that morning and were planning to hang out again in the evening. Had something happened while he wasn't there that made Izuku so despondent? What would Izuku feel if he knew Danny was right there? Danny looked away from the doodles and examined his friend more closely. Was that, oh my ancients, what the hell did they do to him? His uniform was ruffled up and torn, with burn marks creating singed edges along his neckline, like someone had grabbed him by the collar. A new bruise was barely visible underneath his uniform, and Danny was sure there were more hidden underneath. Izuku sat hunched over and shifted slightly every few seconds, like sitting was uncomfortable. His hands shook minutely as he finished another sketch, this time of him and Danny standing triumphantly in front of a clean beach, each of them wearing a uniform Danny didn't recognize. A wad of paper and spit hit the back of Izuku's head, immediately getting stuck in his tangled hair next to 3 other balls of paper. Izuku only ducked down further, too afraid to do anything but seethe silently. Danny, on the other hand, felt a rage building he'd never felt before. How dare they laugh at and mock his friend? How dare they hurt him? Who gave them the right to make Izuku feel so small and alone? The lights flickered above him, but he paid them no mind. He thought he'd already taught them not to mess with Izuku, but it seemed the message didn't stick. He could taste the static in the air as he turned towards Izuku's biggest tormentors. That burn couldn't have come from anyone else but Kaken, and the paper ball definitely came from the boy with wings in the back, laughing quietly with his neighbor. As the boy made another spitball, Danny didn't have to do much more than twitch his fingers before it flew up into the boy's nose with more force than necessary. It lodged in place without much resistance. The boy jumped out of his seat in shock, holding his nose. The teacher paused her lecture to ask him what was wrong, but Danny had already changed his target by then. The notebook Kaken had been working on suddenly flew out an open window. Had it even been opened before? Danny wasn't sure and he didn't care. Before anyone could react, Kaken's chair became intangible and he fell through, hitting the ground with a hard thud. The chair itself was lifted high in the air and dropped from the ceiling, narrowly missing Kaken's head as he dove to the side. Without thinking, Danny grabbed Izuku's wrist and pulled him along, only giving him enough time to grab his bag before leaving the classroom. He pulled him along the empty hallways and out to the courtyard, leaving the school behind as fast as Izuku could run. They didn't say a word to each other until they reached the beach. Danny started fussing over Izuku the moment they arrived, letting go of his wrist and checking his face and clothes more thoroughly. "Danny?" Izuku asked with uncertainty. "You're hurt," Danny responded, his voice more whiny than he expected. Izuku didn't say anything to that, but he didn't need to. A rush of shame, anger, melancholy, and, for some reason, fondness coursed through them both. Telling Danny that there had indeed been a fight and that Danny hadn't been there to stop it. He started undoing the buttons of Izuku's uniform to assess the damages. Izuku barely tried to stop him, only giving a token, "It's nothing really," before letting Danny continue his mother henning. "I should have dragged them to Pariah's keep, Fright Night would have known what to do with them," Danny muttered darkly as he took in the extent of the damages. Izuku had more bruises than skin underneath his shirt, the purple expanse making him feel sick. Had they held him in place and punched him without holding back? Had he lain on the ground, trying to protect his head as they kicked him over and over without stopping? Whatever they did, they went way too far. Izuku hissed slightly as Danny lightly touched his chest. He didn't make Izuku take off his shirt completely, but he could already tell that his back wasn't much better. "What happened?" Danny asked, looking for answers in Izuku's usually expressive eyes. Today, however, that light was dimmed once more and he didn't dare to look Danny in the eyes. "It was my fault," Izuku mumbled. "I shouldn't have provoked them." "Bullshit. I don't believe that for a moment." Danny looked his friend over again. "Did the teachers say that?" Izuku nodded and Danny continued. "You know you shouldn't listen to them, they don't know what they're talking about. Even if you did provoke them, there's no reason for them to attack you like that. You're a walking bruise." Izuku shrunk in on himself once more, arms hugging himself like he could hide the evidence somehow. They stayed silent for a moment before Izuku opened his mouth again. "We were talking about high school applications again. The deadline for submitting an application is next week, so the teachers were trying to make sure everyone had filled out all the forms." Izuku's voice was quiet and distant, like he wasn't fully present. Still, he continued. "Then, our homeroom teacher made another comment on how I had only applied for UA, that I should get some backups because I would never be able to go. And well, Blondie didn't like that." Danny filled in the blanks. "What a D-dash. I can't believe you were ever friends with him, Izuku." "He wasn't always like that," came his quiet response, but even he didn't seem convinced this time. "We need to tell your mom." Izuku's head snapped up at that, his eyes meeting Danny's for the first time during their conversation. No, we can't. Why not? Because, Izuku paused, searching for the words. The fire left him as soon as it bubbled up. Because, I'm already a burden, I don't want to make her sad or worried too. Danny put his hands on Izuku's shoulders, making sure not to touch any bruises. He leaned down until he could look into Izuku's eyes. Listen to me, Izuku. You're not a burden. He shushed Izuku as he started to protest. No, listen. You're not a burden. You never were and you never will be. You know why? Izuku shook his head. Because your mom loves you, Danny continued. She loves you, I swear. And it's because she loves you that she would want to know if you got hurt. Yes, she'll worry and yes, she'll be sad, but that's just what parents are supposed to be when they know their child is getting hurt. Not that he had much experience with that. But Jazz had been there for him, and she had worried about him all the time, more than his parents ever had. So maybe he didn't know what a mom should do, but he imagined Jazz's mother henning came close enough. Izuku opened his mouth and Danny could feel he was still not convinced, so he kept talking. I know you don't want your mom to be sad, but you can't control how other people feel, you know? You want to be a hero, right? Do you think she won't worry about you when you're out there fighting crime, getting into dangerous situations and coming home late with blood on your clothes that you're not sure is yours? Danny thought back to Jazz rushing into his room with a first aid kit the moment she heard him flop down on his bed after a night of ghost hunting, scolding him so fiercely and yet wrapping up any wounds he had with such tender care that he knew she wasn't actually mad, just worried. How Sam aggressively tried to feed him when he looked a little worse for wear, or how Tucker tried to distract him with the latest video games and Star Wars trivia. How all three had ganged up on him when he hadn't slept in a week and kept him locked in his room for 3 days so he could sleep, bringing him food and entertainment when he was awake and scolding any ghost who tried to disturb his rest until they went back into the ghost zone. He didn't deserve them with how much he worried them on a daily basis, but he was glad they were there to have his back when he needed it most. I'll be there if you want, Danny offered. I can even tell her for you if you really can't, but she should know. She should get the chance to worry about you. Izuku's shoulders slumped in defeat. Okay, he mumbled. But you have to be there. Of course, I won't leave your side. Promise. Danny held out his pinky and Izuku wrapped his own around it hesitantly. Promise. It had taken Danny more time than he wanted to admit to convince Izuku that they should tell his mother about the bullying tonight, but he got there eventually. Izuku, however, countered with his own conditions. Before they went to his home, they'd test some of Danny's powers. Danny wanted to object at first, but one look into Izuku's wide and pleading eyes had him folding like a lawn chair. That's how they found themselves sitting in front of each other on the beach, a few small objects spread out between them in the sand. A screw, a ball of paper, some elastics, a broken phone, and a hair clip that, in Danny's opinion, looked more like a giant spider than something he'd want to put in his hair. Izuku had suggested they try things with different weights, sizes, and materials so they could see if anything was easier for him to move telepathically than others. He decided to stay visible just so Izuku could see if anything changed when he tried using his powers on other things, and to prove he wasn't just moving things manually, even if Izuku assured him over and over that he wouldn't think that. Danny frowned down at the mix of objects in concentration. He knew he could do it. He'd moved that spitball just an hour ago, so surely he could move whatever was in front of him too. Unless, his mind supplied for no reason at all, he could only move spitballs, which would both be frustrating and definitely something his Fenton luck would make happen. Which one do you want to try and move first? Izuku asked, pen and notebook ready to record anything that happened. Danny sighed. The paper, I guess? Izuku nodded like that was the best option too. It's light and pretty small. Maybe try to pull or push it in one specific direction. With a nod, Danny focused his attention on the wad of paper. He'd been pretty mad earlier when he moved all that stuff, so he wasn't sure what he needed to do specifically to get this piece of paper to move, but he guessed he could just try to do it like he did back home. He held out a hand and tried to make the paper fly into it. He tried grasping at any ectoplasm he could find, but there was next to nothing in the area. He changed course when the paper hadn't moved after about 30 seconds, focusing more on the anticipation in Izuku instead, trying to draw out as much as he could. He closed his eyes and tried to visualize the energy around him. It was green, for no reason at all of course, and reminded him of a certain pair of eyes that had been staring at him expectantly, all bubbly and shiny and so warm. It filled the air around him, entering him with every breath he forced himself to take. It tasted sweet and earnest, though he would never be able to explain it to anyone else. He felt it course through him until it reached his core, swirling around it with a gentleness he hadn't expected. He imagined the swirling emotions to run through his arm, further and further down until it reached his hand, where it divided itself between his fingers. Pushing the energy outwards, he envisioned the paper, right where he had left it, being encased by a phantom hand and pulled towards him. He didn't feel any paper hitting his hand, but the soft gasp from Izuku was enough proof for him that something had happened. Danny opened his eyes again to see that the paper had rolled quite a bit closer, nearly touching his intangible leg. He blinked at it once, twice, before turning to Izuku again. His friend was frantically writing in his notebook, muttering to himself about a change in the air and a pull on me, a bit like Mom when she uses her quirk on me. Danny stayed quiet, his smile softening, letting Izuku ramble on and trying to catch anything important he was saying. I guess that means I can move things too, Danny eventually said when it seemed Izuku was nearing the end of his rambling. Izuku turned quite a funny shade of red as he realized how long he'd been muttering without paying attention to Danny at all. Yes, I think so. He avoided Danny's amused gaze, looking at the ground instead. Maybe we should try it with another one of these two? To see if there's a difference? Sure, Danny agreed easily, getting a little excited about the prospect as well. Maybe there wasn't any ectoplasm in this world, but if he could get emotions to work just as well, then he might be able to regain the other parts of his skill set as well. He pointed to the screw next, mostly to let Izuku know what object to pay attention to now, and closed his eyes again. The second time went a little better. Now that he had a better idea of the energy flowing inside of him, it was way easier to envision it reaching out towards the screw. He didn't feel anything hit his hand again, but he did feel something going through his leg this time, and he opened his eyes to find the screw laying right beneath him. He exchanged excited looks with Izuku before picking the hair clip to pull on next. He nearly jumped out of his skin when the teeth of the clip hit his hand, startling him out of his concentration. He rubbed his hand on his shirt to get rid of the weird feeling and let out a soft laugh. Izuku quickly joined in with his own laugh, and before long, they were holding their stomachs from laughing too hard, both too delighted by the results to care much. Well, Izuku gasped out between giggles, at least you can train with my mom. Danny agreed with a smile. The setting sun behind Izuku told him they shouldn't stay there much longer, no matter how carefree and pretty his friend looked in the golden light. Speaking of your mom, he began gently, we should probably get going, I'm sure dinner will be ready soon. Izuku's smile slowly slipped off his face as he was reminded of their deal. Danny had to fight the urge to take it all back and promise Izuku he wouldn't say a word to Inko just to bring that smile back on his face, but it was necessary. Inko needed to know, and Danny had to make sure Izuku didn't back out. The walk back to Izuku's apartment was quiet and tense. Danny tried distracting him by asking questions about what he had written in his notebook, but even that couldn't bring Izuku out of the dread he was wallowing in. They stood outside the front door for a while before Danny gently nudged his friend, bringing him into motion once more and getting him to open the door. Izuku robotically took off his shoes in the entrance and placed them to the side while Danny hovered near his shoulder, unsure what he should do now. Inko called out from the kitchen, where the heavenly smell permeating the living room originated from, welcoming both Izuku and Danny home. A warm feeling spread through his chest at the inclusion, though it was quickly soured by knowing he was the reason the happy atmosphere would collapse soon enough. Izuku fled to his room first, and Danny let him, giving him some more time to mentally prepare and put away his ruined school jacket. Danny went to the kitchen instead, greeting Inko with a smile and offering to help, which was quickly shot down as he was ushered to sit down instead. You two must be tired from school and training, let me do the cooking, sweetie. Inko bustled around the kitchen with a grace that showed she'd been doing this for a long time. How are your classes, Danny? It must be hard to do everything online. Classes were fine, Mrs. Inko, Danny lied with a chuckle. I had some trouble with maths, but who doesn't? Well, I wasn't the best in my class or anything, but I know a thing or two about maths if you ever need some help with homework, Inko offered, smiling kindly as she stirred in a big pot full of curry. I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Danny felt a bit bad about lying to such a kind woman, but maybe it was because she was so kind that he couldn't bring himself to tell her he wasn't actually in school at the moment because, well, he doesn't actually exist in this universe. Izuku was going to help him fill out the application for UA this weekend, but he wasn't sure they would even give him a chance once they found out he didn't have a birth certificate. He didn't want to burden Inko with this either. She'd probably offer to let him stay at their place, and he really didn't want to take advantage of the Midoriyas like that. He could be gone any moment, and he would rather not have them worry even more if he just disappeared from their house. If he stayed on his roof, they might still think he has a family and a place to sleep and maybe assume he just moved back to America if he didn't show up anymore one day. Izuku entered the kitchen with a forced smile, greeting his mom with a kiss on the cheek. Inko shooed him off as well when he offered to help, so he sat next to Danny at the table. Izuku had put on a simple shirt with some Japanese on the front that Danny couldn't read, and a pair of sweatpants. He stared at the plate in front of him with tense shoulders, unable to look at Danny or his mom for more than a few seconds. How was school, Izuku-kun? Inko asked. Ouch. Izuku's answer was cut off by Danny's elbow in his side. Danny looked at him and motioned to his mom, silently reminding him of their agreement. Izuku glared at him for a moment, rubbing his sore side, before sighing and turning to his mom once more. We should talk about something, Mom. Inko's shoulders stiffened and Danny could smell the anticipation mix with the skis of the curry, like she was waiting for something specific, something she both dreaded and hoped for. So, she knew something was going on already, then? Inko turned off the stove but left the pots where they were. She wiped her hands on her apron as she turned to them, sitting down in front of them as she had done every night since Danny had joined them. She smiled encouragingly. Of course, Izuku. You can tell me anything. Danny tried his best to ignore the anxiety in the air. It was making him nervous too, but he didn't ignore his friend when he held out his shaking hand underneath the table. Danny grabbed it with his own and squeezed it in silent support as Izuku tried to find the right words. Remember, Izuku began, his voice thin. He cleared his throat and tried again. Remember when I told you about kids being mean when I was little? Of course, Inko replied. We went to the principal together and he promised it wouldn't happen again. Izuku didn't dare look Inko in her eyes. The teasing never stopped. Danny didn't have to look at Inko to know her eyes were filled with sadness, but he did it anyway when a mixture of anger and sorrow drove out any other scent in the apartment. Inko looked devastated but not surprised. Oh honey, what happened? Inko asked, taking Izuku's other hand in hers from across the table. It's not that bad, Mom, really, Izuku backtracked immediately, but Danny wouldn't let him downplay what was going on. They were just playing around, it's nothing serious. It is serious, Izuku, Danny said in a low tone. Don't defend them, they don't deserve it. And your mom deserves to know how bad it is. At his words, both Midoriyas had started crying, Izuku from shame and embarrassment and Inko from worry and, was that a sense of failure? Man, that was a new one. Izuku opened and closed his mouth a few times, seemingly unable to get any more words out. Danny leaned against him, squeezing his hand once more, and asked in a whisper, Do you want me to tell her, or do you want to show what they did today? Izuku's grip on Danny's hand tightened in answer as he hit his face against Danny's shoulder. Danny looked at Inko, suddenly both grateful and saddened that these two had such big emotions that he could be tangible and visible for so long, and tried his best to explain what happened. His classmates and most of the school, I think, have been. Danny searched for words that weren't too graphic, Inko's eyes having the same effect on him as Izuku's in wanting to protect them. He continued with less confidence than he started. They've been physically and verbally attacking him almost daily if I remember correctly, and their leader is, he turned to Izuku. What was his name again? Kaken was just a nickname, right? Katsuki? Inko gasped. That's the beach, Danny responded, before quickly apologizing for his language. Inko looked heartbroken. Oh sweetie, she said, addressing Izuku who still refused to look at her, I'm so sorry. I thought something might have been going on, but I had hoped my talk with the principal would have at least helped a bit. I'm sorry, Mom, Izuku mumbled. I didn't want to worry you. And his voice fell to an almost inaudible whisper. It got worse after the talk. Inko stood up and walked towards Izuku, still holding onto his hand. She crouched down next to his chair, placing her other hand on his back and rubbing slow circles. Izuku flinched from the sudden contact, though Danny thought it was probably because she had accidentally touched his bruises and not because he was scared of his mom. Inko pulled her hand back like she'd been burned. How did it get worse, Izuku? She asked quietly, putting her hand on his shoulder instead. Instead of answering, Izuku's gaze met Danny's, searching for what to do or what to say. Danny nodded encouragingly, not sure what he was trying to encourage, but Izuku found the answer he needed, and that was good enough. Izuku let go of their hands and pushed his chair back. With shaking hands, he grabbed the edge of his shirt, took a deep breath, and lifted it up and over his head. Though Danny had seen most of it earlier, he had almost joined Inko in her gasping. Underneath the kitchen lights, it looked even worse. A patchwork of purple decorated his stomach, sides and back, leaving only a few patches of skin untouched. Inko's hand trembled as she brought it closer, never touching him for fear of hurting him, but aching with want to pull him into a strong hug. Izuku, she said, her voice steely, we have to go to the hospital. This is horrible. What? Izuku asked in a panic. No, it's not that bad, really, I don't need a doctor. It's just a few bruises. Just a few bruises? Izuku, look at yourself. There could be internal bleeding, especially if they hit you this hard. And we need to check your back to make sure you don't have any bruises impacting your spine. Before either boy could say any more, Inko had taken off her apron and stormed out of the kitchen. She returned soon after holding her bag and car keys. We're going right now. Danny, you can come too if you want, or I can bring you home on the way. I'm coming too, Danny replied without hesitation. Wait, Mum, Danny, please, Izuku pleaded. It's not that big of a deal. Danny turned away so he wouldn't be affected by Izuku's expression. Inko, evidently being immune to her son's puppy dog eyes, rushed to help him put his shirt back on and grabbed his hand to bring him along with her. Danny followed her example and grabbed Izuku's other hand when his friend put up a token resistance. It didn't take long to pile into Inko's car, Danny and Izuku sitting together in the back seat, and Inko started driving. They reached the hospital in record time. Danny hadn't thought Inko would drive so aggressively, but at least she had still obeyed traffic laws, unlike his dad, who liked to break both traffic laws and the laws of the universe whenever he drove the Fenton ghost assault vehicle. Izuku had stayed quiet the whole drive, but Danny didn't need words to know what was going on inside his head. Though he could understand the guilt, Izuku really was too kind for his own. Good. Danny was glad Izuku was also feeling relieved and hopeful. He was sure that, with time, Izuku would be fine as long as Inko kept loving him and caring for him like she did. Once inside, Inko greeted one of the nurses with familiarity, and it dawned on Danny that he had never asked Inko what she did for work. Danny and Izuku waited side by side in awkward silence as Inko gave the nurse a rundown of the situation. The longer they stayed in the waiting room, the harder it became to ignore the feelings of pain, desperation, sorrow, anger, and denial permeating the waiting room. Danny didn't like how tasty all of those emotions were, so he stayed as close to Izuku as he could, trying to focus more on his friend than the environment. Maybe that wasn't fair to Izuku, but Danny really didn't want to intrude on the lives of so many people who were going through a horrible time. Luckily, the nurse and Inko didn't talk for much longer and they were soon ushered into a different room and told to wait for the doctor. Inko and Danny both got Izuku to sit on the bed while they waited. Danny broke the silence awkwardly. So, we got a room pretty quickly. I figured it would take longer. Inko smiled, but it was a weak imitation of the smile she had greeted them with earlier that night. I work here, she replied, and children with extensive injuries are always treated faster. Kenkoshi-san is going to fetch a doctor, so we won't have to wait much longer. Oh, Danny said lamely. What do you do here? I'm a nurse, Inko answered, only part-time, so I'm home when Izuku is. Izuku looked up at the mention of his name. Inko sat down next to him on the bed and gently took his hands into hers. She waited until he looked at her before talking. Thank you for telling me, Izuku-kun, she said sincerely. I know it must have been hard. You're such a brave boy. She placed one hand against his cheek and Izuku leaned into her touch. I'll talk to Mitsuki about what's going on. Izuku started to protest but she continued on. And you can't go back to Aldra, honey. It. It's too dangerous. If the teachers can't stop students from bullying others, then it's not the school I want my child to go to, Inko explained. I wish you would have told me sooner, but we can't change the past. What I can do is change the present. But no other school would take me, Mum. Not this late into the year, and not with my quirk status. We'll find something. I'll look into it this weekend, but I don't want you going back to that school on Monday. If you can't go to another school in the neighborhood, we can do online lessons. Danny does them too, I'm sure we can find some that fit. Someone knocked on the door before Izuku could respond, and a woman with scrubs on walked in holding a clipboard. She smiled politely. Hello, Inko, it's good to see you again, though the circumstances are rather regrettable. She turned to Izuku and Danny and introduced herself. Dr. Isha, pleased to meet you. You must be Izuku, right? Inko's boy. She focused on Izuku and her smile turned a little softer. Izuku nodded. Dr. Isha wasted no time in taking Izuku with her to a different room for an examination, leaving Danny and Inko alone. Danny took a moment to center himself, closing his eyes to follow Izuku's signature emotions to a room not too far away, focusing on him instead of the other emotions trying to take over. It was even worse than UA. He turned to Inko. You said you thought something was going on, he began, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall opposite to where Inko was sitting. Why didn't you do anything sooner? Inko let out a world-weary sigh, her gaze focused on her hands which lay in her lap. I knew I couldn't do much if Izuku didn't tell me anything. I've tried asking him before, but he deflected any attempt at conversation until tonight. And now, she paused for a moment, collecting herself. I should have done more. I have no excuses for that. I didn't know what else to do but make sure the first aid kit stayed full when I noticed some things going missing and make sure he got enough to eat and all the love he could want. Still, it wasn't enough, and I see that now. She looked up. Thank you, Danny. You've given my baby what I couldn't and helped him more than I ever have. Danny suddenly felt embarrassed and he looked away, ignoring the glow on his cheeks. It's nothing really. Izuku's my friend. Inko stood up from the bed and walked towards him. She turned his head towards her with a gentle hand on his cheek and pulled him into a hug. It's not nothing. Knowing he has a friend like you gives me the confidence to know Izuku will be all right, and that means the world to me. Danny slowly returned the hug, his eyes prickling with tears he desperately tried to keep inside. How much longer would he be able to stay Izuku's friend? Izuku luckily didn't have any major internal damage, though Dr. Isha made sure to instruct him to rest a lot to give his body time to heal. No strenuous activities for at least a week, to which Izuku tried his very best to argue his way into at least being allowed to train. Dr. Isha allowed only his morning jog, nothing else, but it was enough to get Izuku's spirits up a little. We can work on your quirk in the meantime, if you want, he'd muttered to Danny as Inko talked with the doctor. Danny had agreed, both because he wanted to see what else he could do and because he was pretty sure that was the only way to actually get Izuku to rest. The drive back home had been a quiet affair, but the tension had lifted. Danny felt his eyes getting heavy again. Despite trying to ignore all the energy around him and only focus on Izuku and Inko, it had been impossible to keep all the emotions in the air from rushing inside and filling him until he felt more drained than energized. Izuku seemed to be equally as exhausted, probably from all the emotional talks, and it only served in dragging Danny down to dreamland with him, the dredges of emotions surrounding him keeping him in the physical world despite his exhaustion. Danny hadn't noticed he'd fallen asleep until a hand softly shook him awake. He was leaning on someone's shoulder, and that someone leaned their head against his. For a moment he thought he was back home, having a sleepover with Tucker and Sam, with Jazz waking them up from their place on the couch to get them to sleep in an actual bed before they ruined their backs. When he opened his eyes, however, he wasn't on the couch and the woman in front of him definitely wasn't Jazz. Homesickness, so strong it was almost physically painful, filled him as he realized Inko was shaking Danny and Izuku awake because they'd arrived back at their apartment. He stretched, trying to shake off the feeling, and yawned into his hand, still feeling entirely drained from the whole affair. Inko herded both of them up the stairs, into the apartment and towards Izuku's room. Before Danny knew what was happening, he'd been instructed to lay down on a futon with such a soft pillow and blanket that he was out like a light before he could object. When he awoke again, the blanket had fallen through him and he had phased halfway through the floor. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, extracting his legs from the floor without much effort. He was still in Izuku's bedroom, floating above a futon Inko had put down for him. Izuku was still out cold in his bed, and when Danny checked the clock on the nightstand, it was clear why. It was 3 a.m. And Danny had slept again. Holding on to Izuku as a tether hadn't helped much, it seemed, and for some reason he had stayed solid while dozing off in the car. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't fallen through the roof of the random building he had slept on last time either. Was it an after effect of being in contact with so many emotions? Or was it something else? Maybe his subconscious wanted to stay tangible so he wouldn't be left behind when the car drove off, or because he wanted to give Izuku support as they both slept. Maybe it was something else entirely and Danny was just not thinking hard enough. Whatever it was, Danny wasn't going to sleep again now. His reserves were empty again, but he was sure they'd fill up soon enough if he stayed near the Midoriyas for a bit. He absent-mindedly watched Izuku sleep, following the rise and fall of his chest as if hypnotized. Even in his sleep, Izuku still exuded emotions, though they were muted through a thick layer of fog. It must have been a pleasant dream, Danny thought, because he could only smell the soft notes of joy and determination. It took more time than he wanted to admit before he realized what he had been doing, and he left Izuku's bedroom as fast as he could, feeling like such a creep for watching his friend sleep. He wasn't Edward Cullen, for ancient's sake. He rushed into the living room, getting ready to leave at once, when he noticed the lights were still on in the kitchen. Curiosity pulled him towards the light, and he peeked his head around the corner. There, at the kitchen table, was Inko, fast asleep with her arms folded beneath her head. In front of her was an open laptop, stuck on the screensaver. Danny could imagine what she must have been researching from the frown still stuck on her forehead and the sour smell of worry in the air. Danny tried waking her up at first. Sleeping at the kitchen table like that was unlikely to be good for her back, so he wanted to get her awake enough to at least go to her room, but she was fast asleep and no amount of poking or shaking got any reaction from her. Danny didn't know where her bedroom was and wasn't sure he'd be able to stay tangible for long enough on the small amounts of emotions he had been able to gather to carry her there. He thought for a moment before making a decision. The couch would be better than the table, right? Inko weighed almost nothing to Danny as he carefully maneuvered through the open door to the living room and laid her down on the couch. He used whatever energy he had left to place a blanket on her still sleeping form. He stayed for only a moment longer, making sure he hadn't placed her in a weird position that would hurt her, before returning to the kitchen. He had planned on just leaving, but that seemed not like a good idea anymore. Izuku and Inko would worry where he was if they woke up and he was nowhere to be found, and after everything that had gone down, he would rather not worry either of them any more than they already were. So, he decided to check out what was on the computer. He floated in front of it for a while. It took a while longer than usual to get enough energy into his system to turn his fingertip tangible and press any keys. The emotions were even more muffled now that he was in a different part of the apartment, but he could still sense them if he paid attention. He pressed the enter key and waited with bated breath for the computer to do something. For once his Fenton luck hadn't been against him and the laptop unlocked without a password. On the screen was a very official-looking website. The first thing he noticed was that, of course, everything was in Japanese, which might have been a problem if he couldn't search in English too. He left all the tabs Inko had open the way they were and opened a new window to do some of his own research. He was sure Inko had been looking into schools for Izuku to transfer to, so he figured he could help her a bit by looking up online schools. Sure, he'd look for English websites, but those might work for Izuku too, and then Danny might actually have the name of an online school to put on his applications for UA when Izuku inevitably pushed those into his hands. He floated in front of the kitchen table for a long time, his fingers hesitantly pressing keys and then waiting until he'd gather enough energy to use the touchpad to scroll down and click on things. It wasn't the most efficient way of searching, but at least now he had something to do during the night besides looking at stars and repeating hiragana to himself. Though he wondered if there was a better way of getting the information he needed, especially when thinking of how he had affected electronics in the past, he wasn't exactly keen on getting stuck in a computer. The sun was already firmly into the sky, rays of light shining through the living room windows and spilling into the kitchen through the open door, when Inko had woken up. She'd walked into the kitchen, seen keys of her laptop being pushed by an invisible force, and promptly thanked Danny for his help. Danny was startled out of his trance by this and nearly flew through a wall, but recovered enough to say good morning and pretend he didn't let out a very high-pitched noise that he hoped hadn't been audible. Inko just smiled at the space where his voice had come from and made herself some tea. She offered some to Danny, which he politely declined. She started on breakfast while her tea steeped, humming softly to herself. The sound was soothing and the atmosphere was calm. Danny fled the kitchen as soon as he thought it wouldn't be rude anymore. His mornings at home had never been that calm. There was always something trying to kill him, whether it was the gadgets his parents made that targeted him relentlessly, the food that came to life, or any ghosts that decided to have an early morning. It felt foreign not to be attacked on all sides. Maybe it was because he never slept on his roof that he never felt like the mornings were so out of place. It can't become morning unless you sleep, obviously, but whatever was going on in the Midoriya kitchen had sent him running regardless. He went to Izuku's room instead, phasing through the door and waiting against it like that would protect him from whatever feeling was coursing through his veins. A creak had him looking into the room. Izuku had just woken up and was rubbing the sleep from his eyes. His hair was more of a mess than usual and his clothes were rumpled to all hell. It seemed he hadn't had the energy either to change into PJs when they went to bed the day before. "Morning, sleepyhead," Danny teased, pushing his discomfort down in favor of messing with his friend for a bit. Said friend looked up with wide eyes, startled from the sudden noise. "Took you long enough. I thought people stayed up all night during sleepovers, but you were asleep so fast, I figured you didn't want to hang out anymore." Wadash. Izuku shook his head. "Danny? Did you sleep over?" Danny gasped in fake shock, becoming visible just so he could lean against the door with his hand against his forehead in despair. "You don't even remember the amazing night we had? Oh Izuku, you wound me so. And here I thought I had found my soulmate. But I guess I was just a fling to you, wasn't I?" Izuku was steadily turning more and more red the longer Danny went on. He frantically waved his hands in front of him and tried to sputter that wasn't the case. Danny tried to stay in character for a bit longer, but couldn't hold in his laughter anymore. "I'm joking, dude. You should see your face." Danny laughed as he plopped himself next to Izuku on his bed. "We were both pretty tired yesterday, so I don't blame you for not knowing I was here. I nearly forgot I was here when I woke up." "You're such a... sometimes," Izuku replied, lightly punching Danny on his arm with a grin, the redness slowly draining from his face. "You cursed!" Danny gasped. "I'm telling your mom." He jumped from the bed and pointed at Izuku accusingly. Izuku yelped and untangled himself from the blankets. "Danny, no." "Danny, yes." Danny responded while laughing. He gave Izuku a chance to get up before flying through the door. The thunk of the door being thrown open behind him told him Izuku was in hot pursuit. "Mrs. Inko!" Danny called out as he flew closer to the kitchen. He let himself become tangible so Izuku could grab him without falling flat on his face because he forgot Danny didn't always have a physical body. He let Izuku put a hand over his mouth only to lick it and have Izuku remove it again with a sound of disgust. Danny stuck out his tongue and continued on, nearly flying through Inko, who had come out to see what the noise was about. "Mrs. Inko," Danny said with way too much glee. "Izuku SWO dash." The rest of his sentence was cut off by Izuku putting his hand over his mouth again and loudly exclaiming, "I'm so hungry. Mom, that smells incredible. What are you making?" Danny dropped his tangibility and Izuku stumbled through him, making them both shudder. Inko took one look at both of them. Danny was grinning like a Cheshire cat and Izuku's eyes shone with mischief and turned around to go back into the kitchen. She called out as she left, "Don't be too rough. The doctor said you had to rest for at least a week." Danny looked Izuku up and down, taking in the disheveled clothes and tangled hair, and said, "Race to the beach after breakfast?" Izuku grinned. "You're on." They'd spent the rest of the morning laughing together. Danny had raced Izuku to the beach, using his legs instead of floating, and boy had he forgotten how tedious and exhausting running was. Izuku had won and teased Danny about it their entire time on the beach. The first jab had been coated in anxiety about how Danny would react, but once it became clear that Danny wouldn't get mad at him, Izuku's words had gotten more confident and joyful. Danny teased him back with increasingly ridiculous statements, trying to get Izuku to turn strawberry red again, and succeeding. "You're incorrigible," Izuku complained, his voice muffled beneath the arms wrapped around his head. "Oh, come on," Danny laughed, pulling on Izuku's arms. "You know you love me." "Unfortunately," Izuku muttered. Danny's grin widened. "If you really loved me, you would stop hiding and help me see if I can really make my glow brighter or not." The promise of quirk research was all that Izuku needed to come out of his shell again, though he couldn't meet Danny's eyes for a while longer. Izuku had told him he glowed a bit brighter yesterday when he was moving things telepathically, so Danny decided to try and channel Izuku's embarrassment, fondness and curiosity, which was making Danny quite bashful as well for intruding so much, and bring it to the edge of his skin, circulating it around not only his core, but the rest of his body too. It had seemed to work, though it wasn't very visible in the late morning sun. Still, Izuku had been ecstatic, writing down everything he'd seen and everything Danny was willing to share about how he got it to work. He omitted the part of emotions fueling him, but tried his best to describe everything else he'd done in terms other people could understand. Izuku nodded along, chewing on the end of his pencil whenever he took a moment to think. They tried more things with light too and figured out that, yes, Danny could make one part of him shine brighter than the rest, making his eyes look like headlights from a car had them both in stitches for a while. No, he could not make light shine if he was invisible, and yes, he could turn the glow off if he really concentrated. That had taken a while to get right, since he was using energy to stay visible and had to make sure that was the only thing his energy did, but he got there eventually, even if it only lasted a few seconds. Izuku was in a much better mood than yesterday, even if he wasn't allowed to train, and they walked back to the apartment with Izuku going over all his theories and ideas and Danny mostly listened. They called out to Inko once they entered, getting a warm greeting in return. "Izuku, sweetie," Inko said from her seat on the couch, "come here for a moment." "Danny, you too." She patted the spaces next to her on the couch and both boys obliged obediently. On the coffee table lay a few stacks of paper. Danny tried to see what it was about, but couldn't read anything at first glance. One of the pages had the same logo he'd seen last night on the websites Inko had been looking at. When he looked a little closer, he could see that one of the pages on the table was in English and looked suspiciously like the online school he'd chosen for his cover story. So they were going to do this now, huh? Danny couldn't see Izuku's expression from where he was seated, but his emotions told him enough. His friend was regretting the turn of events and his anxiety kept rising. Inko grasped Izuku's hand and she mumbled some encouraging words to her son, urging him to at least take a look. "There's a school in the neighborhood that accepts late transferees, as long as their grades are up to their standards. Other than that, I found a few online schools open to students with late starts as long as they pass the entrance exam. You could even pick one from a different country if you want, to improve your English," Inko said, pointing to the different stacks of paper. Izuku sighed but reached for the papers with the familiar logo. "Nabu Middle School?" he asked softly. "It has an alright reputation," Inko responded, "and they don't care about quirk status. Last year, a quirkless girl graduated top of her class." Izuku nodded but didn't say anything further. "What about this? Chitiki Middle School? One of the best online schools in Japan." They let people join no matter the time of year, as long as they pass an exam that proves they have a grasp on the concepts that were taught earlier in the school year. They do want their students to meet once every week to talk with teachers and take an in-person lecture. But the rest of the classes are online? They are some live, some with a recording. And person online? Is that American? It is, Danny responded without thinking. Inko and Izuku looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Danny cleared his throat and added lamely, "It's the school I go to." "What's it like?" Izuku asked. "Boring, mostly," Danny replied, drawing experience from his time at Casper High. "A lot of work, too." "Did you do online school back home too?" Danny smiled sadly. "No, I went to an in-person school." He looked at the different options presented to Izuku. Inko had done her best to find the ones she thought would fit her son, he was sure of that. But if he was being honest, "I wouldn't do the online courses," he admitted. "I miss sitting in class with my friends." It might not be for everyone, but there's something about complaining with classmates about homework and making fun of teachers together that just makes going to a real, physical school worth it. Maybe it was because he just missed his own friends and wanted to go home, but it was the truth, for him at least. And who knows, maybe Izuku made some friends of his own if he went to a different middle school close by. He could feel Izuku and Inko digest his words in the silence that followed. Izuku seemed to come to a decision after a few minutes. "I'll try Nabu Middle School first," he said softly. Inko beamed, probably happy Izuku wouldn't be going to Aldera anymore. Danny was secretly glad too, though he worried if these people really wouldn't care about quirk status like Inko had claimed. He'd keep following his friend for now, just to make sure no one picked on him. After lunch, Inko had grabbed her bag and headed out, giving Izuku a kiss on the top of his head and smiling brightly at Danny as she passed. "I'll be back before dinner," she said as she put on her shoes. "Please try not to burn the house down while I'm gone." "No promises," Danny smiled innocently. "Where are you going, Mom?" Izuku asked. "Just visiting a friend, we have a lot of catching up to do." Though Inko looked as cheerful as ever, Danny could sense the simmering rage beneath the surface. He almost felt bad for that Katsuki kid. Almost. Izuku seemed to know who she was talking about as well, his smile hiding the fear and apprehension he was feeling. He didn't object though, so that was something at least. Izuku and Danny waved at Inko from their place on the couch as she left, locking the door behind her. They stared at the closed door for a moment longer before turning back to their task at hand. Izuku had printed out their UA applications, so they could fill them out together instead of one at a time at Izuku's computer. He'd gotten the English version for Danny, which he was immensely grateful for. They filled out their basic information silently. Danny feared it would have been awkward, but even with him having to expose his non-existence like this to a highly respected hero school, Izuku's turbulent emotions had calmed down enough for Danny to enjoy the silence between them. Filling out his full name and address was easy. He didn't feel the need to hide his last name anymore since he didn't actually exist here anyways, and he had written down the address of an apartment building close to his rooftop. He just made up a random string of numbers for his social security number, not knowing it by heart, and hoped he wouldn't get anyone else into trouble by lying like that. Most of the front page was filled out pretty quickly. He was glad he had been able to look up online schools the day before so he could just put Pearson online without thinking too much about it. The second page made him raise his eyebrow in confusion. "Hero costume?" he muttered to himself. "Oh, I forgot about that." Izuku replied, making Danny jump a little. "We get to design our own hero costumes, isn't that exciting?" "Oh," Danny said softly. He had never thought about designing his own hero costume like that. His hero persona came with a built-in costume after all, which he was actually kind of grateful for, even if it was a little morbid. He never had to think about carrying his costume with him or worry about taking too long to change when all he had to do was say, "Going ghost," and everything was done for him. But here, where he had been wearing the same clothes for weeks on end because he wasn't sure what would happen and couldn't go ghost at all. Well, if he were to go to a hero school, he would need to think of a costume, wouldn't he? Staring at the blank page, he asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Izuku hummed, clearly deeply concentrating. Danny glanced over and saw Izuku draw very carefully. It was clear he'd been thinking about this for a long time from the deliberate lines he'd been making. It was a very simple design. A jumpsuit with a mask, knee and shoulder pads, a utility belt, and what looked like the shoes he was always wearing. Izuku switched from his black pencil to a bright green one, starting to color in the jumpsuit. "You're really gonna stand out in that," Danny commented. "The color is very noticeable." Izuku paused for a moment, biting his lip. "Is it not good to stand out a bit?" "Depends on what kind of hero you want to be, I suppose," Danny replied. "You told me all about the different kinds. Bright green is probably good for those daylight heroes that go around having massive fights in big cities." He shrugged. "I'd figured you'd pick something more discreet, 'cause you like Eraserhead so much, and he's basically in all black all the time." Izuku's hand wavered before he set down the bright green pencil and grabbed a black one. He hesitantly placed it on his drawing, not quite sure what to do with it now. "You don't have to make it black." Danny quickly amended his words. "You can do whatever color you want, Izuku. I was just saying things, you don't have to change anything if you don't want to." Izuku chewed on his bottom lip some more before coming to a decision. He put the black pencil back down and grabbed a dark green one instead, using that to color in the jumpsuit. It was a great compromise, Danny thought, but he really hoped Izuku actually wanted that color and didn't just pick it because of Danny. Danny decided to turn to his own page instead, determined to let Izuku do whatever he wanted without interference. Which led him to his newest problem. He didn't know what to draw or describe. Should he just go for his old costume? It probably wouldn't look too out of place if Izuku also went with a jumpsuit, and he was pretty used to it by now, but when he actually thought of putting his pencil on paper, something made him hesitate. Wouldn't it be nice to try something new? A new start, somewhere where his costume wasn't a constant reminder of his death. Or would the old costume be a comfort, instead? Something that reminded him of home, the place he so longed to go back to? But what if they made it wrong? If it looked too different, or felt odd because of the fabric, would he be able to stand it at all? He put his pencil down in frustration, sighing as he brushed a hand through his hair. Why do they even want our designs already? We haven't even taken the exam yet. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, coloring his shoes black instead of red like Danny had expected. Maybe they just want to have it on record? Those who pass don't have to worry about submitting even more paperwork that way? Danny stared at the blank page for a while, the only sound in the apartment coming from Izuku's pencil on paper. Eventually he just picked a black pencil and drew a quick sketch of his usual costume, ignoring the lump in his throat. "Are you going to add anything for your head?" Izuku asked suddenly, making Danny nearly fall through the floor. He hadn't noticed his friend leaning over to look at his drawing until right that moment. Danny replied eloquently. Izuku waited a moment more, but Danny wasn't sure what to add. He didn't really have to cover his head with anything, not if no one realized who he was when his hair and eyes changed color. He also didn't need any protection for his head because, well, he was already dead, wasn't he? Sure, Jez might want him to be more careful, but he really didn't see the need for any helmets. Not like Valerie, who could definitely get really hurt if she didn't pay attention during the fights. Danny healed too easily for anything to really affect him, though he wasn't sure anymore that would still hold up here. Once it became clear Danny wasn't going to say anything else, Izuku continued. "I mean, it's not mandatory, obviously, but most heroes do still wear masks or something else to hide their identity, though I'm sure most of the time it's just for aesthetics, since hero identities aren't exactly secret. Either way, I think it would be nice if you had a mask or something to tie the costume together, and it would be more important if you want to be an underground hero since they still try to keep their civilian identity untied from their hero identities." Izuku's eyes widened. "I don't think I've asked you what kind of hero you want to be yet." He looked at Danny expectantly. Danny hesitated. "I guess underground would be alright? Maybe Twilight." He shrugged a little, his gaze trained on his sketch. "Daylight might be a bit too public, maybe?" Sure. He's had many big battles in the middle of town during the day, but in his experience, his fights at night were always less stressful. He didn't have to worry about people gathering around, no haters throwing things at him or fans distracting him, and he could always more easily lead the ghosts to less populated parts of the town and keep property damage down. Plus, he really liked having a secret identity, no matter how annoying it could be to keep it secret. He didn't have to worry about a mob trying to lynch Danny Fenton when they were after Phantom, after all. Especially with the GIW around. Your quirk would be so well suited for all kinds of hero work. Izuku exclaimed. Underground heroes do so much stealth work, you could just fly through a wall and listen in on everything without anyone noticing. And I'm sure you'd make an amazing Twilight hero too. I think Daylight heroics would work pretty well too, since you're so strong too, but I get not wanting that much publicity. Yeah, Danny replied absent-mindedly. Izuku was right, of course. He'd need a mask if he wanted to keep a secret identity, even though he was sure he wouldn't be here for long enough to actually establish himself as a hero, and he could also turn invisible whenever he wanted. Still, the suggestion was nice. He'd have to think about it. Danny had left once Inko returned. She had looked rather satisfied with herself, and Danny hoped that meant that both Kakin and the school would be getting into trouble. He'd said his goodbyes to both Midoriyas, saying he should probably go before his parents got worried. They reluctantly let him go, though not without a tight hug from both of them. He'd flown away as soon as he could and spent the rest of the night looking at the stars from his roof. In the morning, Izuku and him went to the beach together and did some tests on Danny's strength. Izuku had him carry increasingly heavy items until he had picked up a rusted shell of a car with one hand, the biggest thing they could find on the beach, after which Danny used that as a platform to pile more things on and try to lift as many things as he could manage. When they had run out of heavy things to pile onto the car and Danny could still carry it without breaking a sweat, they had put a hold on his strength training. Man, I wish we had heavier things. We can't possibly accurately measure your strength if all we have are a rusty car and some old refrigerators. Izuku complained as he sat down on the sand, notebook open in his lap. I can try to extrapolate some things, but we'd have to find a weight that you can't comfortably carry anymore. Danny floated next to Izuku, frowning at the pile of garbage they'd put together for their test. Well, I have lifted a school bus before, but that wasn't really a challenge either. Izuku gaped at him. That's so cool. I wonder how that fits into your quirk. Do you just make things float with you since you're almost always flying? Like, affecting its gravity? Or do you have to use a lot of energy to lift things up? You had trouble holding a pen not too long ago, so I figured this would be harder, but now you're able to lift things without problems. Oh, Danny replied. It still takes energy, because I have to become tangible to hold anything. But, well, he swallowed heavily and dropped his visibility so Izuku wouldn't be able to look him in the eyes. It's a lot easier when you're around. Danny didn't look at Izuku, but he could feel the curiosity, excitement, and dawning comprehension all the same. His friend waited patiently for Danny to say more, and Danny had to remind himself that Izuku would probably, hopefully, maybe, not mind being his energy source. You speculated about my energy source, right? In the notebook? He asked, mostly to buy himself some time. Izuku nodded so fast, he looked like a bobblehead figure from the corner of Danny's eye. Still, he kept quiet. Well, you noticed I don't need to eat, which is also a recent development, Danny continued hesitantly, closing his eyes. I still eat, just not food. I eat emotions. He blurted out the last part so fast he was sure Izuku hadn't understood him, but he should have known better. His friend was the king of talking fast. Of course he had understood Danny. You eat emotions? Izuku breathed out. Yeah. Danny tentatively reached out to Izuku's emotions, scared of what he would find there, only to get bowled over by a rush of amazement and admiration. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Izuku apprehensively. That's amazing! Izuku exclaimed, putting his pencil to the page of his notebook, ready to write everything down while still looking in the direction Danny's voice had come from. Is there a difference in the amount of energy you get from each emotion? Or is it dependent on the strength of the emotion? Can you tell what I'm feeling right now? Is more emotions always better, or do you get overwhelmed if there's too many people? How recent was the change from regular food to emotions? Do you still need to sleep to recharge, or can you just keep going if you have enough people around you? Wait, but you did sleep at my house, right? Or did you pass out because we went to the hospital together and there were too many emotions? Can you pass out if there's not enough for you to feed on? Do you still feel hungry? Can you dash? Whoa, slow down, Danny laughed, relieved at Izuku's reaction. I can't answer all of those at once. Izuku turned a bright red and hid half his face behind his notebook, muttering an awkward apology. Danny laughed again and waved the apology off. Don't worry about it, I'm just glad you're not mad. Izuku pet his head to the side. Why would I be mad? Danny rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Because, well, I've been feeding off of your emotions for so long without telling you. And, to answer one of your questions, yes, I know what you're feeling at any point in time as long as you're close enough. Rolling his eyes, Izuku replied, It's not like you can turn it off, can you? Danny shook his head. Not really. Then it doesn't really matter, to me at least. It's not like you've been using it against me, and you still need to sustain yourself somehow, Izuku said with a finality that left Danny speechless. When it became clear Danny wasn't going to say anything, Izuku tentatively held up his notebook and pencil again. So, about those questions? I'll answer them the best I can, Danny replied, shaking himself out of his stupor. Their visit to the beach was cut short by Izuku's phone ringing. Inko had called to ask if he wanted to come along to the new school to fill out the paperwork together and get a tour. Izuku had tentatively agreed with some encouragement from Danny, and they'd made their way back to the apartment together. Izuku took a shower while Danny hovered on the couch, watching Inko putting everything she might need into her purse, including a thick stack of paper and at least 5 or so pens. It looked like she was getting ready for war, and maybe she was. Do you want me to drop you off at home, Danny? Inko asked as she grabbed some chapstick from a drawer. Oh, no need, Mrs. Inko, Danny quickly waved her off. I can get home just fine on my own. Are you sure? It wouldn't be a hassle, really, Inko replied, trying to sound casual. Danny knew she was worried. It seemed to be a natural state for her to be in, and he appreciated her concern, he really did. But it really wasn't necessary. His own parents had never been this worried about his safety before, letting him walk around town on his own all the time. Their way of making sure he was safe was giving him the newest anti-ghost tech and making sure he always had a Fenton thermostm on hand in case of a ghost attack. But it wasn't ghosts Inko was worried about, that's for sure. He hadn't seen any other ghosts since he fell through the portal, and he was starting to think there were no ghosts at all in this universe. Yup, I'll be fine. Danny made sure to be visible so she could see his smile, hoping it would calm her down a bit. It seemed to help a bit, though the soft scent of worry didn't fully leave the apartment. Once Izuku was ready, both Midoriyas fussed over Danny as they left. Inko made him promise to visit again soon, and Izuku made sure to remind him of their evening training. Danny assured them he'd be back at the normal time and to have fun at the new school. He pretended to fly back to his home, turning invisible once he thought he was far enough away, and flew back just in time to follow their car through the city and to the new school Izuku would be attending. He was worried for Izuku, of course, but he had to admit, he was also curious what the new school would be like. He hoped it wouldn't be as overwhelming as UA had been, and he certainly hoped it would be kinder than Aldera. It didn't take long to get to Naba Middle School. The building itself was pretty similar to Aldera, a cement block with windows on each floor. Naba was definitely longer while Aldera had more floors, but all in all it seemed to be about the same size. The biggest difference between the two were the types of trees planted all around the property. Aldera Junior High was a mixture of green and concrete, with trees that didn't develop much color despite the warm temperatures. Naba Middle School instead looked like a magical schoolgirl paradise, with pink cherry blossom trees everywhere. Danny swore this was the backdrop one of those romance animes Tucker made him watch, ironically, where the cherry blossom petals dropped from the air any time the male lead flirted with the main character. He pitied the person who had to clean it all up once the flowers started to wilt and petals covered the entirety of the school grounds. Far beneath Danny, Inko had parked her car and gotten out, helping Izuku get out as well. Even from a distance, Danny could see Izuku was also stunned by the amount of cherry blossoms, only stopping his gawking when Inko put a hand on his arm and gently guided him through the school gates. Danny followed them inside, where the Midoriyas were greeted by a middle-aged man in a suit. Danny tuned out the explanation the probably principal was giving and assessed the vibes he got from the school instead. All in all, it felt pretty similar to Aldra. Lots of boredom, some interest and stress, a little bit of happiness and sorrow, and too much teenage hormones for Danny to be comfortable with. He absent-mindedly followed behind Izuku, Inko, and the principal as they started walking through the hallways, curiously looking around and focusing on the different classrooms they passed. The sour stench of fear made him stop in his tracks. It wasn't overwhelming or even the majority of the emotions emanating from the classroom to his right, but it was different from the other classes. There was something going on in that room that didn't sit right with Danny. It felt too similar to the fear Kaken would cause in his peers whenever his anger wasn't fully focused on Izuku. A quiet anxiety, wondering if they'll be next if they're not careful. He hesitated only for a moment before sticking his head through the wall and peeking inside. Everything seemed to be normal. Everyone was in their seats, books open in front of them, and the teacher stood near the board. One kid stood up with their book open and started reading a paragraph. Danny ignored whatever lesson they were being taught and focused more on the kids individually. It seemed the fear was focused near the front of the classroom. A kid with a frankly impressive head of purple hair sat quietly, head down, in the middle of a ring of anxiety. He looked bored, but Danny could feel the quiet discomfort simmering beneath the surface. The discomfort grew as the kid who had been reading sat back down. The kid in front of purple hair stood up to read, and the anxiety of the surrounding people grew steadily. It seemed to take forever before the kid in front stopped reading. Danny expected purple hair to get up and read, but the teacher interrupted before he could even move a muscle. "I'm sure Shinso wouldn't want to hurt his voice too much by reading, so we'll continue with Shy Race," she said quickly. Danny saw purple hair's, Shinso, shoulders droop slightly, though he wasn't sure whether it was from relief or discomfort, both emotions whirling around each other. The anxiety of the people around Shinso noticeably dropped as Shy Race stood up and continued reading. Danny pulled his head back from the wall, unsure how to feel after witnessing that interaction. From what he had learned of this world, this Shinso must have some quirk that others are uncomfortable with, and if him being skipped to not hurt his voice was a regular excuse, then it probably had something to do with him talking. Was he like a siren or something? It seemed he himself also didn't want to talk, so was it something that activated the moment he uttered any sound whatsoever? Was it painful? Was he able to make people do things they didn't want? Did his voice rupture eardrums or break windows like Present Mic? Was his voice like a lullaby and put people to sleep? What in the world could cause that anxiety from people around him? Danny shook his head. He hung out with Izuku too much. It wasn't his place to speculate about people's powers like that. The guy would probably be incredibly uncomfortable if Danny ever asked him these questions. Speaking of Izuku, where was he? Danny looked around the hall, only to find it empty. Both Midoriyas and their guide had disappeared somewhere down the hall while Danny was busy snooping, leaving him completely and utterly lost in a school he didn't know. He floated in the direction he knew they were walking earlier, only to end up at a crossroad. He could go left or right, or take the stairs up or down. Of course he would be the one to get lost in a school when he had access to a guide just because he got a little bit distracted. Danny sighed heavily, dragging his hands over his face for a moment. It couldn't be that hard to find them again, right? He'd been around Izuku for so long, he should at least be able to figure out where his friend went. Izuku had been gushing over his ability to sense emotions for a while that morning, offering up exercises they could do together to help sharpen his senses and broaden his scope without Danny crashing immediately. One of the suggestions Izuku had given him was finding people based on their emotional signature, though they'd have to figure out if he could differentiate between people first. Well, now was as good a time as any to test it out. Danny closed his eyes and let all the emotions flow through him. It felt weird, almost a bit foreign now that he was looking for familiarity. The taste on his tongue was unfamiliar, causing him to grimace. Reluctantly, he inhaled deeply, taking in as much as he could. He was about to give up when something faint but sweet hit him. An anxiety he was all too familiar with, somehow tasting different from the fear he had smelled earlier, drove away the unknown emotions. Danny kept his eyes closed as he followed the scent, ignoring anything else around him. It took him down 2 floors and all the way to the opposite side of the school until he ended up in a small office. The scent was so strong here that he knew Izuku was in front of him before he even opened his eyes. Danny opened his eyes and took in the scene before him. Inko was going over some forms with the principal, pointing to different clauses with one of the pens she had packed away earlier as the man nodded along. Izuku sat on another chair, trying to pay attention but mostly trying not to fiddle with his hands too much. It was clear he missed having his notebook in his hands, even if just to doodle into it, but he didn't want to cause a fuss. Danny smiled fondly. He wasn't sure if the school would be a good fit for him, especially after that weird display in that class, but he would make sure no one dared to pick on his friend. It took quite a while before Inko was done going over all the documents she'd brought and filling out all the paperwork to transfer Izuku. By the time they were done, Danny had taken to sitting upside down on the ceiling and counting the amount of tiles on the floor, 28, the pens on the desk, 13, the books in the bookcase by the left wall, 47, and the piles of paperwork strewn about, 8. He was busy counting the scuff marks on the ground, quite a surprising amount for such a tidy office, when Inko and the principal stood up, quickly followed by Izuku. They bowed to each other, and the principal motioned to lead them out of the building. Danny flipped through the wall to follow them outside. He decided to test his limits some more by closing his eyes and focusing on Izuku's emotional signature as they walked through the halls, out to the parking lot and got into the car. He let himself float along, following the green stream of feelings through the city as they drove home. It wasn't always easy to make out. The more he focused on how Izuku's signature felt and what it looked like, the more he noticed that the people around them all had different colors too. More than once, he lost the bright green in a swirl of colors during traffic stops or when lots of people were crossing the street, but the green stood out again soon enough once it became a bit calmer. He was sure he could pick Izuku out of a crowd in no time if he practiced some more, and from Izuku's reaction earlier, he didn't think Izuku would mind being his target for practice at all. Danny decided to work on the taser for the rest of the afternoon. He'd been making some good progress, and maybe they'd be able to test and improve it before Izuku had to take the entrance exam. Would he be allowed to take things into the exam? Danny wasn't sure. He'd have to ask Izuku later. Either way, it would be a good addition to Izuku's hero costume. In Danny's experience, not much was resistant to electricity, and he hoped that was still the case in this weird world. Soon enough it was time for their training. Danny and Izuku raced to the beach again, though Danny decided to keep flying this time. He had told Izuku before they left that he might be able to pick out his emotional signature if he focused, and Izuku had immediately suggested they try it out on the way to the beach, so Danny had been keeping his eyes closed and followed Izuku around as his friend zigzagged between alleyways and took turns that led them nowhere near the beach. It took a lot longer to finally get to the beach, but by the time Izuku flopped down on the sand with a groan, sweat making the sand stick to his skin, Danny had gotten pretty good at tracking him down. Sure, it would be harder in a crowded place, but he was pretty happy with the results so far. Danny lay down next to Izuku, barely touching the sand, still visible from their run here. He gazed at the clouds floating slowly across the sky, waiting for Izuku to catch his breath. It didn't take long for the boy next to him to start moving again. Danny could see from the corner of his eyes that Izuku had sat upright again, another groan also announcing his movement, and had grabbed his notebook and a pencil. Danny smiled but kept looking at the sky as Izuku prepared himself to ask questions. "How did that go?" Izuku asked, pencil ready to record any answer Danny would give him. "Pretty well," Danny replied. "Definitely easier with so few people around. You took some really weird turns. I would probably have gotten lost if I couldn't feel your emotions. Does it look like anything?" Izuku continued, nose buried in his notebook. "You're like," Danny thought for a moment on how to describe it best. "Like a big green blob. I can vaguely see a shape inside, but, especially if there's more people in one place, it just becomes a mess of colors." "Is everyone green?" "No, everyone's got a different color as far as I can tell. Even your mom is a different green from you, so I can tell you apart if that's what you're asking." Izuku started writing even faster, muttering to himself at such a speed that even Danny could not understand more than a few words. Danny decided it would be best to just wait until Izuku was done with whatever idea or theory he had. It usually resulted in a different way to train or something new to try out, so Danny didn't mind waiting for a bit. Luckily for both of them, it only took a minute or two before Izuku realized he needed to breathe to survive and paused his note-taking. He looked like he wanted to apologize for getting stuck in his head and muttering, something he'd done way too many times for Danny's liking, so Danny interrupted him before he could even open his mouth. "So, what show wanna test out?" Danny knew he'd made the right decision when Izuku immediately lit up again. "I was thinking that maybe we can test how accurate your senses are? You followed me pretty well earlier, though you clipped through some buildings because you weren't looking, but maybe you can map out terrain better using signatures of different people? Or maybe you can predict their movements if the blobs you see become more detailed." Izuku put the end of the pencil in his mouth as he looked down at his notes, clearly trying to figure out what they could do to train. "I can't train right now, so fighting is out of the question. I don't think Mom would let me go outside again if I did anything to aggravate my injuries." Izuku sighed, muttering the last part to himself. His eyes shone with determination as he looked back up. "But I think I know how we can still test both." Danny had agreed maybe a bit too quickly, without even knowing what those methods would have been, but who could blame him? No one would say no to those eyes. And that's how Danny found himself floating a few feet in the air, eyes closed, as Izuku threw various small objects at him that he had to try and avoid without becoming intangible. This was supposed to help him visualize Izuku's form better, trying to get it accurate enough to be able to pick out his arm, and so also the arch in which he threw things. It should make him better at predicting people and using other senses, as Izuku explained. Danny thought it was more like revenge for all the times he'd thrown Izuku into the sand. He'd lost count of how many times he'd been hit so far. Every time he tried to guess where it would be going, he got it wrong and Izuku nailed him right in the head more than once. Every time he tried to catch what was thrown, he was miles off and it whizzed past him, landing in the sand or another pile of garbage behind him. He was starting to be able to make out more of Izuku's shape by the end of their training session, but it was still little more than a blur of green. They made sure to switch it up once in a while to a new version of hide and seek where Izuku hid somewhere in the alleyways between the houses next to the beach and Danny had to find him without bumping into a building. He was not that much better at that than at dodging trash being thrown at his head. Once, after slamming into yet another building, he had asked Izuku why he couldn't just fly through everything like he was used to which Izuku said it was to both build up his endurance and to make sure he didn't just fly through civilian homes all the time. Not only would it be bad if a villain decided to follow him through the buildings, causing more damage and probably more casualties, but it would be an invasion of privacy. Who knew what could be going on inside? Reluctantly, Danny had given in and continued to slam into walls for what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes. Danny was exhausted from staying both tangible and visible for the past 2 hours. He let himself drop onto the sand with a heavy thud before turning everything off and letting the sand fall through him. Izuku joined him not long after, sitting next to the recently disturbed sand and writing everything from their training down in his notebook. "You got a mean throw, you know that?" Danny said as Izuku's close proximity replenished his reserves faster. "That's a new one," Izuku replied distractedly. "I always got last place in the ball throw." Danny smiled, though Izuku couldn't see it. "Well, maybe that means you've gotten stronger already. You haven't secretly been training without me, right?" Though it was meant as a joke, Izuku froze like he'd been caught red-handed. Danny gasped, sitting up quickly. "You have?" Danny exclaimed, trying his hardest to keep a straight face. "Oh Izuku, how could you? Who have you been training with? How long have you been cheating on me, huh?" It's not like that, I swear." Izuku frantically waved his hands around. "I'm just doing some extra strength training in my room. I bought some weights. I'm not training with anyone else." Danny scrutinized him for a moment longer before bursting out laughing. "I'm kidding, dude, don't worry. Though, I would like to know if you were training with anyone else. It's also none of my business, really. Just make sure you don't overdo it, alright?" Izuku blinked up at him a few times before turning his head a bit, as if confused. "Why would it not be your business? HM? Because you're your own person and can do what you want. But you're helping me train. Izuku's hands lowered until they gripped the hem of his shirt, his gaze following. Shouldn't you be mad at me because I didn't tell you I was also training on my own? Danny probably looked as bewildered as he felt. Why would I be mad at you? It's not like you're hurting yourself, are you? No. Then, isn't it good that you continue with some training even when we're not together? I'm sure it's going to be hard to get into UA, so shouldn't you take every advantage you can get? Danny wasn't sure why Izuku was feeling so ashamed. Danny himself had needed every edge he could get in his hardest fights, so Izuku finding a way to get stronger on his own would be good too. Sure, maybe he should know about it because he was helping his friend train, but it's not like Danny was telling him everything either. Was it bad that they kept secrets from each other? He'd only ever been friends with Tucker and Sam, and though they shared a lot, Danny didn't tell them everything either. They didn't need to know about the late nights, the hidden injuries, the nightmares he got so often. It would only worry them, and they already had so much going on themselves, they didn't need Danny adding more on their plate. Would the ghosts count as friends? Despite all the fights he got into with them, they weren't all that bad to hang out with. And they'd even given him a break so he could study for finals when he was about to cry from frustration and exhaustion. They had only shown back up once he got his results, and every single one congratulated him on passing his classes even while they were fighting. Their fights had become more like a routine, something to pass the time with rather than an actual problem. Let's go, dinner is probably ready soon, Danny said as he floated higher, holding out his hand to pull up a contemplative Izuku. Then you can also show me your workout routine, I'm kinda curious to see what else you've been doing. The evening was spent relaxing with Inko, watching Izuku do a few exercises with small weights, making sure he didn't overexert himself, and studying some more katakana and hiragana for his lesson the next day. Danny left them with a friendly wave, turning down the suggestion of another sleepover with an excuse of being expected at home. His rooftop hadn't felt as lonely as it did that night. He hadn't seen Eraserhead since last week, and though he knew he would see the man the next morning, he had hoped he would show up anyways. He ended up spending most of the night just staring up at the stars, pretending like he wasn't waiting for the hero to show up for a chat. By the time the sun was about to rise, Danny decided to fly around a bit instead. Sure, Eraser wasn't going to visit this late into the night, or was it this early in the morning? Either way, Danny spent the next couple of hours lazily floating above the city, observing the few people who had to get up early to go to work or who came home from a night shift. The streets were calm, and Danny used the small amount of people to practice a little more with finding people by emotional signature. It comforted him a little that there was no green signature on the streets right now, even if he knew Izuku wouldn't be out this early. There was pink, yellow, a few shades of purple and blue, and one dark red who kept weaving through different alleyways at high speeds. Danny was a little curious where that last person was going, but it was almost time for him to meet up with Izuku, so he left that for another night. Maybe he would see them again and he could satiate his curiosity then. Training went a lot smoother this time, as Izuku didn't want him to exhaust himself too much when he still had lessons with Eraserhead later and would probably need to be able to hold a pen. So, instead of Izuku doing target practice with Danny's head, they decided to see if Danny could consciously stop Izuku's emotions from coming through. They sat in front of each other, legs crossed, and Danny tried to stop reading Izuku's feelings. Izuku had suggested it might be handy for when he's in a big crowd and got overwhelmed, and knowing he had to go to UA again today and remembering how it had gone last time, it wouldn't be a bad skill to have. By the time Izuku had to go home and Danny had to leave for you, Danny had only managed to slightly mute whatever emotion Izuku was sending out. It felt wrong to reject the feelings that were energizing him, like something would go terribly awry if he was able to fully tune them out. He'd voiced his worries to Izuku, who wrote them down and said they would limit that training to just muting emotions rather than cutting them off altogether. Danny walked Izuku home before flying off to see Eraserhead at UA. He hoped his reaction to the school wouldn't be too bad this time. How was your weekend? The question broke through the silence that had settled over Danny and Eraser as Danny worked on his hiragana worksheet. His pencil stopped mid-slide, leaving the character half-finished. It took a few seconds, too many to look natural, before Danny moved again, continuing his work. All right, I guess, he replied, trying to sound casual. Did Eraser know something? Did he actually go to the rooftop when he was with Izuku? Hopefully he didn't think too much of Danny's backpack still being there, abandoned on a random roof in the middle of the city without its owner anywhere in sight. Did you do anything fun? Eraser continued. He sounded a bit awkward, like he wasn't sure how to talk to him all of a sudden. And Danny wasn't sure why the man was asking that either. Danny kept his head down as he answered, eyes trained on the paper on the desk before him. I visited a friend? He hadn't meant to make it sound like a question, but he felt a little flustered himself. We went to the beach, that was pretty fun. Eraser hummed but didn't immediately say anything else. Danny continued his work as the hero turned back to grading whatever test his poor students had gotten the day before. The silence was stale and a bit uncomfortable, the only sound being the scratching of pencil and pen on paper. Did you stay the night with your friend? Eraser asked after a few minutes. I saw your backpack, but you weren't there. Oh, were you worried about me? Danny teased, only panicking a little bit on the inside. He sure hoped Eraser didn't take the opportunity to snoop in his bag while he was gone. Yes, I was. The response came so quick and sounded so genuine that Danny was a little stunned. He opened and closed his mouth once, then twice, then 3 times, doing an impressive impression of a fish as his brain restarted. Oh, he said eloquently. I'm sorry. Now it was Eraser's turn to be a little stunned, if the feelings Danny could sense were anything to go off of. Being Inua made it harder to read the man in front of him, the feelings of hundreds of teens buzzing uncomfortably beneath his skin, but he was sure the hero wasn't sure what to say to that either. Are you sorry for worrying me? He sounded a little incredulous and also, somehow, for some unknown reason, concerned. Yes. Danny winced. But I'm fine. I stayed with my friend, I just forgot my bag. It won't happen again. That answer, for some reason, didn't make the concern go away at all. In fact, the feeling only got stronger, though Eraser didn't show it on his face. Danny wasn't sure what he'd done to raise such worries, to be honest. If his parents ever asked him where he had been, which wasn't often, he just had to tell them he was with Sam or with Tucker and they'd leave him alone. And Mr. Lancer usually got off his back when he forgot his homework once again if he said it wouldn't happen again. So why was it different with Eraser? Before he could think any further on it, Eraserhead opened his mouth again, making Danny snap to attention. Do you have a safe place to put your bag? Maybe somewhere I might be able to bring it if you forget again. Was this a way to ask for his home address? If it was, well, Eraser was out of luck. His home address probably didn't even exist in this universe, and if it did, his family wouldn't be living there. He couldn't just give a random address either, since the man might just actually swing by if Danny ever stayed with Izuku again instead of staying on the rooftop, which would probably happen sooner or later with how the Midoriyas were acting, and he didn't want to scare some unsuspecting civilians. Besides that, he probably wouldn't get Eraser off his back on his home situation if that ever happened. Could he ask to bring it to Izuku's apartment instead? Would that be weird? He was sure his friend would cover for him if Eraser said it was Danny's backpack, and there was a high chance Izuku might vibrate out of his skin with all the questions he'd want to ask the hero, which would be a great distraction. He wasn't sure how Inko would react, but he doubted she'd narc on him. Still, wouldn't it be suspicious if he gave his friend's address instead of his own? In the end, Danny mumbled lamely, "The roof is pretty safe." Eraser sighed, the sound making Danny shrink in on himself. Not wanting to taste any disappointment or any other emotions the man might have, Danny tried to keep his attention on the maelstrom of feelings coming from other parts of the school. It wasn't difficult to keep his focus there when there was so much going on, too much to easily identify. Danny, Eraserhead said, his voice even more serious than usual. Danny hummed lightly to show he was listening. You're not in trouble, Eraser continued, surprising Danny. He wasn't? Danny was almost always in trouble back home. He felt more off-kilter by the second. I'm worried for your safety and your health if the rooftop of a random office building is your safe space. As a hero, your personal teacher, and a concerned adult, I want to make sure you are not in any danger of getting hurt, physically or emotionally. Each word hit like a brick, making Danny's head spin, but Eraser was far from finished. I understand if you don't feel comfortable telling me what's going on, You're not obligated to tell me anything. But I want you to know that if you ever want to talk about anything, I will listen and I won't judge. Danny ignored the constricting feeling in his chest. Weird, he didn't even need to breathe. Why did it suddenly feel so stuffy in here? Must be the closed windows, surely. A soft breeze reminded him that the window was open, but Danny steadfastly ignored that too. He just needed to focus on his worksheet, that was it. He was uncomfortable because he didn't think he'd get it done in time, surely. If he worked really hard from now on until the end of their lesson time, then he could finish everything, so he shouldn't worry about silly things like conversations right now. Sure thing, Teach. Danny cheerfully called out, his voice tighter than he anticipated and cracking in the middle of his sentence. Man, look at the time, I still have so much to do. Better get to it, huh? He turned invisible, despite the excess of energy begging him to use it to stay visible, cringed at his own words and put his pen to paper. The rest of their lesson was spent in silence. The quiet only disturbed a handful of times when Danny had a question and Eraser answered. Danny definitely didn't flee the moment he could, he definitely walked, floated, out of there at a completely normal and relaxed pace and not like he was being chased by Skulker for the umpteenth time. He flew at a very reasonable speed to Izuku's home, ignoring the tiredness that followed like last time, rang the doorbell like a normal person and definitely didn't collapse into Izuku once his friend opened the door. Danny awoke to darkness in a familiar bedroom on a familiar bed. The curtains had been drawn, so Danny looked to the clock on the nightstand to figure out what time it was. He shot up so fast he almost phased through the ceiling when he saw that it was almost 6 p.m. He'd slept for almost 5 hours. Looking around more carefully, he didn't even see the futon he'd used last time he stayed over, so that meant he'd nabbed not only Izuku's bedroom but also his bed. Danny groaned into his hands. What a horrible friend he was. If Danny was sleeping in his room, Izuku would most likely not be able to use his computer since his friend was way too considerate of others and wouldn't want to wake Danny up at all. He sighed deeply, shaking off the last dregs of sleep, and carefully floated to the bedroom door, eyes closed and focused on the green blob sitting on what Danny assumed was the couch. He opened his eyes again and sheepishly floated into the living room, using whatever emotion Izuku was giving off to turn visible when he got closer. His friend noticed him pretty fast, turning his head and smiling. Still, despite the normalcy Izuku was trying to project, Danny could still taste the concern in the air. Maybe racing to Izuku's apartment and collapsing in his arms was not the best course of action. Hey, Izuku said to break the silence that had fallen over them. Are you feeling better? Danny ran a nervous hand through his hair. Yeah, no worries. He chuckled, though it sounded strained. You just tires me out. That seemed to pique Izuku's interest, and soon enough he was asking Danny all about how his quirk was affected by UA and what they could do to help avoid the worst effects. Danny was happy with the distraction as well, letting himself fall into the conversation, putting what Eraser had said in the back of his mind to agonize over when he was alone. After a while, their conversation tapered out into a comfortable silence. They sat together for a while, just enjoying each other's company. Danny could feel that Izuku wanted to say something and that he was nervous to bring it up, but Danny didn't mind waiting until Izuku got his nerves together enough to open his mouth again. It took a little while longer, but Izuku hesitantly started speaking again. Mom and I are going shopping for my new school uniform tomorrow. Would you maybe like to come along? Izuku avoided looking at him as Danny turned his head in surprise. Whatever he thought Izuku was going to say, he wasn't expecting to be invited to go school shopping. He didn't really have anything planned on Wednesday anyways, so after a moment of stunned silence he replied, Sure? What time should I be here? Izuku's shoulders sagged in relief. We could come back here after training if you have time? Mom wants to beat the lunch and afternoon rush at the mall, so if we could leave around 9, that would be best. Sounds good. We should leave a little earlier then, to make sure you have time to shower. Izuku tilted his head. Do you not want to shower too? Danny suddenly felt incredibly dirty. He hadn't showered since he arrived in this world, and he hadn't really thought about it either. Everything from dirt to sweat would just fall through him when he turned intangible, so it had never seemed like a problem, but now that Izuku had mentioned it, he couldn't help but be disgusted by himself. He looked down at his clothes, which he also hadn't taken off or washed for weeks, and pulled a face. Jazz would be so disappointed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked such a weird question, Izuku suddenly blurted out after Danny stayed quiet for too long. What? Oh no, it's fine, Danny said distractedly. I just realized I haven't showered in weeks. This is so… Instead of finishing his sentence, he shuddered. He was glad he was floating above the couch and wasn't sitting on it, but he did feel bad for Izuku's bed, which didn't get the same treatment. He was so distracted he almost missed Izuku's embarrassment turning into concern, and then determination. He turned to look at his friend at that last emotion. Izuku had a determined expression on his face and he held out his hand. Confused, Danny put his hand in Izuku's, giving him a quizzical look. Come on, Izuku said the moment their fingers intertwined, standing up from the couch and pulling Danny along. You can use the shower right now. Wait, what? I'll get you some clean clothes too. I think you'll fit in some of my bigger stuff. You can use my shampoo and stuff too. It's on the edge of the tub. Mom probably won't mind if you accidentally take her stuff either, but you might be more comfortable with mine anyways. Wait, Izuku dash. Izuku ignored his protests and pulled open the bathroom door at the end of the hall, dragging Danny inside behind him. He pointed at the products on the side of the tub, each in a very colorful packaging that seemed to be inspired by different heroes from Izuku's notebook. Izuku opened some cabinets too, keeping a firm grip on Danny's hand all the while. The towels are here, you can use whatever you want. There's a hairdryer and some lotions and creams, feel free to use those too. Izuku let go of Danny's hand. Take a look around, I'll go get some clothes. Do you want me to stay close by so you can more easily stay tangible? I know you get less energy when I'm farther away, so I don't mind staying outside the bathroom if you want. When Danny stayed silent, Izuku left with a soft, I'll be right back. Danny was left in a stunned silence. Everything had happened so fast, he wasn't sure how to react. He decided to focus on the hero-themed shampoo, trying to guess who it was based on by the colors alone. It was mostly yellow with some black accents and, were those sunglasses? Must be Present Mike. He didn't know heroes had their own shampoo line. He thought it was mostly things like posters and figurines, but considering the amount of hair on Present Mike's head, it shouldn't have been a surprise he had something related to hair. Maybe he sold hair gel too. Soon enough, Izuku returned with a pile of soft clothing. He left them on the counter and turned to leave again when Danny finally found his voice again. Hey, Izuku. His friend stopped in the doorway. Yeah. Danny shifted uncomfortably. Could you stay nearby? I haven't showered since my quirk evolved, and I'm not sure if I have enough energy to, finish showering. Izuku smiled gently. Sure, I'll be right outside. Yell if you need me. Danny nodded and the door closed. Well then, Danny muttered to himself as he turned back to the shower. This shouldn't be too hard, right? As it turned out, it was a lot harder to take a shower when Danny had to concentrate on actually being able to stay tangible enough to get clean. It had been a relief to find out he could actually take off his clothes and wouldn't have to try to wash himself and his clothes at the same time. He'd have to remember to mention how weird it felt to Izuku, like peeling off a layer of skin without any pain, really weird stuff, but staying wet was a different beast altogether. Anytime Danny lost his concentration, he'd go intangible and all the soap and water would just drop to the floor, leaving him to lather himself up once again. He really hoped Izuku had more body wash because Danny was sure he'd use it all up at this rate. At least the water was soothing when it could actually reach his skin. It had been so long since he could shower, the shampoo in his hair and the steam filling the room felt like heaven. Even if he hadn't been fighting with the physical plane, he would still have lingered in the shower in a way he would never have at home. Back home, he couldn't afford to take long showers. There was always something going on that forced him to be in and out in under 5 minutes, whether that be some invention trying to fry him dead again, a ghost attacking the town, or just Danny being late for school. He could never relax in the bathroom. Now though, it felt like he could stay there forever and nothing would disrupt him. Izuku's presence at the door was both embarrassing and comforting, like he was standing guard, ready to defend Danny's honor and make sure he got all the time and energy he needed to finish showering. It was incredibly sweet and made Danny feel horribly guilty for making his friend waste his time like that. He hoped Izuku wasn't just sitting there doing nothing because Danny would never shower again if that was the case. Eventually, after a long struggle, Danny felt clean enough to stop wasting water. At least getting dry was a piece of cake now. Putting on Izuku's clothes was less so. He was sure he could put them on just fine and they'd become a part of him for as long as he wore them, just like his old clothes that were discarded in a pile on the floor, but these were Izuku's clothes, which somehow made it a lot harder to grab them and put them on. Izuku had said he'd grab some of his bigger clothing, and it was clear that on Izuku these would definitely be oversized. They seemed like loungewear for rainy days when no one wanted to be outside and all people did was sit inside with hot chocolate and a funny movie. Involuntarily, the image of Izuku in an oversized sweater entered his mind. He had to physically shake himself out of his daze. The steam on the mirror coalesced into drops, creating tracks on the mirror. Danny wiped his forehead despite not being tangible. It sure was hot in here with all this steam and stuff. He should probably get out of here before he died, again, of a heat stroke. That would be such a lame way to die. Putting on the clothes was as weird as taking them off. They seemed to meld onto him, like a second layer of skin, yet moving just as normal clothing would. What a horrible, nasty, icky feeling. He hoped it would get better with practice, but he really wasn't looking forward to taking these clothes off again to put his old clothes back on once they were washed. He tried his best to make his hair look presentable with his hands, not confident in using the hairdryer without dropping it. He took one last look in the mirror, sighed, and turned to float through the bathroom door. Izuku was sitting against the wall in the hallway, holding a textbook and making notes with a pencil. Relief filled him at the sight. At least his friend wasn't wasting his time just sitting there. "I'm done," Danny said. Izuku startled and nearly dropped the textbook and pencil, but quickly recovered. He looked Danny up and down for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Danny fidgeted with the sleeves of the sweater. Before Danny could say anything else, Izuku broke the tension by smiling. "You look refreshed." Izuku pushed himself up from the floor and held out his hand. "Did you have much trouble?" Danny put his hand in Izuku's without thinking. "A little bit? I kept accidentally drying myself while washing my hair. That was a pain." He followed Izuku into his room, being pulled along while Izuku hummed to show he was listening. "Oh, and clothes are really weird." Izuku perked up. "Weird? In what way?" Danny sat down on Izuku's bed while his friend grabbed his notebook. "Just weird? Like, have you ever pulled on some loose skin on your fingers? It's kinda like that." Izuku shuddered, but his expression remained excited. "That's fascinating." He opened his notebook and started writing. "It's like your quirk makes everything that you wear a part of you. That's probably how you can also make your clothes invisible and intangible without having to put in any effort. A lot of invisibility quirks only work on the person themselves, and making anything else invisible takes massive amounts of energy. Like in Visio, I've heard he can make small things invisible, but only for a short time, while he himself can stay invisible for a lot longer." Danny nodded along, remembering the hero from one of the entries in Izuku's notebook. His entry had been highlighted to show the similarities between his and Danny's powers. Though it was pretty cool to see. His quirk was still different from Danny's, since in Visio's natural state was being visible and he couldn't become intangible. Izuku's expression had become pensive and, if Danny's senses were correct, a little concerned. "That how did you not know about this earlier?" Danny shrugged. "I hadn't tried it yet. I was a bit too freaked out by my new powers to try, and I didn't really have anything to change into anyways." He noticed his mistake the moment anger filled the room. Whatever he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he choked on air. He stilled above the bed, having gone invisible and intangible without meaning to. Izuku noticed the sudden silence and looked up from where he had been clutching his pencil tightly to notice Danny wasn't visible anymore. The anger dissipated as fast as it had appeared, being replaced by concern and embarrassment. Danny wasn't sure what to do. He didn't know what he'd done wrong to make his friends so angry. It was such a foreign feeling, something he'd only smelt once or twice when Izuku was around Bakugo, and now, was it aimed at him? Was it something he said? Something he did? Izuku hadn't ever been angry at him before, even when he was keeping secrets, so what happened? Danny snapped out of his downward spiral, eyes focusing on his friend who was standing in front of the bed where he'd last seen Danny, frantically trying to get his attention. Yeah, he croaked out. Are you okay? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to overwhelm you like that. I swear I'm not mad at you. Danny blinked once, twice. The words slowly sunk in. You're not. He slowly turned visible again and Izuku immediately made eye contact. Who were you mad at then? No one, I guess. Izuku eventually sighed out. But definitely not you. Danny searched his face but knew Izuku must be telling the truth. It left him a bit confused, but he quickly shook himself out of it. He could think of that later, when the feelings hanging in the air weren't clouding his judgment. For now, he just said, okay. Izuku decided to change the topic then, for which Danny was grateful. Do you want to stay over again tonight? Sure. Izuku had turned to his notebook again, scribbling something down on the corner of a page. He stayed focused on his writing as he asked his next question, his feelings in the air somehow turning a little more rigid, like he was trying to control them. Do you not need to ask your parents first? Danny startled. Sure, Tucker and Sam still had to inform their parents if they were going to be staying over at each other's places, but Danny never had to ask his parents if he could stay with his friends. He doubted they noticed his absence anyways. The only one he used to text where he was going was Jazz because she had begged him to inform her. It hadn't really crossed his mind that Izuku would find it odd that Danny never asked his parents for permission. He was sure he'd gotten some weird looks from the Midoriyas before when he brushed their concern off, but he'd also ignored those looks in favor of pretending everything was fine. Being asked so directly was not good. Danny tried to sound nonchalant as he answered. Nah, they're chill about stuff like that. They'll be fine as long as I come home tomorrow. That answer, for some reason, did not assuage Izuku's worries at all. The room turned sour as Izuku tried his best to keep his feelings in check. The hairs on Danny's arms stood on end and he repressed a shudder. Man, he wished he hadn't reacted like that earlier. This was a lot worse than his friend being angry at him. That's cool. I think my mom would freak out a lot if I didn't come home one night, Izuku said stiffly, trying to break the tension that had formed with a chuckle, which sounded way too forced to do anything but make Danny more on edge. They stayed silent for a while. The only sounds filling the room were Izuku's breathing and the scratching of a pencil on paper. Danny had gone invisible again to conserve energy. At least, that was what he told himself. It definitely wasn't because he didn't want Izuku to see how unnerved the boy had made him. No sir, definitely not. The rest of the evening went by uneventfully. Inko eventually called them to the table for dinner, at which Izuku and Danny tried to go back to their normal banter, but it felt a bit stilted and awkward. Later, Danny was hovering over the futon they'd laid out for him again as Izuku and Inko talked in the living room. He did his best to not listen in, he wanted to give them privacy, but he had a nagging feeling that they were talking about him. He'd said too many incriminating things today. What would they do if they found out he was homeless? Would they hand him over to the police so they can put him in the system? And what then? The police would surely find out he didn't actually exist, and what would happen with him then? Hopefully they still thought he had parents and a home to get back to. That would be the best for everyone involved. The legal system didn't need to know about his non-existence. Eraser would get off his back about things and just stay his teacher. Izuku wouldn't have to be worried, and Inko wouldn't be forced to hand him over to the police to be put in an orphanage. A win-win for everyone. Sure, he still lived on top of a building instead of inside one, but he could deal with that. Izuku's anger though? He hoped that wouldn't come up again. He'd have to be more careful in what he told his friend about his situation. They were woken up in the morning by Inko knocking on the bedroom door. Or, well, Izuku was woken up by his mother. Danny, on the other hand, had been hovering an inch above his futon while staring at the ceiling for what must have been an hour or two now. He had tried to sleep again, but his body refused to cooperate, so he decided to take a nightly stroll around the neighborhood, flying around until it was close enough to sunrise that he thought he could wait it out in Izuku's room without going insane. He was still wearing Izuku's clothes from the day before. The thought of peeling them off to put on pajamas sent shivers down his spine, and he vowed to wait until he could shower again before he changed clothing. He was sure Izuku wouldn't mind if he borrowed his clothes for a while. Izuku and Danny spent the morning with a quick run to the beach, where Izuku tried to keep up the pace and Danny yelled encouragements while flying next to him. Once they got to the beach, Izuku continued with Danny's quirk training plan TM by having Danny sink into the sand and try to locate Izuku between all the rubble with his quirk alone. To make it more difficult, Danny also had to guess what pose Izuku was hiding in or what he was doing when Danny located him without looking. It was a very interesting way of playing hide and seek, in Danny's opinion. He had never been in the ground for so long. It was definitely a little suffocating, but at least he didn't need to breathe. They stopped once Danny's claustrophobia got the best of him and he refused to go underground again. They sat on the sand for a while, enjoying the sunrise, when Izuku spoke up. "Sue, you're coming to the mall with us, right?" Danny nodded. "Yeah, gotta make sure you get the right uniform of course, or you'd end up going to school in a shirt that says, milk." Izuku rolled his eyes with a smile. "I'm sure they'd love my milk shirt. It's gonna be all the rage soon." Of course. All the girls will be swooning once you walk in the door." Danny held a hand to his forehead dramatically and pitched his voice up. "Oh Izuku, you look so handsome wearing that shirt with tuxedo written onto it, I might faint." He let himself fall against a laughing Izuku, who scrambled to catch him in his arms. "Don't worry, ma'am, I'll make sure you're safe from my dashing outfit." Izuku exclaimed, his voice a lot lower than usual, trying to sound like those heroes on TV. "My hero!" Danny swooned. They stared at each other for a moment before bursting out laughing. Danny clutched his stomach as he wheezed while Izuku turned red from a lack of oxygen. They laid on the sand for a while, catching their breath as the sun slowly rose higher in the sky and seagulls flew overhead. "We should probably get going," Izuku eventually said. "I still have to shower and I don't want to make Mom wait too long." Danny nodded and floated off of his friend. He let the sand fall through him and onto Izuku, making him splutter. "Hey!" he yelled with a laugh. "What was that for?" "To make sure you actually need your shower," Danny winked. He cackled at Izuku's indignant gasp and flew away as his friends started chasing him. Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall was a lot bigger than the Amity Park Mall Danny sometimes went to. It was divided into two buildings that were at least 4 stories high, with a big street down the middle and walking bridges connecting the upper floors of both buildings. And, despite it being a Wednesday morning, it was crowded. Danny tried his best to stay close to the Midoriyas, but all the different people made it difficult to stay invisible and intangible, and it was even more difficult to stay on the ground with so many people bumping into him or walking through him. "Why is it so busy? Do these people have nothing better to do?" Danny complained, hovering right behind Izuku to try and avoid the crowd. "It's Tokyo, it's always busy," was Izuku's unhelpful reply. "Tokyo my butt." Danny decided he'd had enough of all these people getting way too into his personal space and flew above the crowd. The many emotions floating around melted together, making it hard for Danny to pinpoint any exact feelings. He tried focusing on Izuku as much as possible, following his friend like he was a green beacon in a sea of colors, until someone's annoyance overpowered the cloud of emotions. "Hey kid, get down!" Someone shouted from the crowd below. Danny looked around until he saw a woman in a security outfit. She looked a bit like a bulldog from afar, her teeth poking out of her large mouth and her build very stocky and muscular. Danny pointed to himself questioningly. "Yay, get down here. You're not allowed to use your quirk in public." Danny quickly descended, laughing nervously. "I'm so sorry, ma'am, I won't do it again." He eyed the people around him as they turned to watch the show. "You better." She looked him up and down with a frown. "Where are your parents? Why aren't you in school?" I do online school," Danny stuttered out, sounding uncertain. "I'm here with a friend to get him a new uniform, 'cause, well, he's changing schools, you know?" She raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced by his story. Luckily, Izuku and Inko had made their way through the crowd right then. "Danny!" Izuku exclaimed. "Are you okay?" I'm fine, don't worry," Danny replied, letting Izuku check him over anyways. "Ah, officer, I'm so sorry for the disturbance." Inko bowed to the security lady apologetically. "Danny here is with us. He has a hard time with crowds, I'm sure you understand." The security officer seemed to relax a bit now that there was an adult with what she probably thought was a delinquent teenager. Danny tried not to feel sour about adults never trusting him with anything. Sure, he was flying, but was that really that bad? He startled when someone took his hand, only to relax once he saw it was Izuku. "Well, ma'am, even if he doesn't like crowds, he shouldn't be using his quirk like that in public. It would cause chaos if everyone just went around using their quirks willy-nilly." Danny floated a little closer to his friend, tightening his grip. "Of course," Inko nodded, "it is just very hard for him to turn his quirk off. But we'll keep him closer to the ground, I promise." The officer took one last look at the three of them before nodding. "I'll keep you to that." She turned to Danny. "Try to stay out of trouble, all right? I will have to ban you from the mall if I see you in the air again, understood?" "Yes, ma'am," Danny agreed meekly. Once the officer disappeared into the crowd and the people around them decided it wasn't interesting anymore and continued shopping, all three of them let out a sigh of relief. Izuku turned to Danny once more, still holding his hand. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." Danny scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry about that." "It's okay, honey," Inko chimed in, putting a hand on his shoulder. "We should have noticed sooner that the crowd was bothering you." Izuku nodded vigorously at her words. An odd weight settled in his throat and his eyes felt suspiciously wet. He cleared his throat and looked away, trying to ground himself. "It's fine," he muttered, his voice cracking. Deciding to have mercy on him, Inko and Izuku stopped questioning his well-being and assuring that he wasn't at fault. Instead, Izuku held up their joint hands and said, "Would it help if we walked around like this?" The familiar warmth of Izuku's hand did seem to calm his jittery nerves, and he felt more present in his body. Danny agreed, and the three of them continued on with Izuku on his left, holding his hand, and Inko on his right. After a few people had rudely pushed between Danny and Inko, Danny offered his arm to her and she took it with a smile. With the two nicest people he'd ever met flanking him on either side and grounding him with their touch, Danny felt like he could take on the world. The search for Izuku's uniform didn't take long. There was a store that sold exclusively school uniforms, including the one from Nabu Middle School. Once they walked in, it was only a matter of asking the attendant for the right uniform, trying it on to make sure the size was right, and paying. While Izuku was in the changing rooms, Danny stayed with Inko, their arms linked together the whole time, like it was no big deal. Once Izuku came back out, he immediately grabbed Danny's hand again. The attendant didn't even blink and just checked them out. "So, was that it?" Danny asked as they left the store. "Oh, not really?" Izuku said, suddenly nervous. "We need some casual clothes as well." Inko jumped in. She didn't look nervous, but Danny could taste it. Was that a code for something or what? Why were they acting so weird? Shrugging, Danny followed along as they went to another store. Izuku kept looking at him as Inko grabbed different colored shirts and pants from the racks. Danny tried his best to ignore it, unsure of what to do with his friend's attention. He felt his ears turn red as he and Izuku glanced at each other at the same time, embarrassment flooding his senses from his left. Inko kept holding shirts up for Danny and Izuku to see and asked them for their thoughts. Shirts that both Izuku and Danny liked were added to the pile, while those that neither of them disagreed on were put back on the rack. It was nice to be included, though he wasn't sure why his opinion mattered so much. Danny also wondered why they needed so many new clothes. It was like they were buying Izuku a whole new wardrobe. When Inko went to check out the clothes without having Izuku try them on, Danny spoke up. Don't you need to try these on?" Izuku jumped a little. "What? Oh no, I go here all the time, I don't have to try them on." Danny frowned. "Okay? Don't worry, Danny-kun," Inko interjected, "these will probably fit just fine." They went silent again as Inko put the clothes on the counter and paid for them. Danny tried grabbing a bag to help carry, but Izuku grabbed them all before he could and wouldn't let him take one. "You can't carry these when you have to carry this instead," Izuku said, holding out his other hand and turning his face away. Danny was sure Izuku's face was red from embarrassment from saying such a corny line, but he grabbed the other's hand again without complaint. Small sounds on the overhang announced the start of rainfall, the ground outside slowly becoming wetter as more and more rain fell from the sky. Inko grabbed an umbrella from her purse and opened it. All three squeezed together to stay dry, laughing as they almost fell over. People rushed into stores or back to their cars to avoid the rain. Some people had umbrellas like Inko, others used various items as makeshift covers instead. Some pulled up their suit jackets, someone else used a bento box, and he even saw someone try to hide from the rain underneath a stack of papers. As they rushed to the car, someone ran past with a backpack over their head, cursing out the rain for probably ruining my paperwork. Danny went still, watching them run past with wide eyes. If it was raining here, my backpack. Danny rushed off as fast as he could, ignoring the surprised shouts from Izuku and Inko. Somewhere in the back of his mind he knew he had turned invisible and intangible again because there were no cries of a flying teenager and the rain was going right through him, but he didn't consciously register any of that. All he could think about was his backpack and how it contained almost all his possessions, including his ancient med homework. He flew as fast as his body would allow, zooming around buildings and birds, trying to outfly the rain. It took far too long and not long at all to get to his rooftop. The first thing he noticed was a big black blob in the distance, which was definitely not his backpack. Did something else happen to his backpack before the rain started? Did someone else find it? He couldn't let them take it if that was the case. He'd never find his stuff again. When he got closer, he could make out the shape a bit better. Was it an umbrella? Who the hell would Danny came to a stop at the edge of the rooftop. He felt the rain soak his hair as he turned his head and vocal cords tangible to talk. Something about the shift in the rain must have alerted Eraserhead as he turned towards Danny before the boy could speak, worry permeating the air. Not the best place to shelter from the rain, Danny. Eraser deadpanned from where he was crouched over Danny's backpack. Wah, I didn't know it was going to rain. Danny protested. So you leave your backpack here all day and night? Danny's mouth clicked shut. That was far too close to the truth of him being homeless. Eraserhead really needed to stop asking such demeaning questions. He tried to think of something to say to distract Eraser, but he must have been silent for too long as the worry intensified and Eraser spoke. It's all right, he said softly, you don't have to answer that. But this isn't a good place to keep all your stuff. Danny shifted uncomfortably, looking anywhere but at those concerned eyes. No one else has found it yet, he mumbled defensively. Not yet, no, Eraser agreed, but that doesn't mean a rooftop isn't a dangerous place for a teenager to hang out all the time. I don't hang out on the rooftop all the time, I hang out with Izuku way more. He crossed his arms and ignored that he suddenly felt like a petulant child. He just needed to get Eraser to stop questioning him and go away so he could check if anything in his backpack was damaged. Your friend? Ah, DMN. He hadn't meant to involve Izuku like that. He hoped Eraser would forget about it soon, but he doubted that would happen. That man really didn't know when to leave things alone. Yeah, my friend. Can I take my backpack now? The words came out a lot harsher than intended and Danny winced. Of course. Eraserhead put the umbrella on the ground, making sure it still covered the backpack, before backing away. Danny slowly crept closer until Eraser was far enough away that he was sure he couldn't snatch the backpack up before Danny could, and then he dove towards it, picked it up, and put it on his back. Immediately, Danny felt the straps and the back of the backpack melting into him like his clothes had. He looked over his shoulder to find that it had turned invisible like the rest of him. He buried his head into his hands. I could have done that the whole time? I'm so stupid. You're not stupid. Danny nearly jumped out of his skin. He'd almost forgotten Eraser was there with this whole backpack can be carried with no issues thing he just figured out. Huh. You're not stupid, Eraser repeated. This is clearly a new development in your quirk. You're not stupid for not figuring it out sooner. Well, that was a new one. Danny could count on one hand the number of teachers he'd had in his life who had never called him stupid, but he couldn't remember any who had told him he wasn't stupid for not knowing something. Eraserhead really was a weird guy. You're getting wet. was Danny's intelligent reply as he ignored the stinging in his eyes. He materialized his hand and took the umbrella from the rooftop floor. He noticed. The inside was bright pink with black paw prints all over, something he hadn't expected from this all-black hero. He offered it up to Eraser, who looked at him with an unreadable expression. Luckily or unluckily for Danny, he felt the worry and concern grow thicker in the air, followed by an undercurrent of something he'd only smelt from Izuku and Inko before, which he refused to acknowledge. No way Eraser was feeling any type of positive emotions around Danny. "It's all right," Eraser responded, "you can keep it." Danny looked him up and down skeptically. "Are you sure? You're gonna get sick, you know. I have a good immune system." He shrugged and his mouth twitched a little, like he was suppressing a smile. His expression straightened out almost immediately and the air turned heavy. "Danny, I would like it if you didn't stay on this rooftop anymore. I don't know why you're here or why you leave your backpack here, but it's not safe. You could get sick or hurt too, and your stuff could get stolen. But you can leave your backpack at UA, if you'd like." Danny's mouth fell open in surprise. "What? I would offer my apartment too, but I doubt you'd be comfortable with that," Eraser continued, like he hadn't just stunned Danny to his core. "Your apartment?" "Yes, my apartment. But if you're not comfortable with that, you can leave your backpack in my office at UA. No one can get in there without my permission and it would be safe from the elements and potential robbers." Danny blinked a couple of times, dropping the umbrella in surprise. He tasted the air to see if Eraser was lying about anything, but there was no dishonesty anywhere close by. This couldn't be real. Danny started pacing back and forth, the rain parting where he walked. Eraser's eyes followed the movement. Luckily, he stayed quiet as Danny thought. On the one hand, UA would be pretty safe. They had an advanced security system and Eraser would be close by for most of the day if anything were to happen. On the other hand, Danny wasn't sure if they'd allow him inside during the night and he wasn't sure if he could sneak in past the security system. They'd given him a visitor pass so he could go to his lessons with Eraser, but with how high-tech they were, he wouldn't be surprised if that pass was only activated during certain times and days. He was sure Tucker would have put restrictions on such things, so surely a school of that size would have too. He also didn't want Eraser to look through his stuff. If it was in his office all the time, it would give him unrestricted access and Danny wouldn't even know if he had snooped or not. Then there was Eraser's apartment. He had never been there before, but he assumed Eraser would show him if he decided to bring his backpack there. It was probably less protected than UA, but there would also be less people around and he would probably be able to get inside during the night, especially if Eraser was on patrol. But again, Eraser would have unlimited access to his backpack at all times and he wasn't confident he would be able to work on anything without alerting Eraser if the man wasn't on patrol. That only left one option besides leaving it on the roof again. "Sorry, I already asked my friend if I could leave my backpack at his place instead," Danny lied. He was sure Izuku wouldn't mind. What was a backpack compared to a whole but person sleeping in his room almost every night for the past week? "Ah, Izuku then?" Eraser asked. Danny nodded before realizing Eraser couldn't actually see him, only the vague outline of where the rain hit him. "Yes." "All right," Eraser said after a moment of silence. "I'll walk you to his place then." Danny started to protest but stopped when Eraser raised his hand. "I want to make sure you get there safely in this weather. Even if you can be invisible and intangible, that doesn't mean you're entirely safe from opportunistic villains who like to use bad weather as cover." Danny sighed. He could easily fly away and leave Eraser in the dust, but it just felt wrong. The man had just offered both UA and his own apartment up as a safe place for Danny to keep his stuff. The least he could do was give him some peace of mind that he had actually found a safe place of his own. Besides, Izuku was going to flip if he got to meet the Eraser head. "Sure, walk me home, oh hero of mine." Eraser rolled his eyes, hiding behind his scarf to suppress a smile from the amusement and relief that Danny could taste. Danny started floating to the edge of the roof when he realized something. I don't know if they'll be home right now." "Why is that?" "Well, we went shopping together and I, left kind of suddenly when the rain started. I don't know if they're still at the mall or not." "Kiyoshi Ward?" "Yeah." We can go to their home first if that's closer, and if they're not there, we can go to the mall together. Are you sure? Isn't that gonna take a long time? Shouldn't you be out stopping opportunistic villains instead? Eraser shook his head. Those will be taken care of by my colleagues. A big part of being a hero is making sure civilians are safe, which I'm doing right now. He stepped closer to Danny, picking up the umbrella on the way. Some heroes might argue that beating villains is more important, but I personally believe helping people is the most important aspect of my job. He put a hand on Danny's head, the only tangible part, and ruffled his soaked hair. Come on, problem child, let's get you to your friend. Do you have any hobbies? I like playing video games. Tucker's got some cool stuff we, used to play all the time. Do you like animals? Oh yeah, animals are pretty cool. Got any pets? Kinda. There's a dog I play with sometimes, but he does what he wants most of the time. Favorite color? Red, I think, or maybe green? When's your birthday? February 12th. What's with all the questions, old man? Just making sure. You're still here, and intelligence gathering is an important part of heroism too. Danny gasped dramatically. Do you trust me so little that you'd think I'd just fly off like that? You wound me, Eraserhead. Were you not contemplating doing just that on the rooftop? Did I plead the fifth? They walked to Izuku's place in relative silence, Eraser breaking the awkwardness with some random question every so often. The longer they walked, the harder it was to muster up the energy to answer, but Danny tried anyway. The pauses in between the questions were the worst though. They gave him way too much time to think and spiral. What if Izuku didn't actually want to keep his backpack? What if Inko figured out he was homeless and would tell Eraser to take him off her hands? What if Izuku wouldn't want to be his friend anymore because he ran off like that? What if they were so worried they got in an accident on the way home and now they were both in the hospital and Danny wouldn't ever see them again? He would have missed the stairs to the entrance of the apartment building with these horrid thoughts swimming through his head if it wasn't for Eraser asking another question, pulling him from his stupor. What's your favorite food? Oh, I like a lot of things, I guess. Anyway, we're here. He turned to go up the stairs, tugging lightly on Eraser's sleeve the way he'd been doing during their walk to show where to go. Eraser easily followed along, folding up the umbrella once they were under the covers of the roof over the stairs. Danny's stomach churned uncomfortably as he wondered what would wait for him inside. He floated slowly to the front door and stopped, wringing his hands anxiously. Eraser waited close by, giving Danny all the time he seemed to need. Danny took a deep breath, held it for 8 seconds, and let it out slowly like Jazz had taught him. It didn't seem to calm his nerves much, but thinking of his sister gave him the push he needed to ring the doorbell. The door opened almost immediately. Inko stood in the doorway, looking around frantically, eyes landing on Eraserhead. Who dash? Her question cut off as Danny materialized before her eyes, her distress giving him enough energy to do so comfortably. He smiled sheepishly, raising his hand for an awkward wave. Hi, Mrs. Inko. Danny, she gasped, pulling him into her arms before he could respond. Oh, sweetheart, I was so worried when you flew off like that. Sorry, he mumbled into her shoulder. I didn't mean to scare you. Inko let go to gently cup his face, twisting his head side to side to check him over for something? Wounds, maybe? Danny wasn't sure what she was expecting to find, but he didn't mind, letting himself be pulled around without resisting as she moved on to the rest of his body. Once he had been fully inspected, Eraser decided to step closer, gaining Inko's attention again. Excuse me, Inko-san, was it? She looked him up and down with suspicion, pulling Danny little closer. How can I help you? I'm Eraserhead, he replied, holding up his hero license. I found Danny and walked him home. I'd like to talk to you about a few things, if that's okay? Inko's expression lightened immediately. Oh, of course, Eraserhead-san, please come in. Would you like some tea? I have to call my son first to tell him Danny's back. Danny blinked in surprise. He's not here. Inko looked at him with a sad smile, though Danny could smell anxiousness as well. He insisted on looking for you, I couldn't stop him. He was worried you'd be too scared to come back here, so he was going to wait by the beach in case you'd go there. Was all Danny could say, his chest tightening painfully. He imagined Izuku out in the rain, sitting on the beach with an extra umbrella while his clothes got soaked and the wind blew salt and sand in his face. Izuku was right too. If Eraser hadn't been there, Danny might not have dared to come back here so soon after leaving them like that, especially if he had to find a new place to put his backpack. He might have gone to the beach to hide it there if Eraser hadn't pushed for an answer and asked to walk him home. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, staring at the wooden floor beneath his feet. "Don't be," Inko responded, putting a gentle hand on his shoulder. "We were both worried. If Izuku didn't beg me to stay here, I would have probably been out looking for you too. But that's nothing for you to be sorry for. I would have done the same for Izuku, and I'm sure you would too." Danny bit his lip, his vision getting blurry and his shoulders tensing. He was trying so hard not to cry, to not make Inko or Eraser worry more than they already were. A soft hand pulled him along to the couch. He sat down at Inko's insistence, let her put a blanket over him even though he was bone dry and being cold was his natural state of being, and blankly watched as she ushered Eraser inside as well before she went to the kitchen. He could vaguely hear her put on the kettle and call Izuku, telling him to come home, as Eraser took a chair from the dining table to sit opposite Danny. The sound of boiling water and cups clinking filled the silence between him and the hero as they waited for Inko to come back with tea. A warm cup was pressed in his hands and he looked up. Inko smiled kindly at him, eyes crinkling in the corners. He tried smiling back, but even he could tell it was forced. Inko sat down next to him on the couch, facing Eraser, who also had a cup in his hands. "Thank you for walking him home, Eraserhead-san." Inko bowed her head. "No need to thank me, Inko-san, it is my job after all." Eraser waved her thanks away. "Though I am glad for the warm welcome Danny got, I would like to talk to you about some concerns I have." Danny tensed. Of course Eraser figured it out, Danny's hadn't been careful enough after all. Inko put a hand on Danny's arm, pulling him out of his head. "Of course. Danny has been spending a lot of time on the roof of an office building," Eraser started, earning a soft gasp from Inko. He turned to Danny. "I assume this is due to a not-so-ideal home life, would that be correct?" Danny didn't really have anything to say against that, so he just nodded. His home life was definitely not ideal, Jazz had been saying it for years, and in this world, it was non-existent. At least this was better than being homeless. He might be able to make it out to be not too bad and they'd let him go home without too much of a fuss. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but I'd like it if you could answer a question you didn't answer before. Are you safe at home?" Danny nodded again. "They wouldn't hurt me if that's what you're asking. It's just loud, distracting, so I go outside to do my homework. The library isn't open that late, and the rooftop seemed safer than some alleyway." He hoped what he was saying was true and Eraser would just accept it. "You can work here too, honey," Inko supplied, patting his arm. "Izuku already loves hanging out with you, and I wouldn't mind it one bit if you wanted to do your schoolwork here." Danny still wasn't sure why he couldn't smell any dishonesty from Inko either. These adults really needed to stop being so weird. "That's what I was going to ask," Eraser continued. "I would feel a lot better too knowing that Danny was somewhere safe and warm." He met Danny's eyes with a serious expression, opening his mouth to continue. The door burst open before he could, making Eraser jump up from his seat and put up a fighting stance. Danny's eyes widened at the sight of Izuku wheezing in the door opening. He was soaked, his normally bouncy green hair laying flat and dark against his head. He held an umbrella in his hand, which had probably been closed so he could run more easily. Bright green eyes searched the room until they fell on Danny. "Danny!" Despite being winded and clearly having run from the beach all the way home, Izuku sprinted across the room and threw himself onto Danny, hugging him close. Danny had just enough time to hold his teacup to the side before he was assaulted by a cold and wet teenager. If he still needed to breathe, he was sure he wouldn't be able to with how hard Izuku was hugging him. "I was so worried." Izuku let go just enough to check Danny over just like his mom did, though he seemed to focus most on his face. "Were you able to get your backpack? It must have been really important for you if you ran off like that." Danny nodded, smiling awkwardly. "Yeah, I got it. Couldn't let my homework get ruined, you know." Izuku laughed. Of course, wouldn't want your hard work to go to waste. Finally, someone who gets it. Danny cracked up. A sigh from across the room made him remember that they had an audience. Izuku was basically sitting in his lap, still holding his face, though he too seemed to have startled from the sound and was no longer staring Danny in the eyes. Both flushed from embarrassment, and Izuku scrambled to get off Danny and the couch. Inko, the traitor, just watched, her hand barely hiding her amused expression. Izuku turned to see who their guest was, turning even more red at the sight of the hero. "Eraserhead," he exclaimed. The hero seemed surprised to get recognized so easily. "I am. You must be Izuku." Izuku's ever-working brain seemed to have finally shut down as he just nodded, mouth open in surprise. Danny, forgetting his own embarrassment, started laughing, earning him a glare from his friend and a raised eyebrow from Eraserhead. "You should ask him for an autograph, Zuzu. I'm sure he'd love to sign your notebook." His grin grew as Izuku motioned for him to shut up, his flush somehow going below the neckline of his soggy shirt. Inko chuckled behind her hand. "I think it would be best for Izuku to take a shower first before he catches a cold." Izuku looked like he wanted to protest, but a sneeze threw out any words he wanted to say. Instead, he dejectedly nodded before leaving to go shower. The distraction caused by Izuku's entrance only lifted the mood for a short time. Once everyone got settled in again, and Danny heard the shower turn on in the bathroom, Eraserhead decided to focus on him again with a grim expression. Or maybe that was just what his face looked like all the time? It might just be the feelings Danny was tasting that changed the meaning? "Danny," Eraser started, his voice heavy, "if you ever need somewhere to go to or if you would like to stay away from your family for a while, you can always come to me. With my hero license, I can legally take care of children if they're in dangerous or bad situations, and make sure that other people cannot get to them." Danny leaned back in surprise, staring at the hero. They stared at each other for a while, Danny waiting for the other shoe to drop while Eraser didn't reveal his own thoughts at all. "Wait, you're serious? That's a thing?" "I am, and yes. Conversely, I could also help if you would rather stay with Inko-san on a more permanent basis." He turned to Inko. "That is, if you agree as well. And I would still have to do a thorough background check and get through all the legal paperwork." Inko nodded and looked at Danny. "You're always welcome, sweetie." Danny stared at her too, trying to but unable to form words. "Think about it," Eraser added. "You can take all the time you need. For now, you can just say you're having a sleepover or something if anyone has questions about your living situation." Danny blankly nodded, very confused. He watched as Eraser got up from the chair and thanked Inko for the tea before making his way to the door. Eraser grabbed the doorknob but paused, turning to Danny again. "Stay safe." With that, he opened the door and left the apartment, closing it behind him. Danny followed the sound of his footsteps with his head until they disappeared. Right then, Izuku hurried back out of the bathroom, hair still in a towel and his shirt on backwards. He looked around, his shoulders slumping down when he saw Eraser was gone. "Ah man, I really did want his autograph. I had so many questions for him too." He lamented, letting himself fall on the couch between Danny and Inko. "I'm sure you'll get it next time, honey," Inko comforted with a fond expression. Izuku nodded, his expression determined. He then turned to Danny, tilting his head questioningly. "What did you all talk about anyway?" Danny shrugged, not entirely sure how to explain that a hero had, offered to adopt him? And Inko basically did the same thing? Eraser told him to think about it, but what was there to think about? He couldn't burden them like that. Him staying over once in a while was fine, he did that with Tucker all the time, but staying permanently? And what if the portal opened and he had to go home? He didn't even exist here. It was too risky to add himself to the system like that. Luckily, Inko answered for him. Eraserhead wanted to make sure Danny was all right and had a safe place to go to. "Ah, well he does, doesn't he?" Izuku addressed Danny again. "You can hang out here as long as you like. Right, Mom?" "Of course. Thanks." It must be the blankets that caused his body to heat up more than usual. His chest felt fuzzy and warm, like someone had poured a perfect hot chocolate straight onto his core. He knew right then and there that Jazz would love to meet the Midoriyas and Eraserhead. She was always harping on about how important a support system was, and he thought that maybe this was what she was talking about. Oh, I almost forgot. Izuku suddenly exclaimed, making Danny jump a little. He leapt off the couch and rummaged through some plastic bags stashed near the front door, stacked like they were dropped in a hurry. Danny could vaguely see the clothes they bought earlier at the mall as Izuku pushed bag after bag aside until he found one Danny didn't recognize. Izuku hurried back to the couch and presented Danny with a small paper bag with a logo on it that Danny vaguely remembered seeing at the mall. "This is for you." You really didn't have to buy me anything, you know?" Danny said, taking the bag anyway. "I know, but we wanted to." Danny looked over Izuku's shoulder to Inko, who nodded and motioned for him to open the bag. He looked inside and saw a small box. Pulling it out, he realized what it was almost immediately. "You bought me a phone?" On the box was a picture of a gray flip phone surrounded by many stars and words advertising it as a perfect first phone for teenagers. Danny was too stunned to be happy at the fact he could read most of the things on the box. Izuku scratched his cheek sheepishly at the reaction. I figured you didn't have one because we never exchanged numbers, and I think I'd worry a little less if I could contact you like that." Danny saw Inko nodding along with her son's explanation like it made any sense at all. He carefully turned the box over in his hands. It reminded him of his own phone, useless in his backpack, that he had gotten from his parents a few years ago. They said it was to make sure they knew where he was at all times, so he was convinced they added a tracker to it somehow, but he didn't really use it to talk to his parents, like, ever. He called or texted Jazz to let her know he wasn't dead and just going to Tucker's or hanging out with Sam after school, and besides Sam and Tucker there were no other numbers in his phone. His ghosts didn't text him either, they just showed up whenever they wanted and Danny just had to adjust his schedule. But, well, he wouldn't mind having Izuku's and Inko's number. He only knew where Izuku was most of the time because he was following him around, with Izuku unaware most of the time, but if Danny wasn't there and something was wrong, at least Izuku could now call him for help. He smiled. "Thanks," he said gratefully before his smile turned more mischievous. "Now I can bother you all day and night." Izuku laughed. "You could never be a bother, Danny. Now come on, turn it on. I'll add my number and you can text me so I have yours too. It's a prepaid card for now, there should be enough on there to text for a while, but let me know if you run out, all right?" Inko added. Thank you, Mrs. Inko, you really didn't need to do that. How much was it? I can try to pay you back dash. Nonsense, she waved his protest away. This will be better for my heart too, so no need to repay it or anything. Danny decided to open the box instead of arguing back, knowing when there was an argument he was destined to lose. The phone was small, fitting in the palm of his hand perfectly, and had a small screen on the front that could probably display the time. He flipped it open to find a familiar yet unfamiliar keyboard. The numbers were the same, and the English alphabet was present on the buttons too, but so were some hiragana he recognized from his lessons with Eraser, along with some buttons at the top that would be used to move through the menu screen and also showed him he had a camera. He turned the phone around to see a small camera at the back. He looked it over a little more before pressing what he assumed was the start button. I hope this doesn't blow up, he muttered to himself. Blow up? Because your quirk can influence electricity. Izuku wondered aloud. Well, it would depend on what you do with it, right? If you're just turning it on and don't channel any energy into it, I doubt it would explode. Maybe you can make it do other things though? Like, send a text without pressing any buttons. We should test it later. Danny laughed. Sure, I guess we could test it, but maybe not with a brand new phone. That you're right, Izuku replied looking thoughtful. We can probably find a phone on the beach though, maybe that could work? Danny nodded as the phone finally turned on, the screen showing a starting animation, and the phone itself making a cheerful sound. Inko gave him the PIN code to unlock it and Izuku eagerly waited for Danny to deposit the phone into his hands so he could add his number. Danny immediately changed his name to Zuzu on the phone, refusing to change it no matter how much Izuku begged him to. I like Zuzu, Danny countered, looking to Inko for support. It fits, right Mrs. Inko? It's adorable, like my little Izukuin. she replied, pinching her son's cheek, causing him to turn red again. Mom! Don't talk to your mother like that, Zuzu, she's right. You're both against me, this isn't fair. I'm never against you, Izuku-kun, Inko replied, kissing him on the forehead. But Danny is right, you're very adorable, and I like Zuzu a lot better than what Katsuki picked out for you. Izuku looked down for a moment, lost in thought. Danny took the time to check out some of the apps already on the phone. It was pretty basic, a messenger app, a phone book with call function, a gallery for pictures, the camera app itself, and a folder for documents. He wasn't sure he could connect to the internet with it, but he could figure that out later as he had a better idea. Zuzu, smile. Before Izuku could do more than look up in confusion, Danny had already taken a picture. He snickered at the expression on Izuku's face and set to work setting it as Izuku's profile picture for his number. Wait, no, I wasn't ready. Too late, you will be immortalized like this. You kinda look like a confused kitten. What? I'm not a kitten. Danny stuck out his tongue as Izuku tried to grab the phone to delete the picture, both laughing as they wrestled on the couch. Danny let himself fall through the couch with the phone in his hand, laughing harder as he heard Izuku fall face first into the pillows. Careful, boys, Izuku is still on medical rest, Inko called out. She had stood up from the couch when they became a bit too wild and was cleaning up the teacups. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mrs. Inko, came the unrepentant responses before the chase continued to Izuku's room.